So if I go back to first floor, we are going to see where it created. So what I can now do now is to just click on this wall and adjust it to actually fit it. This is actually entering the prep room. I feel this prep room can still work this way, even though it will be a bit tight, but I still feel it can serve. This I think 1.8. If I click OK, this 1.5. So I'm now going to go back to DPC here. So on DPC it's still the same thing. So this is just the stuff with duct. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go back to this first floor and I'm going to be selecting some of these ducts here. So I feel that some of these ducts should, or all these ducts here should be go to the ground floor. So I'm just going to select this one here. Select this one as well. Click on split. Let me split and separate this first. It's just me trying to unify everything to make sense. So let me click on split here. So if I go back to this DPC now, I'm just going to be a bit patient here. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to look at these walls here. These ones are going to first floor. So I can click on this one here. I can also click on this one. Okay, let me just click cancel for now. Ctrl Z. So what I'm just going to do is we know that on this ground floor now, in this grid 816 and this grid 18, there are already ducts there on this ground floor on this wing here. So we are going to go back to this first floor because ducts always have to get to the ground floor. So we have these grids in 16 and 18 already there. So I'm just going to select this one here. Select this one as well. Select this one too. Select this one too. Then I'm going to make sure this reaches the natural ground level. So I'm going to select this one too as well. It reaches the ground level. So if I go back to DPC now, so these are the stuff we need to be factoring in while creating. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to edit these cubicles here. I'm going to click on this and drag this to this point. I'm going to click on edit extrusion. I'm just going to separate this here and separate this here. Then I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split here and just trim this here. So unfortunately we'll have to just manage with this restraint here. So I can remove these chairs that are here. Then I can click on this and mirror this to this wing here. You can also select this, click on mirror this here. Okay, so now we have this duct running from up to down. We're also going to do something similar on this wing, but we are still going to. So I think that basically we got it right here. So we have these ducts running here. We also have ducts running on this wing too. So I think that is fine. So if you click on first floor now, we're now going to see all these ducts, and all these ducts have functional purposes. So they are very important. So let's go back to this second floor. The thing I was just trying to do was to unify the ducting system. So when I'm copying this, it's not going to be a problem. So I'm just going to hit Control, left click and hold. Then select everything here. So once I select everything, I'm going to zoom in, scroll while I'm still holding the left clicked key. Then I'm going to select up till here. So after selecting up to here, I think this is what we need. I'm going to hold Control, select this one too. Hold Control, select this two as well. Hold Control, select this two. Hold Control, select this. Then I'm just going to hold Shift key and deselect this wall in particular because we already have this horizontal wall here. I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to uncheck these grids and I'm going to click OK. So I think that said, we have selected this. So now I'm just going to click on copy. I'm going to uncheck this constraint and I'm just going to pick here and copy this to this point. I hope it copies well. So after doing this now, it's showing some highlighted walls overlap. So for now, I'm just going to click on escape and I think it's fine. So after double clicking on escape, I think the problem is no more there. So what we can now do now for this duct is we can now see how we can increase the number of beds in this ward. So instead of using one bed now, I think we can now use 2 beds for this ward here. I forgot to create a color room, so I think that one is very important as well. So what we're just going to do now is we're going to convert this ward here to a color room. So it's not going to just be. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this bed here. I'm going to click on this door and change it to normal single swing door. Then I'm going to click on this wall, drag it up, click on this wall and delete this, then drag this to this point. Then I can delete this here. So I'm going to drag this here and I'm going to click on this. So I'm going to click on this TV and copy and delete it out. So I'm just going to select this component here from this color room on this wing. I'm going to click on copy and I'm going to copy this from here to this point. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl Z because I mistakenly copied it 2 times. I'm going to drag this examination bed here. I'm going to select this and drag this somewhere here. I can even copy 2 tables. Let me just make it an office for 2 doctors probably. Then I'm going to click on this door and I'm going to change it to D2. That is normal disabled door. Then I can just delete this here. Then I'm just going to go to architecture, click on doors, and I'm going to click on this drop down and place this door here. Then I'm going to click on this and click on architecture, click on components, and I'm going to be looking for normal WC. I'm going to place one here. I'm also going to click on this and place a sink. So I think so far we have done an amazing work. So now I'm not going to balance between this point and this point. So I'm also going to create a nurses station here because each of these wards need a nurses station. So this nurses station is where they will arrange all the medications and basically all the basic stuff. So for example, we have a problem here. You know that some of these cubicles, some of these tables we attach to this attendance chair is actually, when I copy it, I don't know, for some reason it actually doesn't copy well. So I'm just going to select this tray that copied weirdly and delete them. Then I'm just going to select these ones here, this tray here. Then I'm going to click on copy and I'm going to pick this point here and copy this to this point. So now after doing this now, I'm now going to go over here. I'm going to now create a color room for this wing here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to see whether I can get a single bed ward here, a single bed VIP ward here. Then I'm now going to also try and see whether I can get a small color room here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this DPC, and I think in the DPC, okay, you don't have it in the, I'm going to go back to first floor. Then I think in this first floor we have something like this. So I'm just going to select this too. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, and I'm going to set this at second floor, sorry. Then if I go to this second floor here, I'm now going to go to architecture, wall, and I'm going to be selecting this 225 wall from second floor to roof level, normal constraint. Then I'm just going to see if I can place this wall somewhere here off this grid. Then I'm going to click on this and make sure this wall here is 3.3 meter. Okay. So after making sure of this, I can click on this bed here and I can just move it a bit. Then I'm going to click on this wall and just drag it to match here. So what I can now do now is to delete this disabled toilet, and I can just click on this and click on copy, pick this point here and copy this to this point. So I can click on this now and move it here. So we now have a single bed ward as well as a color room. So I can select this here, select this, click on copy and copy this to this point here. Uncheck this constraint here, copy this somewhere here. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to select this and I'm going to rotate it by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to move this here. Then I'm going to move this examination bed here. So I'm just going to click, okay, I may even click on this examination bed and move it to this end here. Then I'm going to rotate this by 90 degrees. Okay, I think this is tight a bit. I can click on this door and change it to normal D2. That is, so let's see. Let me carry this examination bed here, rotate this by 90 degrees. And drag this here. Click on this and just drag this here. Okay, so now I'm just going to go to door now and I'm going to be placing this normal D1, that is normal single swing 900mm door, and place this here. Then I'm just going to, I think I'll just manage this space here. Let me just adjust this to somewhere here. And I think we can manage. Okay, so in this color room now, I also need to create a duct here. So this duct will be very important for this space because I think as it is now, it's too tight. So I'm just going to create, and there is another convenience at the lower side of the first floor. So I'm just going to go to architecture, click on wall, change this to 150 wall, then draw a wall from here to this point. Just creating a small duct here. So I'll click on this, make sure this duct is 300mm by 225mm. Then I'm going to select these two walls, change this constraint to natural ground level. So if I go to this first floor now, I'm going to see the changes it did. So I don't think it affected too much. I think it's still fine. Then I'm now going to go to DPC here. In this DPC, I don't think there's a problem. I'm going to click on wall here, and I'm just going to set this DPC to first floor. Then I'm going to draw another wall complementing it here. So this is now the duct. Okay, so now we are going to go back to this second floor here, and we're now going to see whether we can copy this. We can select everything here and mirror it to this wing, since we have almost the same thing here. Okay, so I think we should be able to do it, but we can't say for sure till we do it. So I'm just going to hold Control and select every. Okay, I'm going to start from here. I'm going to hold Control here and select everything up to this point. The only thing I'm not going to select is I'm not going to scroll down to select this duct here. I'm just going to select these ones. I'm going to avoid this duct for now. So I'm just going to hold Control here. I'm going to hold Control here. I'm also going to hold Control here. Hold Control here. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to make sure I uncheck this grid. Click OK. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror from this point here to this other wing. So let's see how it goes. So it's showing a lot of overlap to us, so I'm just going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on delete. Okay, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click on tab till I select this wall that is blocking it. That is this wall here, and click on delete. I'm also going to click on, because I was seeing that some of these walls, just to confirm, some of these doors here, I think they're overlapping, but I'm not too sure. But seemingly it seems fine to me, so I don't think there's a problem. So now all these ducts going from ground to first floor. If I go to this first floor and just check, I'm going to check on this wing. There is no duct here apart from maybe this one. So I can even, I think this one self, I can even let's just see. Okay, there are ducts here. There is another duct here. So what I'm basically going to do now is I'm just going to carry all these ducts here and mirror it to this wing. So I can even do the mirroring from this first floor. So I'm now going to see what is going to cost. So if I select these walls here, I think this is grid 17. Okay, this is grid 16. I'm going to select this duct, hold Control, select these ducts too. So on all these ducts, normally most of them are going from natural ground level to roof level. So I'm just going to select them again. Select this one too. Hold Control, select this one. So and also hold Control and select this one. So after selecting this, I'm now going to click on mirror. Then I'm just going to pick here and mirror this here. So we have things like this one, this particular dock clashing. So I can click on this. Okay, I can hit Ctrl Z here. So I can click on this, delete this. Let me see. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z here. So there may be clashes, and these clashes may be in places like if you go to DPC now, they might be in places like this space here. So I think there are walls here that overlap with this one. So I'm just going to drag this wall out here. So it's not even clashing per se. Well, let me just check it. So I'm going to click on this one and drag this. Okay, this one is clashing here. So I can delete this one here. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. I'm just going to click on tab, click on this one, or click on tab, click on HH, then click on this one. This is the one going from NGL to first floor. Then I can delete this. Then I can click on HR to unhide this. So I can do the same for this. This one is going to first floor. If I click on delete, it's going to go. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. So I can click on this. I can click on copy this WC back to this point. So now I'm just going to check out this duct here. I think those are the ones that were having clashes. So let's go back to second floor and see how it's looking. So if we are looking at this second floor, I think the thing fits in almost perfectly. So it doesn't really have any problem. So what we're just going to do is we're going to select this disabled toilet here. We're also going to, okay, then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror this from this point to this side. Okay, it didn't mirror well, of course, so I'm just going to delete this. I'm now going to go over here and just search for, okay, so let me just adjust something. So now in this space, now I remember that we have a space here, and this space is a service space for the AC unit. So we're just going to adjust these words to accommodate. So now this word can now accommodate up to 3 spaces, I think. So I think the word can only accommodate up to 4 beds. I think the word can only accommodate 3 beds. So I'm just going to delete this last bed here. I'm going to select this component here, including this TV, and I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to adjust this to this point here. So I'm going to click on move. So I'm just going to click on this point here and move this here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to select this bed here and this curtain here in this word here. Code Control, select all of them. Then I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to adjust this up by, let's say, 1.2. So I think 1.2 is fitting. So I can delete this last curtain here. I can click on these floor slabs here, and I can click on edit boundary. So once I click on edit boundary, I'm now going to delete the ducts I don't need. So I'm just going to, in short, I'm just going to select everything here and delete everything from this point first. After deleting everything from this point, I'm going to click on this line work, and I'm going to draw another line from here and continue it and just go along with this duct. So I'm going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this. So I'm also going to click on this box tool here and draw another profile here to just create this link between these 2 wings. So I'm now going to go over here. I'm also going to delete all the line works here up to this point, then drag this one and to this point. Then I'm going to click on line and just follow this duct again. So I'm going to continue it up to this point. I'm also going to click on this and continue this up to this point. So I'm going to reach here. I'm also going to create an opening for this duct. Then I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this off. Okay, so I think this is a lot of stuff we've done. So I'm just going to click on finish. I'm going to click on done touch. So finally, I'm going to see whether I can create another word here. So basically, I want this place to be a female word. So I'm going to try and see whether I can create a small word here. Let's say 2 beds. Yeah, I think 2 beds or 3 beds should be able to do. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to select this wall, select this wall, this component here. select this door too. Okay, I don't need to select this door. I'm going to hold shift to deselect it. So hold control, select these walls here, select this as well, select this, select this, select this too, select this duct as well. Then after doing this, I can even select this wall too. I'm just going to click on copy. I'm going to hold shift to deselect this door. I'm now going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this wall here, and I'm just going to paste this, I think somewhere around here should do the trick. Oh wait, let me just copy this somewhere here, copy this to this point. So after copying this to this point, I'm now going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this from this point up to here. Then I'm going to click on this 150 wall and delete this. So now we're now going to click on this wall here, and we're going to drag this wall back since it's interfering with this wall that runs from natural ground level. That is this wall that is basically on this single unit space. So I'm going to click on wall again, and I'm going to run a wall from this second floor to roof level. I'm going to click on this drop down and select this 2254. So after selecting this 2254, I'm now going to draw a wall from here up to this point here, then draw another wall here just to join this part wall. Then I'm just going to click on this door here, and I'm going to click on copy. Then I'm going to copy from this point here to this point. So we have another word here, 3-bed word, 3-bed word, 4-bed, 4-bed. So in essence, now we're now going to see how many beds we're able to achieve on this floor. So I'm going to click on this, right click, select all instances in visible view, click on filter. So these are 65 beds in this floor. So if you now want to check the total bed in the hospital, we're going to right click again, select all instances in entire project. Then we're going to click on filter. So we have 100 beds. So we have achieved our 100 beds target in this hospital. Okay, so that is how they calculate beds in hospital. So just by the amount of ward beds in the spaces. So I'm just going to click on this attendant chair here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this from this point here to this point. So I think we have all the words we need. I think these are enough words. So what we're now going to do now is we're just going to start cross-checking the design and be copying the remaining components before we go into the facade design and facade element. So we're going to go to first floor. We're going to look at this duct we created here. So we can see that this duct is kind of problematic, is inside this prep room of this surgical theater. But I think if we adjust this a bit, we can still serve. So I'm just going to, so this particular wall here, it runs to natural ground level. So I'm just going to change this offset back to second floor level, so it's not going to run all the way down. So if I go to DPC now, I'm going to see where this duct is. So this where this duct is in the X-ray examination room and the storage room. So I don't think it disturbs too much. So with this said and done, we are going to see how I think all these spaces we have now been able to resolve all these structural considerations considering the duct while still designing the ground floor, first floor and second floor. So I'm now going to click on edit type in this kitchen worktop, click on edit extrusion, then I'm just going to make provisions for it. After this, I'm going to click on split, and I'm going to split this element here. I'm going to trim this, trim this, trim this, trim this. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on wall. I'm going to click on architecture, and I'm going to just set this wall 150 millimeter to first floor just to complete this duct here. So now what I'm going to do now is, after I think I've set the furnitures for this ground floor, I think I've set that for first floor. I think the furniture placements are good. We just have some, okay. So we have also another obstruction here, like this one here. So we can click on this. I think this from first floor to roof level. Then we can adjust this here. Click on this to adjust this. So what we can do now is we're just going to click on this wall here, architecture. We're going to click on wall, Then we're going to just set this wall from first floor to second floor. So we're just going to be cross-checking this. I think this is meant to be a wall here. Then I think for this is still fine. Let me look through here. So now let's adjust some of these spaces to fit in with these ducts that are now in these spaces. So remember, I'm going to use wall again. Make sure it's from first to second floor. Then I'm just going to let me go to this second floor. What I can do now is to select this wall here, drag this here. Okay, Ctrl Z, cancel. Select this wall, drag it back here. Click on split this wall here. Set this base constraint to first floor. So I'm going to go back to this first floor now. I'm going to be checking for all these gaps. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to select this attendance table, and I'm going to move it. Then I'm just going to select this bed and this curtain, and I'm going to move this from this point here to this point. I'm also going to do the same here. So I'm just going to click on this and delete this. I'm going to select this curtain here, and I'm going to click on move and move this from this to this point. I'm also going to delete this here. I'm going to select these curtains too. Select this as well. Then I'm going to move this from this point to this point. Or what I could do, I could hit Ctrl Z. Then after hitting Ctrl Z and undoing what I've done, I'm just going to left click from this point, select this component here, click on filter, make sure I uncheck walls, okay, and I uncheck room tags, and I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to click on move, and I'm just going to move everything over this duct here. So this is where the whole thing, the whole cubicles will start from. So we'll have all these beds still here. So I'm going to go back to this second floor. I'm now going to start trying to copy this component here. So I'm going to select this one too, select this one, and select this one. Let me try and mirror them individually and see whether it will be able to mirror. So if I click on mirror now, I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on, select this point and mirror it here. Okay, so they were able to mirror apart from this one. So I can click on this and delete this. Then I'm just going to select this one, click on copy, pick this point here, uncheck this constraint and copy this to this point. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this to this point here. So now this is said and done. I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to components. Let me save this project. So we have made a lot of progress actually. So I'm just going to place this sink here. I'm going to click on this drop down and look for WC. Then I'm going to click on this WC and place this here. So after placing this here, we can select these two components. Okay, let me Ctrl Z. I mistakenly placed another one. Can select these two components, hold Ctrl, click on mirror this to this point here. Okay, so after doing this now, I think we have done a nice work. We're now going to start placing some room tags in all these spaces and naming this word respectively. So another thing we forgot to do is we forgot to place a nurses station for this wing. So we're just going to go to this first floor here. We're supposed to even do that here. So I'm just going to go to DPC. I'm going to select this. I'm going to click on this reveal hidden element here. Then I'm going to select this room separator first. Click on tab to select this room separator. Then I'm going to hold Ctrl, select this. I'm going to now select, also hold Ctrl, select this room name. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Select first, hold Ctrl, select second. Then I'm just going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on this to hide this reveal element. So I'm going to now click on first floor. So in the first floor we have it here. On the second floor we also have this nurses station here. So I think this hospital is very functional. So we're now going to go to architecture. We're going to go to rooms. So another thing we forgot to copy is we forgot to copy the room separator across these wings. So if I click on review hidden elements, I'm going to see this room separator line. So I'm just going to select them. I think they are very important, so we'll see the sizes of our word well. Then I'm just going to click on copy. I'm going to just pick this point as a reference point and copy this here. Then I'm going to select these two lines here, hold Ctrl, select this one here. Then I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move this to this point. Then I'm going to select, hold Ctrl, select these remaining ones here. Okay, I need to select this one, click on copy, copy this one to this side. Then I'm going to hold Ctrl, select these remaining ones, hold Ctrl, select these remaining ones. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it to this point here. Okay, so I think this is wonderful now. I'm now going to click on this room separator, and I'm still going to draw some room separators here to indicate this nursery station. So let me just click on this room separator line here and place it here. Same for this, as well as this one here. So after doing this now, we are now going to go here, room separator, separate this one here. Then we are now going to use room separator for this nursery station. We're also going to use it to separate this stairway here. Then we are going to do for this nursery station as well here. Okay, so we are going to use the room separator to separate this ramp and this land. So I think we're pretty much done. So I can click on this close review hidden elements. Then I'm just going to start going to architecture. I'm going to go to rooms. Then I'm going to start placing rooms from second floor to ceiling level. I'm going to remove this limit offset to 0. Then I'm going to start placing rooms here. So what I can do, instead of doing this, I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z to undo all the rooms I created on this wing. So what I'm going to do is, once I create and name all the rooms on this wing, I'm just going to copy them to this one and mirror it to the other one, just like we did before. The only ones I'll need to name are like these ones. So let's just start renaming some of them now. So this will now be pediatric ward. This is now going to be female ward. So I'm just going to call this female ward 1. Change this to female ward. I'm going to make sure my caps lock is turned on. So I'm going to call this female ward 1. I'm going to go to this space, change this to female ward 2. I'm going to go to this space, change this to female ward 3. So after changing this to female ward 3, I'm going to name this nursery station. The same for this, I'm going to call this nursery station. So I'm also going to create a general waiting area, maybe for guests, so they will come and be waiting here. So I'm still going to copy furniture to indicate that. Then I'm going to go to this space here, and I'm going to call this female ward. I think if this is female ward 3, this should now be female ward 4. So I can hit Ctrl A to select this text, then hit Ctrl C. Then I'm just going to double click Ctrl V, female word 5. Double click Ctrl V, female word 6. Change this to nursery station. Then I can double click here, Ctrl V, female word 7. I hope I'm just naming it well. Then this is now going to be okay. So I'm just going to name this one closet. Then I'm just going to copy this text here, Ctrl C. Then I'm just going to go over here, double click, Ctrl V, bit/WC, Ctrl V, bit/WC. Then I'm going to go over to this space here. I'm just going to click on tab, double click, Ctrl V. Same here. I'm also going to go over here and copy this closet name. Okay, sorry. I'm going to name this closet. Closet. And let's just name this emergency stairway. Okay, so now we have this. Now we're now going to start naming these words. We're now going to call this male word 1. I'm going to hit Ctrl A, Ctrl C and copy this. I'm now going to hit Ctrl V, call this male word 2. Then call this Ctrl V, male word 3. Then, okay, this will now be color proof. So with this said, we're just going to click left click and hold, then select everything here. Then we're going to go to filter. We're now going to just check none and just select these rooms and room tags. Click OK. Then we're just going to copy it. So I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this to this wing here. After copying this to this wing, I'm now going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror it to this other wing from this point. So I think that is good. We are good to go. So we are now going to change some of this space. We are going to start renaming some, like this male word 1. So we already have up to male word 3. We are going to call this male word 4. We are going to call this male word 5. And we are going to call this male word 6. Then we are going to call this male word 7. Okay, then I'm going to go to components. Sorry, I'm going to go to rooms and place another room here for this color room. Place one here, another one here, and another one here. Then I can hit Ctrl C for this color room here. Double click, Ctrl C. Double click, Ctrl V. Then I'm going to do the same here, Ctrl V. So I'm going to go over here. I'm now going to continue my sequence of female words. So this will now be female word 8. Okay, let me just Ctrl C, double click on this female word 7, Ctrl C. Then I'm going to double click here, Ctrl V, female word 8. Then I'm going to do the same here, Ctrl V, female word 9. I'm going to hit here, Ctrl V, female word 10. Okay, then It's funny, I have a lot of female words and few male words, but it's fine. So I'm going to make this female word 11. So I think we have created, so far we have done justice to all the words. So I'm going to change this to WC. I'm also going to just name some remaining spaces. This is going to become WC, because this is basically a doctor's office. So I'm also going to go to this wing, this emergency stairway I've not yet named. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to rooms, and I'm going to place rooms here. So what I'm just going to basically do is I'm going to click on escape, double click on this, Ctrl C, and just paste this room tags here. Click on tab, Ctrl V, double click here, Ctrl V, double click here, Ctrl V. So now remember what I said about creating a waiting area here. So I'm going to go to DPC here. Then once I go to DPC, I'm going to select these two chairs. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Let me click on first floor first. Then I'm going to go to this first floor here. I'm now going to click on this. I'm going to rotate it by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to adjust one here. I'm going to click on this one, adjust this here, adjust this here. So after selecting both of them, I can click on copy and copy this to this point here. So I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this can work. So I'm going to select both of them. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, second floor. So now I'm not going to create the final room space for this second floor. I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to rooms, and I'm just going to place it in this concourse. So I'm going to call this concourse. This 1,400 meters square. That is like 3 plots of land for the concourse. Okay, anyway, it's justified because of the amount of movement going on in this hospital. So now we are done with this second floor. We have the first floor, we have the DPC. We are going to go into the facade design, fenestration, and other components of this building before we now go into the site. Alright, so as you can see now, we are done with most of this design stage. But another thing I wanted to do is that I noticed some issues with this surgical theater. So the main issue here is just the whole fact that everything is happening on one lobby. So it's very important to know that in a surgical theater there is a very important need for a dirty lobby and a clean lobby. So a clean lobby is where most of the sterilized equipment and sterilized individuals will be going through. So what I'm going to do now is, even though this our single bank layout isn't the best ideal layout for that kind of stuff, but we can see the best we can do from it. So I'm just going to click on annotate. I'm going to click on detail line. So I'm now going to draw a line from here, and I'm going to draw this up to 1.5 here. Then I'm going to drag this line up to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting it by 225. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a cantilever at the rear of this building. So the cantilever at the rear of this building might be a bit difficult construction wise, but I think a 1.5 meter or in the end 1.7 meter cantilever overall isn't so bad. So what we are now going to do is we are going to select all this sluice space. Then after selecting the sluice only, because the sluice is basically where the whole garbage stuff and organic waste is going to be managed. Then after selecting all the sluice, we are going to click on mirror. We are going to uncheck this copy, select the center point of this wall and mirror it to this other wall. Okay, then I'm just going to click OK. So I'm not going to click on delete room. So I'm going to drag this loose room and drag it to this space here. Click on this, drag this here, and uncheck this leader here. Then I'm going to do the same thing here. This loose, I'm going to click on this loose. I'm going to drag it to this space here. Click on this, drag this here, uncheck this leader. Same for this. So we have a problem here because there is a duct here. So what I'm going to do for this space in particular, I'm just going to select this for, and I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to uncheck this copy and mirror it to this side. Okay, so it's going to chop into the monitor room. So I think the monitor room can manage from here. Then I'm going to click on this and move this. Okay, not this. I'm going to just click on this sleeve space and move this here. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on this room tag, uncheck this leader, then move it to this point here. Okay, so now we have this, even though it's kind of affecting this monitor room, but I think we can manage this. So I'm going to click on this loose space. I'm going to move it here. Click on this, uncheck this leader. Then I think we have done that for all the theaters. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to put another door here, and I'm going to put a door called the big D9 door around here. So this is going to be an access. So in this lobby, you are not going to see patients. Patients are not going to pass through this lobby. So it doesn't need to be too big. That's why it's 1.5. And I'm also going to put another D8 door here. Okay, I think D9, that is 1.5. I'm going to put another one here because equipment will be coming in and out of this sterilization room. So another thing I was thinking of doing is to extend this sterilization room because we are going to need more space for it. And I don't think having only this 24 meter square is going to cut it for these 4 theaters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete one of these beds or 2 of them. Then I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to detach it from here. I'm now going to hold control here. Then I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move this from this point here to this point. Then I'm just going to click delete element, and I'm just going to click OK. Then I'm going to click on this and drag this wall to this point here, reducing this space effectively. So now I'm not going to delete another of these beds since is obstructed. So we are going to have 3 recovery beds. So I can now rearrange them well. I'm just going to select these curtains here. Then I'm going to move this bed to around here. I'm also going to do the same here. I'm going to adjust this bed a bit here. I can drag the bed to this point here. I think it's fine. Then I'm going to select this curtain here. I'm going to click on move. I'm going to move it somewhere here. Okay. Then I'm going to just drag this here and just leave this here. Or, okay, I think this can work. Or if I move this here, I'm going to see whether I can push this bed to this corner here. Okay. I think the thing managed to just enter. Okay, so now we have our recovery ward here. We have our central sterilization unit. Okay, so now we have done this one. I'm going to start drafting dwarf walls for this balcony here. So just because of the design, I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on wall. Then I'm going to select this 225 wall. Then after I've selected it, I'm going to put a base offset of 450, sorry, since this is going to be a cantilever downwards. And I'm going to put a top offset of 300 millimeter, since it's going up to the 2nd floor, and it's also going to create a dwarf wall on this 2nd floor. Okay, so now we're now going to draft this wall here. So we're going to do something like this. We're going to draft this wall from this point here and draft it. Okay, since we can't get the center point, I'm going to click on this this location line and change it to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draw a wall up to, this is 225 here. Then I'm now going to draw another wall 600 millimeter from here. So after I've done this, I'm going to go over to this line here, or I could just select these 2 here, select this wall here, select this wall here, then click on mirror by draw axis, then select the center point of this balcony line we drew and just mirror it to this point. So we're just going to have a comprehensive balcony. So what we're now going to do for this space now, we're going to select all these dwarf walls and we're going to lock up all this lobby here, even this one too. I'm going to select all these ones up to this point, up to this point. Okay, I think it's at this point I'll stop. Then I'm just going to change this top offset to 0, then carry it all the way to second floor. I'm just going to offset this minus 450, so it's not going to interfere with the beam above the second floor, the beam at the second floor. So now all these walls are closed. What I can now do now is I'm just going to click on wall here. Then I'm just going to select this wall. I'm going to change this from minus 150 to 0. Then I'm going to run this to second floor, change this top offset to 0 as well. Then change this to wall center line. Then just draw a wall from here, locking up this place effectively. So the reason why I'm locking up this place is I want this place to be a very controlled environment. So is this because this is the clean lobby. So it's mainly like the patients that you are going to be seeing at this point. So I'm also going to move this service door here. I'm also going to click on this service door and move it here. Okay, so this service door is not going to be accessed normally. It's just on maintenance basis. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on mirror this door of the sluice, then move this door here. So after I've created this effective clean lobby, I think it's clean. I'm now going to go over here and I'm going to put architecture. I'm going to go to doors. Then I'm always going to be clicking on this, changing this to this D8 door. Then I'm going to be placing this at 1.8 meter door here, another one here, another one here. So we have access to this surgical unit department. So now we're now going to draw the dwarf wall to complete. Okay, when I clicked on mirror, I mistakenly didn't check copy. So I'm just going to click on this, select this wall here, hold Control, select this one, then click on mirror, then make sure I check this copy. Find the center point of this line here, then mirror it. So I'm now going to click on walls here. I'm going to set the base offset of this wall to be minus 450. Then the top constraint, I'm going to set it to be lintel 2, and I'm going to put minus 2100. Then I'm just going to draw a wall from here. The thing happened again. So let me just try and do it again. I don't know why I'm making this mistake. I'm going to select this, click on mirror, make sure I put this copy, and I'm going to find the center point. Then once I've seen this triangle I've highlighted, I'm just going to mirror it here. So I think the two walls are here. Then I can go back to placing this dwarf wall here. I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to place this dwarf wall up to this point. Okay. So now I've done this, I can now click on these two lines I drew and delete it. So I can click on this wall here. I can click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, and paste to second floor, and click OK. So now this is done. I think we have done a good job. I'm now going to go back to this second floor here. So in this second floor, we're now going to be looking for something to do with this lobby. So this lobby, I'm just going to see, I'm going to put an access to it, but I'm now going to put some green areas here. So I'm going to be putting like a flower bed around this. So more like, so it's going, okay, it's going to be like a place for potted plants. So it's going to help this word via biophilic architecture. So because sometimes drawing your patient closer to nature is usually helpful in the healing process. Okay, so I'm going to go to door here, and I'm going to be placing this door here just for this. Then I don't want to model like, okay, so what I can now do now is I'm just going to click on offset here. Then I'm just going to be offsetting, let's say, okay, I'm just going to architecture, click on wall. Then I'm going to change this to flower pot wall. I'm going to change this base offset to 0. The top offset, I can still leave it at lintel 3 and minus 2.1. Then I'm just going to put an offset here of, let's say, 600 millimeter. Then once I click on that offset, I can now click on this point here. Okay, I'm going to click on an offset of minus 600 millimeter. Sorry. Then I'm just going to click on this center point, click on this, and you're going to see the walls are going to be created. So after doing this now, after we have this demarcation in this balcony, I can go to floors and I can put this our greenery floor. I think we have one, this green area here. Then after putting the green area, I can just click on this peak. line tool, select this as well, go over here, select this, then I can click on this line here to close this loop here, then close this loop here. Then I'm just going to trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm just going to be putting an offset of 275 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to click on don't attach. So if we go to 3D view now, if you rotate this now, we're going to see this balcony. We're going to see how this balcony got created and it's looking nice. So another thing to do is, now we're already somehow delving into the facade design. So we're just going to click on this floor here. I think we are supposed to have a floor in the second floor, but for some reason we have not created the floor in the second floor, which I'm going to do shortly. So let's just go back to first floor. I'm just going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to add some profile lines here, and I'm just going to click on this, click on this here, join this here, click on this, click on this, click on this, and join this here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this line here, click on trim this to this, then highlight all these lines here, click on delete. Then I'm just going to be using this box tool here to make perforations for this duct. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm also going to now click on this trim tool and just start trimming around this duct here. Then I'm going to do the same here. So I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split here too, split here as well, split, and then I'm just going to trim this. Then I'm going to trim this as well, trim this. Then I'm just going to, for some reason this profile line here is deleted. I'm going to click on this box tool and draw a profile line from here up to this point. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go back to 3D. So I'm just going to select this floor here. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm just going to set this at second floor and click OK. Then now in this second floor, we are going to go and just confirm it. Go to second floor now. We're now going to confirm the way the floor went. So we're just going to click edit boundary, and we're just going to be adjusting it in tandem with the second floor. So I'm just going to select all these lines here, delete these ones here that don't have ducts. I'm going to click on trim this point to this point. Since the second floor and the first floor are similar, I think it can work. So if we go back to first floor now, I noticed some things. I noticed that we didn't create duct for this theater, this duct going down. So I'm going to go back to this second floor. I'm just going to trim it. So while doing all this process, you can see that we are somewhat fact checking it and just making sure that everything we did, we are doing it accurately and correctly. So I'm just going to click on split here too, click on trim this. So this duct doesn't need to go up to here, so I think it just needs to go up to this point here, since this place is not really a duct, it's just a wasted space somewhat. So I'm just going to click on trim here and trim here to here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to select all of this. I'm going to click on delete this line here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this point to this point here. So that's said and done. I'm just going to go over here too. I'm going to select this profile here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this to this point. Then I'm going to drag this down, and I'm going to click on split the element here. Then I'm just going to delete these lines here, delete this one, delete this one. Then I'm just going to trim this to this, and I'm going to trim this here after I've split it. I'm coming to this side. I'm going to do the same thing, delete this convenience here, this convenience duct profile here, delete this too here. Then click on this trim here to here. I think for this wing it's pretty much sorted out. Then after this is done, I'm also going to go to this duct here, and I'm going to trim out this point here. Then I'm going to trim this from here to this point. Click on escape, click on this, delete this, then click on finish. Then I think we'll click on don't attach. Then I'm going to go back to this first floor. Since I was seeing a lot of issues on the ground floor, I'm now going to click on this floor profile here, click on the floor, and I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm now going to be adding some ducts where I feel is needed. So I'm going to go here, for instance. Okay, you see there was a duct that is supposed to pass here and it didn't pass here. That is why we skipped it. So we're going to keep that place in mind. I'm now going to draft the duct over this point here. Click on split this, then click on trim, and trim this here, trim this to this side. Then we're also going to do the same here. Then we're going to click on split here, split here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this here. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now we've done that. I'm going to click on don't attach. We're now going to go back to this second floor here, and we're going to select this duct here, hold control, select. Okay, let me hold control here and just, okay, this won't work. So I'm just going to click on split this element here, select this duct here, then send it from the base constraint to NGL. Then if you go to first floor, let's go to first floor first. We're going to see the thing will appear here. We're going to go to second floor. We're going to see it. Okay, we're now going to go DPC. So the thing is affecting this wet store. So what you can do is to click on this, then we're just going to adjust this a bit and adjust this to, let's say, 300 millimeter. Then click on this and move this. Okay, so I think so far is looking, we have done a lot in this. So I'm just going to copy some chair to this copy this chair here to this triangle in this emergency unit. So I'm just going to copy one here and copy another one here. So now we have this done. We're now going to start entering the facade design. Okay, so for this facade design, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create the duct. Okay, so this duct, we are just going to be going to second floor and be drawing this duct, because the second floor represents these ducts that go from up all the way up to I'm just going to delete this one. The second floor has the ducts that go all the way from the NGL to the highest, to the second floor, because every duct must go from the ground. Every duct at the highest level must still reach the ground. That is just the principle of ducting system. Okay, because they are going to transfer pipes through all those ducts. Okay, so now we are now going, since this is the back, we don't necessarily need a duct for this kind of convenience here, since this is the back of the hospital. So you can always work with those. So I'm just going to delete these two chairs here because this duct is affecting it. All right, so what we're going to do first is we're going to go to second floor. So in this second floor, we're just going to have a better view of these ducting systems. So now I'm just going to go and look at this. I'm just going to click on this wall here, select this wall too, because I've been noticing some inconsistency. First of all, I'm just going to go to this underlay here and I'm going to change this to DPC. So the reason I'm changing this to DPC is because I wanted to see the exact size of this duct. Okay, so we have some ducts, I think, going bigger than it usually is. So if I go back to DPC here, It's okay, it's still the same size. If I go to first floor, still the same big size of duct. Okay, fine and good. So I was just going to go back to the second floor. So because I just wanted to use it to confirm the size of the duct, confirming that they are not really increasing in size. Okay, so now I've pretty much confirmed this. I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to turn off this underlay. Then I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. So I think from the template file, there is a ducting system, a ducting curtain wall system I've created before. So I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm just going to see whether we have it. So you are going to see it grill panel. So there is actually ways to use curtain wall system to create ducting systems in Revit. I covered that in a dedicated video on it, so you can check that out in my channel. Then I'm just going to place this from second floor level to this lintel. I think this lintel 3 is okay. Then I'm going to change this offset to 0. Then I'm just going to click on this tool here and I'm just going to draw the duct from here to this point. Okay, so now after I've done this here, I'm just going to select this. I'm going to click on copy and I'm going to copy this from here to this point. Then I can click on this and drag this here. I can click on AL on my keyboard, select this soffit of this one, select this. Then I can just select this. I can click on mirror. I can just mirror it here. So you notice that I started all of them from second floor, but after I've placed all of them, I'm now going to edit it and make it to run from DPC to this second floor. All right, so I'm just going to continue doing this. I'm going to click on this and adjust this one since it came off a bit. I'm going to click on AL, align this and align this here. So I'm just going to click on this one here and I'm going to also copy this. Then I'm going to save the project. Revit is asking us save, which is fine. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to drag this here. So I'm going to click on this too. I'm going to click on copy. I think it's here. Copy this from this point here to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on this and drag this to this point here. I'm going to also click on copy. Copy it from this point here to this point to this point. I'm going to make sure this multiple is checked on, so it's not going to be asking me. I'm going to copy it here too, here as well, and I think this. So I'm just going to drag this here. Let me click on AL, align, select the soffit of this wall, select this grill panel. Then I'm just going to go to architecture again, click on wall. Then I'm just going to also select this point. I can click on annotate, detail line. Then draw a line here, draw a line here. Then I'm going to click architecture. I'm going to click on wall. Then I'm going to pick this point here and pick this point here and click escape. So after doing this now, I think we're just going to select this duct here. Hold Control, select all of them, and even this one. I'm going to go to filter. I'm going to remove these lines here, uncheck these lines. Then I'm going to hold this duct. So if you go to filter, you're going to see this curtain wall system is under this wall category, so it's fine, so you won't be confused. So I'm just going to click on mirror. I'm going to select this center point and mirror it to this wing, because this wing here is like a mirror of this wing. So now we have mirrored it. I can still click on copy. I'm just going to select 1, hold Control, select this one, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm just going to click on copy and I'm going to pick this point here and copy it to this point and click escape. The same goes for this wing too. I'm going to hold, select this, select this, select this, select this as well. Then I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to click on mirror here and I'm going to select the center point of this ramp and mirror it to this wing here. So I think we have created ducting system. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to select all of them. Hold Control to select every single duct. Remember, when I'm selecting it, I used to hold Control, so it will select multiple at once. So after selecting all the ducts, I'm just going to click on this constraint and change it from second floor to DPC. So let's see what will happen now. So it's a lot of process because it's going to generate those grill panels. So let's just wait a bit. Okay, so now it has generated. We're just going to click on this 3D view and we're going to see the duct systems. So you can see all the duct systems here. You can see this one here, this one, this one, this one. If you rotate it, we're going to see the second set in this part here. You can see this one, this one, this one, this one. So I don't know what this is. Probably one over copied casework that went out of place, and we're going to go. So we're just going to confirm, go back to DPC, and we're going to confirm, or let's go to first floor. So we're going to be going down and seeing. So we can see the duct system went well on this first floor. So you can see there are other duct systems, but these duct systems are from first floor to ground floor. So what we're going to do, we're going to click on this. We're going to click on copy. We're going to copy one of this one here. So after copying one of this one, we're going to click on this and we're going to change this top constraint from this lintel 3 to this lintel 2. That is the lintel of the first floor. So you can see that it's more like on the ground floor, things, ducts coming from the first floor down will go from first floor to the ground floor. So it's still the same principle. So these ducts don't need to go up because there are no ducts upstairs, which is fine. So we're just going to click on this. We're going to click on copy and I'm just going to be copying it in this first floor duct. I'm going to copy this here. Copy this here. I think I'm going to copy this here as well. I'm also going to copy this here. I'm going to click on this and extend it to this point here. I'm going to click on this, copy this here. I'm going to click on this one here. I'm going to click on copy, click on this point, copy this to this consultant office here. Okay, so I think so far I'm going to copy this here. Okay, let me just adjust it. I didn't copy it properly. Okay, so after adjusting this now, we're then going to also select these two grids here. We're going to click on copy and I'm going to copy from this point here to this point. Okay, I'm going to select this one here, this one going from this floor to this floor. I'm going to click on this, click on copy, copy this here as well. So I'm going to go over to this wing and see whether there is any duct like that went from first floor, which I don't think there is. So I'm going to click on escape. So I'm now going to go to DPC. So in this DPC, we're going to be looking for any duct that is just only in the DPC. Okay. So what we're now going to do is we're going to see ducts like this. For instance, we have this duct here. I think if we go to first floor, we only have this duct here. So if I now go to DPC now, we will need, okay, I think this single duct here can serve these two convenience, which is fine. I'm just going to fact check and cross check all these ducts and see they are ducted well. I'm just going to join this wall well here and look at these two. I think these ones, they don't have any issue. These ones too don't have any issue here. This one too don't have any issue. Okay, we have one here. So what I can just do here is to select this duct here, click on copy this duct to this point here, click on this and drag this one here, I think to this point here. Then I'm just going to change this lintel to this lintel 1. Then I'm going to zoom out. So I'm also going to check for any other duct. Okay, I'm going to look at this one here. So I'm just going to select this one here, click on copy, select this point here and copy this up to this point. Okay, so now I think we have done a very wonderful work. we have done a nice work with this now. So we have almost everything we need for this. So now we're now going to be creating the railings. Okay, so we have a lot of balconies here without railings, so we're going to create railings to facilitate the function of this hospital. So usually I will have put some glass railings, but this is a hospital. I don't think glazed railings are ideal. I just think normal railings is just best suited, so we're going to be creating that. All right, so I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to railing. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to be selecting this 900mm pipe. So if I was using glass railing, I would have used this minimalist railing. So I might use it in some parts, but for now I'm just going to be using this 900mm pipe. Then I'm just going to draw a railing profile from here to this point and click finish. So you can just see the railing. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to I think the offset is good here. So another thing we forgot to put a dwarf wall here, so I'm just going to do that. I'm going to click on copy this here, click on this dwarf wall and drag it to this point. So now I'm just going to go to railing again, architecture. I'm going to go to railing, and I'm just going to draw another railing here. Click finish. Do the same thing again. Or I can select this railing here. I can click on copy, click on this point, copy this since at the same repeated intervals. Then I can click on this one here, click on edit part, select this to this part here, click on finish, go to architecture, go to railing again, then select this railing here, select this one here up to this point and click finish. Then I can go to architecture, go to railing, pick this point to this point here, click finish. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select this railing here, select this one, select this one, select this one, hold control, select this one as well, and select this one. Then I'm just going to click on copy from and select this column edge as a reference point, click on copy, then copy it to this other column edge. So now this is done. We are just going to now modify some of these railings. I'm going to click on this, click on edit part, then drag this to this point here. Okay, so after doing that now, I'm now going to go over to this side where the railing setting is a bit different from this side. Then I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to railing, then I'm just going to pick this railing here and pick this one here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So now I'm just going to click on escape, select this here, hold control, select 1, 2, select this fourth one, select this fifth one, select this sixth one here, select this seventh, eighth and ninth one here. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, pick axis. I'm now going to mirror this from this point to this other side. So now after doing this, now I can now click on this railing here and delete this since we don't need a railing at this point here. Then I'm now going to create railing for this other wing. So I'm going to go to architecture, railing. I'm now going to make sure the constraint is set at DPC, no offset here, and I'm just going to pick this to this point here, click on finish. Then I can select this one, click on copy this from this point here to this point. Then since this one is a bit different from this one, I can click on this one, click on edit part, select this railing, drag this back here, click on finish. Then I'm just going to click on copy this here, copy this to this point, copy this here, copy this here. So I'm also going to even select this again, click on copy and copy this from this point here to this point. Then I think it's nice. So I'm going to put a railing around this landing of this ramp. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to railing. I'm now going to pick a railing from here to this point here. So after doing this, now I'm going to click on finish. So I'm going to hold control, select this railing, select this one too, control, select, hold control and select this 5. Then I'm just going to click on mirror and I'm just going to mirror it and mirror it to this side. So we have our railing system created here. So I'm also going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to railing here and I'm going to draw another railing to this point here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now this is done. Now we're now going to click on one of these railing. We're going to right click and select all instances in visible view. Then after selecting all of them, I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, and I'm just going to select first floor and click OK. So once the railing is copied to first floor, we're now going to go to first floor and edit it. So another thing we forgot to create railing in this courtyard here, which we're going to do now. Then we're just going to copy it to the subsequent floor. So I'm just going to go to architecture. Another thing I forgot, I'm just going to try and align this wall here. Click on this floor, click on edit profile and drag this. So it's going to be on this single grid and click finish, dot attach. So I'm now going to go to architecture, railing. Then I'm just going to pick a railing here. I'm going to click finish. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror it to this other side here. I'm going to go to architecture again. I'm going to click on railing. I'm going to draw a profile from this point to this point and click finish. I'm going to select it. One is still selected. I'm going to click on mirror, select the center point here. And mirror it here. Then I'm just going to delete this. So I'm going to go to architecture, railing. Since the center point is not clear, I'm just going to pick here and pick here. Then click finish. So after doing this now, we're just going to select 1, 2, hold Control, 3, 4. Then we're just going to click on mirror, use this ramp as a center point and mirror it to this other side. Then after we have mirrored this, we're just going to left click, hold, select everything here, go to filter, click on check none, just click on only railings, click OK, copy to clipboard, then click on paste, align to selected levels, first floor and click OK. So we're going to go to first floor. We're still going to see that we have created railings here. We're just going to also click on this floor and adjust this floor to this here and click finish. So honestly, this project is more even complex than I thought. So, but we're just going to keep moving on. Okay, so now in this first floor now, we don't actually need the railing because we don't actually need railing in some parts because we have what is called again walls enclosed here. So I'm just going to left click and highlight everything here. Then I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to click on check none. I'm going to only select railings. Since there are railings embedded inside this wall, I'm just going to click on delete to delete those railings. So for this one now, we can click on this railing here. We can delete this. We can click on this one here. We can click on copy. Copy this from this point to this point here. Click on escape. Then I'm going to go here. Select this two. Delete this. Copy. Select this one here. Copy this. Click on copy and copy this to this point here. Then I can click on this railing, click edit part and just adjust it to this point and click finish. So after doing this now, we're going to go over to this side here. I think this side is one of the most generic sides. Then I'm just going to select architecture, railing, and I'm going to put railing here and click finish. Then I'm going to select these two railing here. I'm going to click on mirror. And I'm going to mirror it from this point to this other side. Then I'm going to click on this grid here and just drag this to adjoin with this. Okay, so now we are done with this one here. We have set these railings to fit in to the context of this first floor. I'm just going to highlight this whole project here on this first floor. I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to click on check none and I'm just going to select railings. After selecting railings, I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to select second floor and click OK. So it's going to copy those railings to the second floor. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to the second floor once it's copied. So I'm just going to go to second floor. After I'm at this second floor, I'm just going to do a few things here. So I'm just going to go over to this wing. Okay, I think if I go back to first floor, I'm meant to put a railing here. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to railing. Then I'm just going to draw a railing here. I'll select this here. Then click finish. Then I'm going to select it, copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, second floor, and click OK. Then we're going to go back to this second floor. I'm just going to select all the railings on this wing here. I'm going to click everything on this wing, left click, hold, click on filter, just only click on check none and select only railings, click OK. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror it from this point to this other wing. Okay, so now we have done this. We're also going to create a railing here. So you know that these places we will need a railing, like to guard people from falling off here. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to railing, and I'm going to pick from this point here to 75 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on escape, draw another railing from here to this one here. Click on finish, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste. Okay, I don't need to paste it since on the ground floor, on the first floor, I'm going to see 2 wings of railing. But if I go back to this ground floor here, or first floor, sorry, I'm going to still need to create a railing blocking people from falling off here. So I'm going to go to railing again. I'm going to pick from this point 75 millimeter. Control Z. Pick this point here. Then join it to this point. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now we have done this. If you go to 3D view now, we are going to see all the railings we have created. So you can see this is the surgical unit where I locked off. So I'm going to be putting high level windows here because I want the microclimate to be very controlled in this side. So now the next stage we are going to do is we're now going to be drawing some, creating some decks and some dwarf walls. So these decks are going to include like this entrance deck here. We are going to also do for this emergency deck. We're also going to do for this drop off of this dispensary before we now go to the ceiling level and do some stuff. So I'm just going to go back to first DPC. So in this DPC, I use some line work to outline how I want the extent of the deck, the roof, the slab deck over this entrance to be. I also did the same for this emergency drop off, emergency bay. So I'm just going to select these lines here, hold Control, select all of them. Also go over here, select these ones here. So after selecting these lines here, I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected views, and I'm just going to select first floor and click OK. So I'm going to go to this first floor now. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to use this as a tool to draft the wall. Okay, so I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to click on walls. So these walls, I'm going to change it back to 225 wall main. So after changing this back to 225 wall main, I'm now going to set this base offset as -450. After changing it to -450, I'm going to change this top constraint to -2.1. So at this is going to be connected to this lintel too. So -2.1 is now going to give you the total dimension of 750. Then I'm going to change this to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to pick this wall. Okay, I'm going to pick this wall here, pick this line here, pick this line here, and pick this line here. Then I'm going to do the same for here. I'm going to go over here, pick this wall here, draw this to this point here, to this point here, and to this point here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to hold Control, select left click, hold, drag and select everything here. Select everything here to go to filter, go to check none, delete all these 2 line works, check these 2 line works lines and delete all of them because we don't need them. So after creating this one, I'm going to create a slab deck. So this slab deck is not going to be like normal floor. It's going to be like a slab itself. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floor. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to click on this floor main. Then I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this roof deck. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to select a new material for it. Then I'm just going to right click, duplicate, and call this 00 roof deck. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here and I'm going to go to appearance and I'm going to go to a concrete material and I'm going to be selecting this concrete here. I'm going to go to graphics, use render appearance, click apply, click OK, click OK, click OK. Then I'm just going to use this box tool to draw this slab here. I'm going to make sure the height offset of the slab is 0. So I'm just going to click and draw this slab from this point here to this point. Then I'm also going to go here, draw it from this point here to this point. Then I can even go here, since I planned for a drop off to be here, I can draw this from this point here to like this point here. And the extension can be, let's say, 4.2 or 4.5. Then I can click on finish. Don't attach as usual. Then I'm going to click on wall here, this normal dwarf wall, and I'm going to be drawing one here around this. Okay, so now this is done. If you go to 3D view, we are going to see this now. So you are going to see our slabs here. So another thing we are going to do is, you can see that on this highest level here, we have these columns running up to the roof level. So we are going to be creating some roof beams here that is going to join all this, and we are also going to do a roof beam that is going to overhang over this balcony here. So we are going to do that now. So I can even draw this from 3D. If I rotate this to the top view here, we can see from this top view here, we can see these railings here that are not yet covered. We can see this, or we can even go to ceiling level. So this ceiling level, and click on save project. So we are in this ceiling level going to see the point, because we have not drawn any of these beam decks. You can see some of these main walls running from second floor to roof level, but you are not going to see any wall here because we haven't created any wall. So what we can do to help ourselves is, we can click on this drop down and select the drop down to second floor. So we are going to see what is beneath this. So why we created this underlay, to second floor, is because we wanted to see the extent of this balcony. So we are going to draw a wall that is going to serve as an overhang for this. So I'm just going to click on wall here, and I'm going to set this constraint to ceiling level to roof level. Then I'm going to remove this base offset to 0 and this top offset to 0. So you are now going to see the distance left is 600 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on this finish face exterior and change it to wall center line. Then I'm just going to pick this here, and pick this here, which is looking good. Then after doing this, now I'm now going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on none to turn off this underlay. So everything is going to be crisp and clear. So I'm going to be seeing where the column is and where I'm going to draw the beams. So I'm going to go to wall now. I'm now going to draw a wall from here, join this here, draw a wall, join this here. Remember, the constraint is ceiling to roof level, so it's just closing up these gaps here. So I'm also going to do the same here. So now I've done all this here, I can even go over here, go to wall again, continue this by here, draw a wall from here to this point. Okay, so I'm going to do that for this front side of this. So I'm going to do this for this internal courtyard here. All right, so after doing this now, if you go to 3D view, we're just going to rotate this and we're going to see what we've done. So I think this is looking very, very nice, and this is looking good. So our building already has a very stable form. We have all the balconies, single bank balconies created. We have all the railings here, and I think we have done an awesome work. So now what we are going to do is we're now going to enter the fenestration aspect. So we're going to click on escape and we're going to go back to DPC. Okay, so the first thing to consider while doing fenestration is that in Revit, fenestrations are very easy. It mainly includes windows and curtain walls. Alright, so we are going to be placing fenestrations now. So to place fenestrations in Revit is very simple. You are just going to go to Windows, click Architecture. Let's go to Architecture again, click on Windows. If you click on this drop down, you can now select any window type. So we have some default windows that come with Revit, and we can place any one here. So if you just place it, we can set the sail height. So if you don't know what sail height is like the distance from the floor in which you are placing a window to the base of that window. Like for instance, if you place this here, the sail height is currently 900. If you place this here, and if you go to, let's say, elevation, any of this elevation, let me just click on I think what we placed it is in south elevation. We go to elevation, you are going to see that the distance from this window to this ground level now is 900. That is what sail height basically means. So you set the sail height and place it. But my issue with placing windows in Revit is that when you are placing windows in Revit, you will not have the versatility you will need. Okay, so that is why I usually use curtain walls for windows. So for instance, if you want to create a window for this surgical theater now, we are going to need a different type of window. If it's in a normal scenario where we are using windows to place them in Revit, we are going to start browsing and looking for different kind of windows. So what I usually do is I use curtain walls, then put curtain wall embedded windows. So I'm going to have this versatility. Some people make arguments like this is not the proper way to model in Revit, which is a fair argument in of itself, but the reason why I do it is that it gives me this versatility. It just gives me freedom to model different kind of windows I want. So in the same vein, I can use it to create normal curtain walls. At the same time, I can still use curtain walls for the purpose of windows. So people might make arguments on this, but if you still want to create different kind of windows for different purposes, it's very fine and wonderful. But this is just an easier route which I usually use. So we are going to be using it for this video, okay? But I've showed you how to place normal windows, and if you can check out my channel playlist, you are going to see how to create custom windows for different purposes. So let's go to the curtain wall method. Okay, so I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on walls, then I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm just going to be selecting this normal curtain wall. Then after selecting this normal curtain wall, I'm just going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this CW windows. So this is going to be the curtain wall I'll be using for windows. So I'm just going to click OK. So now I'm going to make sure this function is set at exterior. This automatically embedded is checked. This curtain panel is set at system panel glazed. Then this joint condition non-defined. Then this layout none. This horizontal layout none. Then I'm now going to put this interior type, and I'm going to put main mullion. So this main mullion is a mullion I created in the template file. So I'm going to just show you how you can create mullion shortly after this, but I'm just going to be using this main mullion. If you have transferred the template, you are going to see it as well. So I'm just going to select this main mullion here, click on this main mullion, click on this main mullion, click on this main mullion. Then I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click on OK. So now you can see this where our lintel levels will now come in. So you can see our base constraint is DPC to lintel. So we're just going to put an offset from the base as usually 300 millimeters. So after I put this 300 millimeter, I'm now going to place a window here. So I'm going to, when placing window, it's always good to avoid this place where grids pass, because once a grid passes a space, there is most likely going to be a column here. So I'm going to draw it from this point here up to this point here. So after drawing this now, if you go to 3D view, we're going to see how it comes out. So this our 3D view is already hanging. So what we can do to make it lighter is to click Control, select everything in this 3D view. After selecting everything, we're just going to go to filter, check none. Then we're just going to check the plumbing fixtures, the furnitures, and maybe the generic. Okay, let me just search plumbing fixtures and furnitures. Then after selecting this, we're just going to right click, hide in view by element. So all of them are going to be hidden. We're also going to click on this this bed here, this hospital bed. Right click, select all instances in entire project. Then once we have selected all of them, we're going to right click, hide in view by element. So we are just doing this to make this 3D view lighter. So with all these components not there, is now going to be lighter. So this is the cutting wall we created. You can see the munions are already there because of the munion settings we did. So I'm just going to rotate this to the front, and we're now going to, so now you're not going to be asking, how is this looking like a window? This is not even, this is just a plain glass. All right, so after doing this, I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm now going to click on cutting grid. So this cutting grid is what I'm going to use to demarcate this cutting wall here. So once I hover around this shorter part, the width of this, we are going to see these temporal dimensions will appear, which is going to show, it's automatically going to try and centralize the grid. So we're just going to click once we are satisfied with the position. We're going to hover around this and just click here. So even if you are not satisfied with the dimension here, since there is a munion here, you can click on tab again to select this grid line here, cutting grid here. So I'm just going to select this, and I'm going to change this dimension to 600 millimeter. So after doing this, now we need to put windows, cutting wall embedded windows. So this cutting wall embedded windows, if you go to, you can load it in. If you have a Revit library, you can load it in, but unfortunately I don't have a Revit library on this system I'm using, so I'll need to load it from another project. Okay, so probably the template file, which I think I have it here, but I can still check if the cutting wall embedded window is already in this project, or let me just show you how to load it. So if I'm just going to click on file, I'm going to be opening the template file. So by now, I shouldn't be talking about how to get the template file. You should already know that. Then I'm going to go to ground floor presentation. Okay, let me just say it. Check the link in the description. You're going to see a link to get the template file for free, just for people that have not yet done it for some reason. So we're just going to go to this 3D view. We can see some things here. So okay, we have a cutting wall here, and in this cutting wall we have some cutting wall embedded windows and some cutting wall embedded doors. So if we want to transfer all these cutting wall embedded components to this other project, we can just select this cutting wall here, click on copy to clipboard, go to this DPC, go back to our project, maybe the DPC here, then hit Ctrl V and paste it. So after pasting this, now you remember when we were loading in components, once you have pasted a component in a Revit project, it's now part of the inventory of the Revit project, so we can delete this. So we're now going to go back to this 3D view. We're going to hover around one of these panels here. We can even hover around this munion, then click on tab till we select one of this panel. We'll click on it, then we're just going to click on this, go over here, click on this unpin icon here, click on this drop down. Then we're now going to change this to cutting wall metal at 50 million. This is the cutting wall embedded window, and we're going to select this. So after selecting this, we're now going to select these remaining 3 panels and change it to window panels, but we can select multiple panels. Let me show you how to do it. So as usual, we're going to hover around here. We're going to click on tab. Once the panel is highlighted, we're going to hold Control, click it. We're now going to release our hands from Control. Then we're just going to click on tab again. We're not going to click anything after releasing our hand from Control. We're just going to hover around the panel as usual. Then click on tab. Once we have the second panel is highlighted, we're going to hold Control again and left click to select it. We're now going to do the same for the third panel. We're not going to click on anything. Just click on tab. If the hovering around one side is not working, you go to another side, hover around it. Once you have selected highlighted the third panel, we're going to hold Control again, click on it. Then we're just going to go over to this and unpin all of them at once. Click on this drop down and change it to cutting wall embedded windows. So we have our windows here. For some reason they are not transparent, but don't mind it. It's just a graphic issue. If you go to any rendering software, you can always change it. So we're now going to go back to this DPC here. So we have our cutting wall embedded window here. So as usual, the distance, you can see if I click on it, the distance between this wall soffit here and this place is 1.8. I can reduce this to 1.5. Okay, so after doing this now, so another thing in this kind of project, if you are placing windows, it's always good that the windows align vertically. So because this project is very massive, what we are going to do is we are going to place window on this floor, then we are going to copy it to all the subsequent floors. The only thing we are going to be avoiding are this column and this duct, so we're just going to place it in a way that is just going to make sense. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this, then I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to click on this edge here and copy it by in multiples of 3, which is 4.2. By multiples of 3, I mean values that can be divided by 3. So I'm just going to place this, I think 1.2 meter away from. Let me just click on this again. I'm going to click on copy, click on this point, then I'm going to copy it to about 4.2 meter away from here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to save this project. So we have these two, basically like two generic windows. So these windows, we are going to repeat it a lot of times in this project. So I'm just going to click on this, select this one too as well, hold Control, select both of them, then click on copy, select this edge of this wall as a reference point, then copy it to this wall here. So I think it fits in well. I can now, okay, this one is smaller, so I can click on this. I can click on this here, put the dimension on this place to be 300 millimeters. Then once I've set this, I can click on this too. I can even click on annotate, add dimension from this point here to this point here. Then I can click on this cutting wall and set it to 300. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on this, Ctrl Z. Let me just do it again. Click on this, then change this to 300. So after doing this now, we're now going to be using this edge as a reference point instead of just copying it anyhow. So I can delete this. So I'll click on this and click on copy. Using this edge as a reference, I'm going to pick this point and put it at this edge. Then I'm also going to click on copy here. I'm going to click on this point here, this edge here. Use this as a reference and do the same thing. So I'm basically going to be repeating the same thing for the ones on this other side, using this edge as a reference. So after this, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy. Then I'm just going to copy this here, using this same edge as a reference. Okay. So after doing this now, we are now going to replicate the same thing for this other wing. But before we do that, we are going to be copying some windows, because remember we have a balcony here. So the whole purpose of single banking this space is for cross ventilation. So what I'm going to do, I can select this wall window here, select this curtain wall here. Also even select this one, select this one as well, select. If you notice, I'm not selecting the ones, select this one, I'm not selecting the ones that will be clashing with doors, like the ones that are in proximity or parallel to this door, so it's not going to cause clashing. Then I'm going to also hold Control, select this, hold Control, select both of this. Then I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick on this center point here. Then I'm just going to copy this to this side here. Then I can click on this zigzag icon here. So it's just going to change the location, which is now going to set it well. So now this is said and done. I think this is, we are making progress. We're now going to click on this window here, and we're going to start copying it to this wing. So with the same principle, I'm just going to select this edge here, click on copy, then copy from this point here to this point. Then I'm also going to do the same thing, select here, click on copy, copy from this point here to this point. Then just basically do the same thing here. Okay, so for this consultant office, I'm going to be taking a bit of a different approach. So I'm going to be seeing whether copying this window. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z. So I don't think I'm going to need two windows here. Okay, and let me hit Ctrl Y because I'm not supposed to delete this one. I'm going to try and create a single window for this consultant office and make it parallel to this place. So it's going to just work like this. So I'm going to click on this one here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here, then paste this here. Then I'm also going to paste this here too, here as well, here as well, here, 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 and okay, I think that is all for now. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to click on this point here, and I'm just going to paste this here, here too, and here. So after doing this, now we're going to go to this consultant office. We're now going to select this, hold Control, select up to this 5 here. Then we're going to click on copy, select this point here, and copy this to this. So now I'm just going to click on this, change this direction, click on this, change this direction. So there will be a window here. So after doing this now, what I can now do now is I'm going to go to views. I'm going to click on section. Then I'm just going to draw a section line here. So I'm just going to click on this zigzag icon to change direction of the section. Then I'm going to double click on this section head. So what I want to do now is to select this wall, demarcating this doctor's office from this consultant offices, from the wall separating it from the main lobby. Then I'm going to click on edit profile. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 300 millimeter. Then I'm going to offset 600 millimeter here. Then I'm going to draw a line from this lintel here, this lintel top. Then I'm going to draw a line as reference to the bottom of these windows. Then I'm just going to trim this here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create like an area of perforation, so it's going to allow wind pass readily. So I'm just going to select this profile, click on copy, click on this point, copy this here. Okay, let me do it again, Ctrl Z. I'm going to select this hole, click on copy, make sure I select this point up to this point here, and just keep copying it. Then I can select multiple of them here. I can select like this 4, click on left click and select them, click on copy, then just copy this here. Okay. So after doing this now, we can just select a few, can click on copy and copy this here. So I'm just going to click on finish. So after doing this now, if you go to this second floor, I think we have the same thing. So what I can do is to click on this, click on edit profile, left click and select these whole profiles from this point, then click on copy to clipboard, click on finish, then click on this one here, click on edit profile, then click on paste, align paste from clipboard and just paste it somewhere here. Then we're just going to left click and select everything again. Then we're just going to click on move and move it down to this lintel, because okay, let me click on cancel. So I'm just going to left click from this point. I'm going to make sure I didn't select this lower this profile line here, this profile boundary, sorry. Then I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this to this point here. Then I'm going to click finish. So now we are going to go back to this DPC, and you can see these perforations here. So this is going to allow for ventilation. So now I can delete this section because I don't need it again. So after doing this now, we are now going to go over okay, we have copied this here. So I'm now going to select this window here, this one. Okay, I don't need to select this one since there are doors here. We're just going to select this one and select this one. Then I'm going to click on copy. Then I'm just going to pick this center line here and copy it parallel here. Okay, click on this and change this icon. So you can see how this is cross ventilating most of this space. So I can click on this here, I can click on copy, select this point here and put it at this point here. So it's going to give this another window. I can just click on this and still adjust it by, let's say, 600. Okay, so I'm just going to click on escape. So we have windows here, we have nice windows on this wing. So now, similar to this wing, we're just going to hold Control and select all these curtain wall windows. Then we're going to see if directly copying them will actually do the trick. So after selecting all these windows here, I'm just going to click on copy and I'm going to pick this point here, and I'm going to try and copy it to this point here. So surprisingly, the thing copied efficiently. You can see how it copied very well without no much issue. So what we can do here is we can just select this here. We can click on copy, and okay, you can select this wall, cutting wall here, click on copy, pick this point here, then copy it and pick to this point here for this space. You can also do the same here. Select this one here, click on copy, pick this point here and copy this to this space. So now we're now going to copy some windows here. So we're just going to select this. Okay, we're going to select this window here. We're going to, okay, I don't think we can select much. Select this one too. Select this one here. Select this. Then we're just going to click on copy, and we're going to pick this point here and just copy it parallel. So we're going to get some nice parallel ventilation. So we're going to click on this, click on this zigzag icon. Click on this as well. Okay, so now we're now going to be using the same similar principle we used before to be copying windows and placing, because a lot of these windows you can't just place them parallel here. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this one now. We're going to change this dimension to, let's say, 6.6 meter. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to pick this one here and copy this up to 3 meter. Okay, this is clashing with a potential column, so I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move it by 1.8. So I think it's fine around this position here. So now I can select this one here. I can click on copy, then copy this window, then maybe click on copy from this point to this point here, then select this, click on change this direction, click on this, change this direction here, then select this here, click on copy and copy this from this point to this point here. So I'm also going to copy this here, and okay, so far I don't think this is bad. I think we're doing a great job so far. So I'm also going to click. So for this emergency ward, in this ward spaces, I'm going to be using a high level window at this side where the beds are. So I can put a normal level window at this side, but I'm going to be using high level windows here. And in this surgical theater, I'm going to be using a high level window in one side. Okay. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on escape. Then I'm just going to start copying some windows here. Ductors. Okay, we have an issue here. So we can see that this duct, we have a duct here that is supposed to go from the top floor to this ground floor. Oh, okay, sorry, from the first floor to this ground floor. So I'm going to go to this first floor here, and I'm just going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on split, and I'm going to split this wall here. Then I'm just going to select this duct here, select this duct and drag it to natural ground level. So these are some of the issues that can come up with this whole ducting. So you can see that it's obstructing this bedroom. So we're just going to shift this bed here. We can click on this bed and edit type, duplicate the bed, and just make it a smaller bed. The width, reduce the width to 1/350. So this bed in this room can be smaller here, and click OK. Then we're just going to adjust it. Okay, so now I think we have copied as much windows as we can copy in this wing. So we're going to go to this last wing, or this one that is bigger. So I'm just going to click on this window here. I'm going to click on this copy and pick this point here. Then I'm going to paste it here. So we have a window 300 millimeter away from this point. So I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this window to somewhere here, 4.2. Then I'm going to copy it again to, let's say, multiples of 300. Let's say I'm going to click on this one and click on copy. Then just pick this point here and copy this to this point here. Then to this point here. Then maybe to this point here. So we have about 4 windows here. Then I'm now going to go and start placing some high level. So you see another issue. We have a duct here, but yet we don't have the duct walls coming down here. So we're just going to do that. So I'm going to go back to first floor. Okay, let me go back to DPC first. So I'm going to click on this duct. Okay, this duct actually runs from the DPC to the highest floor, and I think this one as well. So we're going to go to first floor. I think this is grid 7. Let's go to first floor and check for out for this issue. So we're going to go to grid 7 and grid 6. We're going to click on these walls here. I'm going to click on split this element here. Select these walls here. Select hold control, select this one. Hold control, select this. Then I'm going to click on this base constraint and change it to NGL. Then if I'm going to click OK, so if I go to DPC now, we're now going to see this adjustment as it applies here, which I think this is fine. So if I go to first floor again, I'm still going to check for other ducts here. So this is duct 9. So I'm going to go to DPC at this grid 9. Okay, I think it's there. So now we're just going to adjust this bed here in this emergency ward. We're going to click on it and we're just going to click on move, and we're going to move this upwards by this point. So I can click on this and just slightly adjust it so it's not going to clash. Okay, then I'm just going to select this here and I'm just going to copy it to this other remaining spaces. So I can click on this with normal window, click on copy, click on this point here and copy this to this one here. So I'm just going to copy this randomly here. The X-ray examination room, I don't think we need to copy any window there. The single unit room, we can copy one window there. The general utility room, we can copy a window here. And this physician lounge, we don't need any window on this side. But this laundry, we need windows here. I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to make sure the distance is multiples of 3. Okay, let me click on cancel. I'm going to click on this, change this to 3000. Then click on copy and copy this to this edge here. Then I'm going to copy, okay, I don't need to copy any window here. This cloakroom, I'm definitely going to need a window. So I'm going to click on this and copy this here. So these people will not suffocate. So once I've copied this here, okay, we have an issue. I'm just going to click on this, click on copy. Then I'm just going to copy it to this space first. Then I'm going to click on this and reduce the dimension to 900 millimeter and click OK. Then I'm going to click on move and I'm going to move this from this point here to this point. Then I'm going to now click on copy, pick this point here and put this point here. So now we have the kitchen. So for this kitchen space is going to be, it has to be well ventilated. So we're going to be copying these normal big windows. So I'm going to select this, click on copy, click on this point here, copy this to this point somewhere here and somewhere here. Then we're going to also, we are just avoiding these columns here. So I'm also going to place one somewhere. Okay, I don't think we can place anyone here just because of the way it is, the proximity to the columns. Just going to hit Ctrl Z, it's looking too tight. So after doing this now, we're now going to go over and start creating some high level windows. Okay, so these high level windows are usually used for spaces like stores and toilets and theaters and just sensitive spaces and what. So in the wards mainly we are going to be on this out where the beds are, we are going to be using high level windows, but where the beds are not, we are going to be using normal big windows so air can flow very well. Okay, so we are going to go over to this point here and we're going to just start drawing some high level windows. So these high level windows they will be high, but they are going to be very wide so enough air can pass through. So I'm just going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to detail line and I'm going to draw a line from here up to 1.8 meter. Then I'm going to draw a single high level window unit of 2.4. Click enter. Then I'm just going to click on architecture, click on wall. Then I'm going to be first using this normal cutting wall parameter, pick this and pick up to the 2.4. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this base offset to 1.5. So it means it's now going to run from this DPC 1.5 above the DPC. As you can see, the thing has disappeared. The reason why it has disappeared is because by default Revit cutting plane for a floor plan is 1.2. So anything above 1.2 is not going to be showing it Is not going to be able to see it like in terms of cutting it from the top. So what we can do to change that is to go to this view range, click on edit, then change this offset view in view range to 1.9. Then I'm just going to click on OK. Then we're going to see the high level window. So I can click on this to change the direction here. Then we're going to go to 3D. So with this 3D, we're going to use this opportunity to see what we have. So you can see all the ducts that some of them didn't go to up to the highest floor. So we're going to use this to try and form a comprehensive design that flows with this character well. So it's not just going to look like an afterthought. Okay. So let's just rotate this to the rear side, where we have these windows here, this high level window. So you can see the high level window here. So what we can do is to rotate this to this back view. Then I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to cutting grid, and I'm just going to divide it into 3 parts. So if you zoom in, you're going to see the dimension 800 millimeter on all of them. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm now going to click on tab, select this, click on tab again, hold control, select this panel, click on tab, hold control, select this panel. Then I'm going to click on this unpin. I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to select this metal aluminium. So now I'm just going to go back to this DPC, and I'm just going to select this now, and I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this from this point to, let's say, 3.3. So I'm going to click on this and try and make sure the dimension between this wall and this is 300 millimeters. So I'm just going to go to annotate, align, select this here, select this here, click on this and change it to 300. So I can now delete this dimension. So after doing this now, we're now going to just start copying. So I'm just going to select this. I'm going to click on copy. So I'm going to pick this point here and pick this one here. So now what I can do now is now to offset this from here. I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move this by, this is 500. I'm going to move this by 200. So now you can see that even though I moved it by 200, it's still attaching itself to this end. So I can manually drag it back to 2.4. So we can have something like this. Then I can click on this here. Can click on copy, click on this edge here as a reference, then paste this here. So we have another high level window. So for this theater, we can just copy one high level window around this wall here. And then we can see if we can place one somewhere here. Okay, we can place this here. So what we can do now is to increase the size of this high level window for this theater. So I'm going to increase this to 3 meters or even 3.6. Then I'm going to click on this grid here, and I'm going to change it to 1.2 meter. Click on this to change this to 1.2 meter. So it's going to be 1.2 balance. So I can click on this, click on move, click on this and move this to this grid first. Then click on this, move this off this grid by, let me use 112.5 first. So that is to just show is on the soffit of a 225 wall, because 112.5 on this side plus 112.5 on this side forms a 225 wall, and this grid moves in the center of a 225 wall. So I think you should get why I did it like that. So I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move this by, let me use 300. Click enter. So after doing this now, we are now going to know that this surgical theater, we are using this kind of high level window for it. So the X-ray and image processing, I can still use high level windows for them. So I can select this normal 2.5 meter and just 2.4 meter, click on copy it to this preparation room. Very important. Okay, I think it's too high for this. It's too much for this. So I can click on this normal window, click on copy, select this point edge here and copy it to this side here. Then I can click on move, and I can move this by, let's say, 300. Then click on this to bells, make sure it's set well. So we have the sterilization room. I can click on this. So this preparation room, I think it needs high level windows, not low level. So I'm going to change this to 1.5. So now I'm just going to click on delete element. So now we are going to go to 3D and we're going to look at this. So we can see this high level window here. So I think this is what we need, and we can use this for the toilets, for the conveniences as well. So if you go back to this DPC, well, I'm just going to select this and I'm going to click okay, move. Let me see if I can move this from this point to this point and see whether it will fit in well. So I think it fits in well, so I think we are good to go. So now this is done, we are just going to click on this, click on copy again, copy this from this point here to this point behind this duct. Then I'm going to copy this here. Then I can click on this one here and reduce this to 1.2. So you see that versatility I'm telling you when using curtain walls instead of windows. You can see how I'm just changing it on demand. So I'm just going to change this, select this grid in the middle, change it to 600. So I can select this to this curtain wall here. Then I can click on copy and copy it to this one here. Okay. So another thing we forgot is we forgot to put some grids here, some curtain grills here. So I'm going to select this, click on copy, click on this point, copy this to this point here, copy this to this point here, click on escape. So now we're just going to select this one here and just click on copy and just be copying it across this duct windows. So we're going to copy this here, here as well, here as well, here as well. Okay, we don't need it here. Let's be honest. So I can copy this here. I can click on copy and copy this from this point here to this point here. Then I can click on this and delete this. So now for these kitchen windows, the kitchen windows, we can still use these high level windows. I think it's still fine, but I want the kitchen to be more ventilated than that. So I'm just going to select this 3.6 window, click on copy this from this point here to this point here. Then adjust this, now move this by 300. Then I'm going to change this base offset from 1.5 to 1 meter. So it's just going to be above this worktop. Then I can even reduce this to 2.4. Then I'm just going to change this grid here to 800. Click on this, change this to 800. 2.4 divided by 3 is 800. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on mirror. Make sure this copy is checked on. Click on this grid here and mirror this to this point. So it's a bit too far, so I'm going to click on move and I'm going to move this by 450. So after doing this by 450, I'm just going to now select this toilet curtain wall windows, click on copy this here and copy this randomly outside this building. Then I'm going to click on rotate and I'm going to rotate this by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to click on move and I'm going to see whether I can place it here and it will fit in. So it didn't fit in, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. So I'm going to click on this, I'm going to click on move and I'm going to place this here. So I remember this is even a code store. So in this code store, we don't need any window here. So it's just the dry store we need window. So I think this is fine. So we're going to zoom out and we're going to continue in our placement of these high level windows here. So in this doctor's office, I can click on this normal window and I can click on copy. Click on this point here. Paste this at this point here. Then click on move and move this by 600. So after doing this now, I can now click on this. Okay, let me just try and balance this. So I'm just going to go to annotate, go to dimension, align, check this dimension here to this point, this 600 dimension here to this point, this 850. So I'm going to try to balance it out by making this one 750 or 725. Then I'm just going to delete these two dimensions here. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to try and just click on mirror. Try and select a center point here, then mirror this here. So I'm just going to click on this to confirm this and make this 725. Click enter. So for this image processing, we're just going to click on copy for this 2.4 meter, this 2.4 high level window. Click on copy, click on this point here. Then I'm just going to paste this here. Then I'm just going to paste this here. Then click on mirror and mirror this to this side. So for this storage, we are going to be using these toilet windows here. I'm going to select this curtain wall, click on copy, click on this point here, and put this at this storage. Then this single unit room, I can click on this, click on copy, pick this point here, and pick this point here. Then this general storage room, I can click on this, click on copy, pick this point here, copy this to this. Then I can leave this here because I don't want this to touch any column. Then this physician ward, I'm just going to select this our normal window, click on copy, pick this point here. So I just forgot something. These are labs and we cannot be having this window that the sill height is 300 millimeters. So I'm going to delete them and put a high level window here. So I'm going to copy this and just paste this here. I'm going to click on this here. Then make sure I just click on copy and just copy, replicate it here. Okay, so we have more space in this side, so I can just click on move and move this to this edge here. Then I can click on copy and copy this window here. So I can select these two windows here. So I'm just trying to ventilate this physician lodge as possible. Click on copy here. And this laundry, I'm going to be using this window, of course. I'm going to select this, click on copy. Copy this point from here to this point here to this point here. So I think we've done a nice work. So I'm going to click on save to save this project. So we are going to start trying to copy these windows to the subsequent floor. But let's just copy some of these convenience windows here. Click on copy and just copy some of these ones like these ones here to this point here. And here as well. Okay, I think this is too much, so I'm just going to, okay, let me just delete this first. Then I'm just going to click on this, go over here, click on this, click on copy, copy from this point here, and paste this here. Then paste this here as well. Then go here, paste this here. I can increase this here and drag this to this point, then click on this and change this to 750. Then I'll just click on copy, copy from this point here, paste this here. Okay, so I'm going to click on this curtain wall here, click on copy, copy from this point and accurately place this here. Then I'm going to also paste this here, but this time I'm going to click on this, change this to 600, click on this curtain wall itself and drag this to this point. Then I can click on copy, click on this edge here and copy this here, here as well, here too, here, and okay. So now I'm not going to go over here like this toilet here. I'm just going to select this curtain wall, click on copy, click on this point here and just copy it to be parallel to this. So after doing this, now we're just going to select the windows that I feel that will be repeated in multiple floors. So I'm just going to select this one here, hold Control, select all of them like this. The ones that I feel are just going to be repeated, so I'm just going to be selecting them. So anything I select, like I selected this mullion by mistake, I can click on filter and uncheck this curtain wall mullion, and I can just continue selecting these curtain walls. So I'm going to go to this wing and also select. Okay, another thing I said I'll do is I forgot it. So I'm going to hold shift and deselect some of these ones too. Or let me just hold control first, select all of this here as it is like this. So I'm not going to select this wing because this wing is a bit complex, so I'm just going to leave it. After selecting everything, I'm going to go to filter. I'm going to make sure it's only walls that are checked on. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste. Align selected level, hold control, select first, hold control, select second. I'm going to hold shift to deselect this. Okay, let me just select first, click on first, hold control, select second, and just click OK. Then we're going to wait for it to copy. And we're going to see how it comes out. So it's going to show, obviously there are some errors here, so I'm just going to click on delete element here. Okay, let me just click on this drop down. I'm going to click on replace panels. So if I go to 3D view now, we're now going to see what it copies. So if I rotate this to the front of the building, we're going to see there were a lot of windows that copied across each of these floor. But the good thing is that copying it like this is going to make sure all these windows are aligned vertically. Okay, so I'm now going to go over to first floor first, and I'm going to be seeing how the thing copied on first floor. So if you go to these spaces here, we're going to see some like this and like this. I'm thinking overall it's not bad, but the only thing is, for example, in these word spaces here, we're going to be needing a different type of window. So this consultant office still maintains it as it is here, which I think this is fine. If you go to this floor here, this other wing is kind of different, but I think it still meets the demand in this wing. It's not bad here. So I think overall we can just delete some of them, like this one here. We can even delete this here and delete this here. So what we do is, after we have copied this to the subsequent floor, we're now going to be deleting the type of windows that needs to be deleted, then adding the ones that needs to be added in peculiar cases. Alright, so we can start from this word. So in this word, we have some windows here. So these particular windows, they are not good for words because of their low level. And this low level will be causing, they are just 300 millimeter above the ground. So I don't think it's fine. So I'm just going to click on this and delete this. Click on this window here, delete this too. Go over here, click on this window. So what I can do, like this color room here, I can copy a window there. So I'm just going to click on copy and copy from this point here to this point. Okay, then I can click on delete to delete this one here. Click on this, delete this. Click on this to delete this, and click on this, delete this too. So I'm also going to go to this space here. This is a word, delete these two types of window. Okay, so I'm going to go over to this space. I think in this space is all right. So I can just select this window here, select this one here, select this, select this, select this. Then I'm just going to click on copy. Then I'm going to copy this from this point to this point here, so it will be cross ventilated. Then I'm just going to click on this and click on this zigzag, this two-way icon here to change the position, so it will look nice. Okay, so now this is done. We're now going to go, okay, I think these windows here are okay. We're going to go back to DPC and we're going to copy some fenestrations. We're going to click on this one here because on the first floor it's not there. We're going to select this one too. Hold control again, select this one here, select this one, select this one, select this one. Then we're going to go over to this theater here and we're going to just select this window here. Then click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, then click on first floor and click OK. Then I'm just going to go to this first floor here and Okay, for some reason this window didn't copy. Okay, so it copied. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to view range, click on edit, and change this view range from 1.2 to 1.9. Then I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click on OK. So we're going to see these high level windows here. So now I'm going to go back to this DPC again, where I forgot to place windows here. So I think there is a 1.5 meter window, so I'm going to select this here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this point from here to this point here and place this here, and also paste this here. Then I can click on this two-way icon, click on this two-way icon, then select both of them, hold Control, then click on copy to clipboard. Then we're going to click paste, align to selected levels, and I'm going to align it to first floor. So now this is done. We can now go back to, we can go to this side now. So we have some 2.4 meter high level window, wide high level window. So I can click on copy to clipboard and click on paste, align to selected levels, click on first floor. Then I'm just going to click OK. So let me just click on this first floor and see what we have here. So if we go to first floor, we are going to see why this is clashing. You can click on this to delete this. So we can just go back to DPC again, click on this one and see if copying it to clipboard, pasting it to selected levels, first floor. Let's see, hope it's not going to clash with anything. So it didn't clash. I'm going to go to first floor. So you can see the thing here. Okay, so now this is looking good. I think we are making progress. So we're now going to start copying these high level windows to this wall. So I'm just going to select this 2.4 meter. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy it from this point here, and I'm going to be copying it to this point here. So now I've copied this here. I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move it by, let's say, 300 millimeter. Okay. So if possible, I'm just going to click on copy, and I can just copy this at intervals here. Copy this to this point. Then I can copy, you see, we have a grid here. So I'm just going to copy this from here, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to click on this point here. Okay. I'm going to click on copy, click on this point here, and just paste this here. So this is going to be, remember this grid here is for this ramp wall, so it's not really a place they are going to place columns here. So we can place this here. Then I'm now going to click on copy again, and I'm going to copy this by, let's say, 3.3 meter. Then I'm just going to click on this. Okay, I can even reduce the distance between this. I can go to annotate, go to align, dimension this point here to this edge. Then I'm just going to click on this and change this to 300. So after doing this now, I can click on this zigzag icon here, click on this. The same for this, click on this here. Then I'm just going to select one here and just copy it, click on copy, and just copy this from this point here to this point. Click on this, change this here. Then I'm just going to click on copy and copy. Okay, click on copy here and copy from this point here. Copy from this point to this point. Click on this and change this direction here. So we have a cross ventilated. So instead of doing this, I can click on this and delete this here. I can click on this, delete this. So I'm going to go over to this point here. I think, okay, I'm going to delete these windows here. So I'm just going to go over to this point where we have these normal windows here, and we have this one, this normal window here. I'm going to click on this window, and I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to move it by, let's say, 1.8. After moving it like this, I can now select these two curtain wall windows, click on mirror, then mirror it to this other wing. So after doing so, now we have something like this. I'm just going to click on this window and delete this. Then I'm going to click on this and adjust this by, let's say, 900. Okay, so we have a cross ventilated wall, so I can delete this. So you can see the high level windows are on this side where the bed heads are. So I'm just going to try and replicate what I have here on this side. So I'm just going to click on this. and I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this edge here and copy this to this point. Then I'm also going to click on this, click on copy, pick this edge too, and copy this here. Okay, so we, unlike this side now, we have an issue. We have a grid running through this place, so I cannot place this here. I'm going to delete this. So I'm going to click on this cutting wall here. I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to be moving it by 900 millimeter. So I'm just going to select this one here, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to pick this grid here, and I'm just going to go over here and pick this grid here. So I'm still going to maintain that effective distance from this grid. So after doing this now, I can now select this. I can click on copy and just copy this to this point, to 3.6 here. So I am just going to do the same thing for this wall here. I'm just going to select this here. I'm going to select this wall here, this cutting wall here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm just going to copy this from this point here all the way to this point, and do the same thing here. Okay, so now this is done. I think we have made good progress so far. This dispensary storage, I can click on this and delete this type of window here, and I'm going to put high level windows. So I can click on this one, click on copy, and copy this window from this point here to this point. Click on this and change the direction. So I'm also going to go back to this DPC now. So this dispensary, I'm also going to delete these normal windows that are here in this dispensary. Dispensary should have high level windows. Dispensary stores. So I'm going to delete it here. I'm also going to go to this labs here, delete this here. Click on this, delete. Click on this, delete. Go to this storage, delete. Then I'm now going to go over here. I'm going to copy this type of window. Click on copy. Copy from this point here. Paste this here first. Then click on this zigzag icon to change the position. Then I'm just going to edit this distance to 600 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy from this point here to this point, then to this point. So after doing this now, I'm also going to click on this, click on copy, pick this point here, and copy this here. Then also click on this and copy this to this point. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to adjust this because this is falling on a grid. Okay, so I can adjust this to this end here by 1.5. Well, let me just flush it with this one. Then I can just click on copy, and I can copy from this point to this point. Alright, so I'm just going to click on this and change this direction here. So I think to a large extent we have sorted out this wing. So I'm just going to click on this window here. Click on this, click on this, click on copy to clipboard, then click on paste. Align to selected levels, then just set this first floor. Then I'm going to click on this first floor. Then let's see how it's looking. So we have copied this, and I think this is looking good. So what we're going to do now is we're going to start copying some of these high level windows that are necessary. Let me delete this, necessary for these spaces. So I'm just going to click on this dispensary window, click on copy this from this point here up to this point here. Then click on this, click on escape, click on this and change this direction. So now I'm going to click on this prep room window. I'm going to click on delete. Then I'm just going to select this window here. And I'm also just going to click on copy, and I'm going to select this point here and copy this to this point here. Then I'm just going to also go here and copy this window to somewhere here. So after doing this now, I think this is good, and we have done a nice work here. So I'm just going to select this examination room. I can select these windows here, select this one, select this one, select this one, and then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy from this point here to this point here. Then I'm going to click on this and change this direction. Click on this, change this direction here. Click on this, change this direction. Click on this, change this direction. So you see, the thing about these hospitals is, considering the fact that we have a lot of spaces, so we just need to be working wing by wing to be solving it. If not, it's going to just, we're going to be wasting a lot of time. Like, it's just going to be convoluted, and we might make a lot of mistakes. So we're just going to be taking it one wing after the other. So I'm going to hold Control for these 3 WCs. Select all the cutting walls here. Then I'm going to click on copy. Pick this point here. And copy this here. So I'm going to click on escape. So I'm now going to go over to this wing here. I think we have a 1.5 meter toilet. Select this cutting wall here, this high level window. Click on copy, then copy this to this point here, and copy this to this point here as well, to this point here as well. So after doing this now, I'm now going to select this here, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this from this point to this point here. Then I'm going to select this and click on copy from this point here to this point. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to go to rotate to 3D view. Then we're just going to check something. So you can see these are first floor where we have what. So what we are going to do now is we're going to delete, since this first floor, since if you go to this first floor here, the same word system we have here, if you go to this second floor, is exact same word system we have. So we're just going to be deleting all these windows in this second floor. On this wing, deleting these ones as well. Hold Control, select all these ones here. So after selecting it, we can click on delete. Then we are going to go back to this first floor here, and we're just going to select, okay, let's copy a window here to this color room. So I'm just going to select this one here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here, and I'm just going to copy this to this point here. I'm going to click on this and change this direction. So I'm going to just select one. Okay, I can click on this here, click on copy, copy from this point here to this point. Click on this and change this direction here. So now I'm just going to hold Control, select this cutting walls here, all of them on this first floor. Since we have the exact same things on the second floor, we're just going to copy it to clipboard and paste it on that second floor. Then I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, and I'm going to click on, okay, they say some elements cannot copy, so I'm going to go to filter. I'm going to make sure I remove these windows, click OK. Then I'm going to make sure it's only the cutting walls I selected. So I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard, then click on paste, align to selected levels, then select second floor and click OK. So I'm just going to go to this second floor. Let's see what we did. So some of these windows were created. Okay, I think if I now click on this edit view range here, I'm now going to change this to 1.9 as well. Click on apply and click on OK. So we have two windows clashing here, so I can just select one of them, this one that is from 300mm, and click on delete. So it's not going to be clashing with this one. So I think we have sorted things out. So I'm just going to click on this window here, click on copy, select this point here and copy this to this point. Okay, so after doing this, I think we are sorted out for this wing. So let's go back to first floor. So in this first floor, we're now going to go to this wing. I think we're sorted out for this wing. So we're now going to be going into this surgical theater. So for these prep rooms, I'm going to be using this kind of 2400 millimeter wide windows. Then for these theaters, for most of the theaters, I'm going to be using this very long high level window. So I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move this. So this window, because of contamination, I'm going to make the window to be from okay, I'm going to make the window be from here, although it will be locked most of the time. So I'm just going to place this here. And instead of doing this, since this is the dirty lobby, I can just make this window to be on this wing. So the air entering this theater will be very controlled. So I'm just going to click on move. I'm going to click on move and move this to this point here. Then click on this and change this direction. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to dimension here. And I'm just going to dimension, okay. Dimension this point to this point. So this 2.7 meter, I think is very okay. So I'm just going to select this here. I'm going to now click on copy. And I'm going to copy from this point here to this point here. I'm just going to be selecting this point here as a reference. So we have a column point here, so we can't copy this here. So I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to change this, click on this and change this dimension to 3.6. It's still not enough. I'm going to change it to 4.2. Okay, I think 4.2 is fine. Then I'm just going to select this here, select this first one again, and see whether I can copy it to this other theater here. So I'm going to select this, click on copy here, click on this point here, and copy this here. Then I'm going to copy this here too. So we have another issue, another column issue. So what we're going to do is we're just going to select this here, and I'm just going to delete this. Then I'm going to be using this 2.4 meter high level window. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to select this grid here. Then I'm just going to paste this here. So I'm going to click on this and change this direction here. Then change this to 2.7. Or let me change it to 2.4. So I think so far we have made good progress. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select this curtain wall here. I'm going to click on this grid here, and I'm just going to select this grid here and just copy it to this grid here. So remember, I blocked off this lobby for a reason. So I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to change this dimension here to 1.8. Okay, I don't think 1.8 is enough, so I'm going to drag this. Okay, I'm just going to drag this back to 3.6. So I'm also going to click on this, make this 1.2, or make it 1.350. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this. Then I'm now going to click on copy. Then I'm going to click on this grid here, and I'm going to copy this to this grid here. The same thing here. Here too as well. Here too. And here too. Okay. So I'm also going to click on this and copy this to somewhere here. Then I'm going to click on move and move this by 300 millimeter, or make this 225 off this wall. Okay, so after doing this now, we can now copy this sterilization unit. We can now copy some high level windows here. So for this monitor room, I think we can leave, and this prep room, you can be using this kind of curtain wall here, this 2.4 meters. So I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this to this here. This too much, click on escape. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to try and centralize this one to about, let me change this dimension to, let's say, 900. Then I'm just going to click on copy, select this edge here, copy this to this point here, copy this here, click on this, copy, click on this point as reference, copy this here. Okay, so we have this on a grid line, so it cannot work. So I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move this to this point here. So I'm going to also select this monitor room here. I'm going to So currently we have another high level window here, but we don't have enough space to put this. So let me just copy these other ones for now. First, click on this, click on copy from this point here, paste this here. So I'm going to go to this DPC. So this single unit room, I'm going to be putting a single high level window here. I think this one is okay. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, first, second, hold control. Let me just select, click on first floor, hold control, click on second, and click OK. Then if you go to this first floor, we can already see this curtain wall here, but we're just going to click on this, click on copy this from this point to this point here, this nursery station. Okay, this is still too long, so I'm going to go back to DPC. I'm going to now copy the third longest high level window, that is the one smaller than this 2.4. So I think we have this 1.5 here. This 2.4, we can still click on this, click on copy, and copy this one from this point here to this point. Okay, it can work. So we're just going to select this one here, click on copy. Okay, we actually have a window here, so I think this can still work. So I'm just going to click on this window here. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, first floor, and I'm going to click OK. So we're going to go back to this first floor here. Now we have gone back to the first floor. I think this is the window we copied. So we're going to just click on this and click on copy from here. Then select this point here and copy this to this monitor room here. Then I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to delete this here. So these monitor rooms always have a curtain wall linking them to this theater. So I'm just going to select this, click on copy this high level window here, paste this here. Then okay, even delete this. Instead, I'm just going to click on this 2.41, click on copy this here, click on rotate this by 90 degrees. On join element, click on move, then select this center point here and click on it and move it to this point. Then I'm just going to click on copy and replicate it throughout all the theaters. So I'm just going to click on copy from this point here. Okay, so we have all the monitor rooms. Okay, so now I'm just going to select this here. I'm still working on this surgical theater, so I'm trying to make sure that all the spaces are ventilated. So example, now we have these two ducts here, and the duct didn't go from second floor and pass through here. So I'm going to go to this second floor here. I'm going to click on save project. So it's going to save this project. Then I'm going to go to this second floor where these two ducts are. So apparently these ducts are not even meant to reach here. So I'm going to select both of them here, and I'm going to change it from lintel 2 to lintel 1. So it's going to stop at the ground floor. So I'm going to go back to first floor, and our coast is clear here. So now we are just going to select, I think, this window here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this from this point here up to this point here. The same thing, I'm going to select these two, click on copy this from this point here up to this point. This last prep room, I can click on this, since I don't think I'll be able to place. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this window here, click on copy, pick here, then pick here too. Then I'm going to copy this to this point here. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on this window here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here, pick this edge, and copy this here. So I'm now going to click on this and change this direction here. So I'm going to select this cutting wall, click on copy, then pick this point here, then pick here. I'm also going to pick here and pick here. After doing this now, I'm going to zoom out here. I'm just going to see. So I'm just going to cross check for spaces that I think don't have that are not ventilated in this surgical theater. So I think we have almost solved the issues here. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to go and copy to this sterilization room. I'm going to click on this window here, click on copy, select this edge here, and copy this to this sterilization room here. So for this sterilization room, I'm also going to select this. We're going to click on copy and copy this to this point here, as well as copy another one by distance of 4.7. So we're just going to click on this, change this direction, click on this, change this here. So this recovery word, we are going to be doing something similar. Select this here, click on copy, pick this edge here and copy this to this point. Then click on this and change this dimension, reduce this distance to, let's use 600. Then I'm just going to click on copy, pick this point here and copy this here. So I'm just going to select for this recovery word, I can now put normal window here, select these two windows here on these two grids, or select this one here, click on copy, pick this point here and just copy it straight up to this point here. Then we're just going to click on move and adjust this to the center point of this wall. So I'm just going to move this to this edge here, click on move, move this by, let's say, 2.4, click on copy, copy this by, let's say, 3.6, and copy this by another 3 meter. Then the intensive care unit doesn't usually have a window like that. So what we're going to do is we're just going to place one high level window there, click on copy, pick this edge here, and then place this. So there might be a column here, so I can click on this and just adjust this to this point. Then I'm just going to click on copy and I'm going to copy this here. So I'm going to click on this and move this to the edge. So after doing this, now for this monitoring room, I'm going to go back to this point here where we have this curtain walls in this monitoring room. I'm going to click on copy. So I'm just going to copy this to the back, to this side here, place this here, and also place this here. So we have the monitoring room serving this two ICUs. Then I'm going to click on this high level window. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to click on this and copy this to this point here. It can't enter. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm now going to go over to this prep room small high level window. Then I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here, and I'm just going to copy it to this point. Okay, so after doing this now, I think we are done with most of these wings on this first floor. So let's go to the second floor. So the second floor, we already have somewhat of a template here. So this template, we are going to try and see how we can use it on this wing. So for instance, we have this 300mm curtain walls here. So I'm just going to delete this. I don't think this can work. So I'm just going to be deleting these curtain walls. So I think these walls are going to be the easiest to place because, let's be honest, most of the design factors, these walls were prioritized. All these ducts here is because of the walls. So I'm just going to delete all of this. I'm going to go over to this side. I'm going to also select this and delete. So before going any further, I'm just going to try and look at this facade and look at all this window placement, how it's looking. So on the ground and first, I think on this front, the thing is not looking too inconsistent. We have almost the same thing going from this point to this point. We have two consistent window placement going from here to here. The same with this side. But we have some minor changes here and there in this other wing, which I think is still fine. So on going to this second floor now, we're now going to see what we can do here. So we're going to be using the same principle we used in placing windows, cutting one windows here on this side and place them here. So let's start from this toilet ones. So what we're going to do is we're just going to select this here, select this too, select this, then click on copy from this edge here up to this point here. So of course we have a problem, so we're going to delete this and click delete. So we're going to click on this. Okay, so this can't even work. So let's delete this first. So we're going to click on this cutting wall, reduce, drag this out of here, reduce this overall distance to 1.2 meter, click enter, then select the center grid and make this 600 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on move, then move this from this point here to this point. Then I'm going to click on copy and I'm going to copy this here to this point here, then to this point. Then I'm just going to click on copy again, pick this point and copy this here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to select this cutting wall here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here and pick this point here. Then I'm just going to pick this here, click on copy again, pick this point and pick this point here. So I think we have sorted that for the toilet. I'm just going to click on copy and copy this one here and paste this here. Okay, so now this is done. We're just going to select this cutting wall here, these two here. Okay, I don't think it's this two. I'm going to select one here and I'm just going to click on copy and I'm going to pick this edge here and copy this here. So since potentially I think the only place we'll have a column here is maybe around this point or this point, but probably this point. So these grids here are not restricted, so I can click on this, click on move this by 600. Then I'm going to drag this off this expansion joint. Then I'm just going to click on this, click on copy, select this point here, copy it by 4.2 and copy this again by another 4.2. So these words, I'm just going to select 1, 2, 3. Then I'm going to click on copy again. I'm going to pick this edge here and I'm going to copy it to this point here. Then I'm going to copy this again to this point here. Then I'm just going to copy this again here. So for this space now, I'm just going to delete this cutting wall here, delete, click on this delete. Then I'm just going to select this one here and just centralize it. Okay, this is a color room, so I don't need to use this high level window. So I can go back to first floor. Okay, let me go back to second floor. Let me go back to, okay, let me go to this wing. So from this wing now, I can select this normal window, click on copy, select this point here and copy this here. Then select this, change this direction, click on copy again, select this and copy this to this point. Then I can select this window here, click on copy it from here up to here. And click on this to change this direction. So we have this word here and we're going to try and just be copying these windows the way it is on this other word. So I'm going to select these two here. This one's close to this door on this wing. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here and I'm just going to copy it to this same point here. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to zoom out, select these two here on this side. click on copy, pick this point here, then copy it to this other two here. Okay, so the only issue with this one is this one fell on a grid. So what we're going to do is we're just going to click on this, and this one didn't fall on a grid. We're just going to adjust this, change this to, let's say, 2.4 or 1.8. Click on this 1.8. Okay, it can work as well, so I'm going to click on cancel. So I might as well delete this one here since it may cause too much of an issue. Then I'll just click on this and reduce this to, let's say, 11 meter. Too small, so I'm going to reduce it to 12 meter. Okay, I think this is fine. So I can click on this now, still click on copy this from this point to here. Then I'm now going to try and do that same thing I did before. Select these two here like this, click on this edge here, click on copy, and copy this to this point here. So I think this one works here, but I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to adjust this a bit. I'm going to move this by 600. So for this, I can delete this one. Click on escape, click on this and delete this here. Click on this, delete this. Then I think selecting these two windows here, clicking on this wall, copy, clicking on this edge here, and copying this here is much better. So now we now have the issue. So I can click on this TV and just reduce this TV to this point, drag it closer to this point here, click on move this edge here, then select this and reduce this distance to 1.5, or let's increase it to 1.8. Then click and move. Okay, so after doing this, now I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to hold Control, select this cutting wall, select this one too, select this 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, hold Control, select this 8, 9, 10, 11. Since we have the same word here, hold Control, select this 13, 14, Control. Make sure you're only selecting the wall, cutting walls itself. Hold Control here, select this one too as well. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to pick this center wall center line here and just copy this to this point here. So we are going to have all these windows here. So we forgot to select these two here. Hold Control, we're going to select it now. Then I'm going to click on copy and copy this from this point here to this point here. Okay, so now I think we have placed majority of this window. So we're going to click on this one and we're going to adjust it. So I'm going to click on this, click on move, and we'll also move this to this point here. Okay, even if this cannot work, I'm just going to select this, click on mirror it by, okay, select this one here, click on mirror it from this point by 45 degrees, then click on this one here, delete this, click on this too, delete this too, click on this door here, click on mirror it by 45 degrees, then click on this one here and delete this. So this space will have serve as maybe a lobby before the toilet. So I can now click on this Word 7 window, delete this, then I'll now click on this high level window here, click on copy, select this point here and copy this here, and then I think that is done. So now we are going to go back to first floor. So we have this same window here. I'm going to select this and delete this. So in that first floor again, I'm going to go back to DPC here. Okay, in DPC we don't have any window on this edge here. So I'm just going to go to first floor again. I'm going to select this window in this cutting one in the window. Then I'm going to click on copy. Then I'm going to copy this off here. I'm going to copy this to this point here. Rotate this by 90 degrees. I'm going to unjoin elements, make this back to 1.2. Click on this grid, centralize it back to 600. Then click on move this point here. Uncheck this constraint. Click on move. Okay, and click on this, just click on copy since it's stubborn, and copy this here. Then I'm going to click on this, delete this. So I can click on this now, copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected level, second floor. So now I'm just going to go back to 3D and check out how this is looking so far. So I think this is not bad. The facade design might be tough, but I think we'll still do it. So I'm just going to click on this cutting wall here. Don't think we need this here, so I'm going to leave this for now. Okay, so now I've made progress in the fenestration, but there's still a long way to go in completing this hospital design. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Save to save my project. All right, so now we have placed most of these fenestrations. Let's just start placing the major curtain walls. So these major curtain walls are curtain walls that literally run from across many floors. So we're going to go back to this NGL. Okay, sorry, we're going to go to DPC and not NGL. Well, let's just wait for this thing to save. So I'm going to go to DPC here. So these major curtain walls is what is going to guide us in forming our main facade design. Okay, so these curtain walls will run. For example, the curtain walls can be in this emergency staircase. It can be where this entrance is. It can also be in all these spaces that allows for curtain walls to run across each floors. Then after that, we are now going to create our perforations here. So let's just take this one after the other. So the first thing to do is to create a curtain wall, a glazed curtain wall system in this entrance. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line from this point here. I'm also going to draw another line from here. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall. Then I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm just going to call this curtain wall main instead of curtain wall windows. So after giving this name, I'm going to click on OK. Then for this vertical layout, I think I'm just going to leave it as empty. Okay, let me just add a vertical layout to this. So I'm going to add a vertical layout to fixed distance, change this from none to fixed distance. Then this 1.5 distance is okay. Then I'm going to pick from here to this point here. Then once I do it, you are going to see the munions are already appearing from this fixed vertical distance. So I'm going to click on this zigzag icon here. Then I'm going to go to 3D here. Then I'm just going to rotate this to the front. Then I'm going to click on this curtain wall. I forgot to set the constraint well. I'm going to reset this base constraint to 0. Then I'm just going to set this top constraint to first floor, but I'm going to put a top offset of -450. So it's just going to flush in with this. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on cutting grid. Then I'm just going to place a cutting grid at this lintel level. So another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just click on tab till I select one of these grids here. Once I select it, I'm going to unpin it. Then I'm going to delete this. If I can delete this, I'm just going to click on delete. So if I can't delete this, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on this curtain wall here. I'm going to click on edit type. Then I'm going to change this from fixed distance to none, and I'm going to click apply. Then I'm just going to click OK. I'm not going to click on delete grid line, so I'm going to click OK. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on tab, select this one here, then delete this. Then go over here, click on tab 2. Select this here and click on delete. Click on escape, click on tab, select this one grid here, click on delete. Then what I can now do now is to rotate this here. So after rotating this, if you go back to if you rotate this to this front, these two panels here, I want to make them curtain wall embedded doors. So I'm just going to click on tab the same way I do it for curtain wall embedded windows. So once the panel is highlighted, I'm going to click on it. I'm going to go over here to hover around this cut munion here, then click on tab till I select this panel, hold Control, then select it. So after doing this now, we are now going to go and unpin it. Click on this drop down. Remember, in that curtain wall, we also brought in a curtain wall embedded double swing door. So we have the single panel door, we have the double swing door. So I'm just going to select this double swing. Okay, so this is 3 meters wide, which I think is rather too much for a door. So I'm going to click on tab to select this cutting grid here, and I'm going to reduce this to 2.4. Then I'm also going to do the same here. Click on tab, reduce this to 2. Okay, increase this to 2.1. Okay, so after doing this, I think this is okay, let me click on tab again just to make sure this is 2.4. So after doing this now, we have the curtain wall in this entrance. So what you can do just to create some variation here and some interesting stuff, if you are familiar with my former videos, you will be familiar with what I want to do now. I'm just going to click on tab on one of these panels here. Then I'm going to, once I've selected the panel, I'm going to unpin it. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down. If you don't have any panel here, like I don't think we have any panel. Okay, let's see. So we have a lot of panels here, but what we can just do is to just we have this glaze panel, we have brown panel. So I'm just going to show you how to create a new panel. I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 01 green panels. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So I'm going to change this offset to 10 millimeter. I'm going to change this thickness to, okay, 25 is okay. Then I'm going to click on this material here and click on it to change it. Then I'm going to just right click, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 green cladding panels. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. Then I'm now going to click on appearance. I'm going to click on metallic paint. Then I'm just going to click on this green flaked paint. Then I'm going to go to graphics, make sure I check this render appearance, use render appearance, click on apply, click OK, apply, and click OK. Then we have created, you see, we have changed this to a green panel. So I'm just going to alternate, select this panel here now, click on it. Once I've selected it, I'm going to click on tab again. Once I highlight this panel over this door, I'm going to hold Control to just select it. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to click on tab here, hold Control, select this panel here, click on tab, hold Control, select this panel here. So we have this, I think there are 1, 2, 3, 4 of them for now. Then I'm just going to click on tab again, select this panel here, hold Control, select it, leave Control, hit on tab again, hold Control, select this. Then I'm just going to go here, unpin this, click on this drop down and change this to green panel. So we're going to see the green panels will appear here. So I'll just click on it and it has changed. So this is looking nice. So now we're going to also draw another curtain wall panel system here. And it's in this curtain wall panel system here, we're now going to do the facade design and create provision where we're going to put the hospital logo, which is going to be very big, and we're going to use it as a design element. So I'm just going to go to first floor. So in this first floor now, I'm now going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from here. But before we start drawing this line, I want to do some things on this facade before I start drawing these major curtain walls. So for this, I'm going to be drawing some walls. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to form a design element. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture, click on wall, change this from curtain wall, and change this to 225 main wall. Then after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this wall here, this parapet wall over this entrance, and drag it out a bit. Then I'm just going to click on annotate, detail line, and I'm going to draw a profile. It's going to start from here up to 1.2 meters. Then it's going to go and stop, let's say at 600 here. Then I'm now going to draw another distance from here up to 3 meters. and it's going to offset 300 millimeter. Then I'm just going to draw a diagonal line joining this. So you are going to see what I want to create now. So I want to create a major sun shading devices for the elements on this wing. Then also in that same vein, I'm now going to click on this point here, draw a line from here up to this same 1.2. Then I'm also going to go up to this point here. I think it's best, let me just imagine how it will look. So I think we can stop this here. Then I'm just going to draw another line from here up to 600 millimeter and draw it down here. Then the same thing, I'm going to draw a line here up to 3 meter. Then bring it out by 300 millimeter to this point. Then join this here. Okay, so now we have drawn this line. Now we are going to do some line work. So also I'm going to go back to DPC and I'm going to be doing something similar for this entrance. So you are going to see how this is going to form comprehensive. I'm going to go to detail line. So this is currently 8 meter. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to draw a line from here up to 1.2. Okay, I think 1.2 might be. Let me hit Ctrl Z. This span is already too much. I'm going to draw a line back from here, reducing this drop off to 1.2. Then I'm going to extend it up to 3.6 meter. Then I'm going to draw another line here up to 300. Draw another one here up to 600. Then join this here. So let's start from this. Let's start creating walls from here. So this is going to be a green area, obviously, and I'm going to put a kind of column here. So you're just going to see what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm going to set this form. Okay, let me just click on tab, select all of this, click on copy, paste, align to selected views, NGL, paste it at the natural ground level. Then I'm going to go to NGL and draw from there. So I'm going to click on wall. Then I'm going to set this from NGL to first floor. I'm going to change this base offset to 0, and I'm going to put this top offset to 300 millimeter. So once we are drawing these walls, it's going to overlap with the walls on the first floor, but it's fine. So I'm just going on those 12 walls on this. So I'm going to click on this location line and change it to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draw a line here. You are going to see the error message showing, but like I said, it's fine. So after doing this now, if you go back to first floor now, we're now going to see where it clashes. So I'm going to select this wall and drag this back here. I'm also going to click on this wall, select it and drag it back. Then there is a misalignment on this wall. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this wall here. I'm going to go back to NGL. So I'm just going to click on TL on my keyboard. So I'm going to be seeing 10 lines. So I'm going to click on this. Then I'm just going to try and disjoin this first here. Then I'm just going to click on move and I'm going to move this here. So I can now click on this slanted wall. I can drag this back. Click on this, drag this forward. So I think it forms well. Then this wall here, I can click on this wall and just adjust this wall. So what I can do, I can even click on this wall, click on this and change it to 150 wall. So it will just, I'm just trying to make sure it's not clashing too much. Then I can also click on this wall here, change it to 150 wall. Okay, so there will be enough space here, so this thing will just form a good comprehensive element. So if I go back to this first floor here, I can also go back to this NGL. Then I can click on this particular wall here. Let me just delete this line. I can click on this wall here, click on copy this from this point to this point, since this is an expansion joint. Then click on these walls that are not on the soffit, that is this soffit of these overhead beams. Those are those dwarf walls on the first floor. Then once I select these 3 walls, I'm going to hold Control, select them. Then I'm just going to go over to this top offset, change it from 300 to -150. So it's just going to flush in with the slab above it. Then if you go to 3D view, you are going to see the element we just created and it's looking very nice. So we're now going to go back to this first floor here. Then we are going to now draft the walls to form this element. So I'm going to go to wall here. I'm going to be using this 150 wall first, and this time I'm going to stop it at lintel level at I'm going to be drawing it to 600 millimeter above the lintel level. It's not going to reach the ceiling level, so it's just going to be on top of the lintel level, so it will connect with the lintel beam. So I'm going to change this from finish face exterior to finish face exterior to finish face interior. Then I'm going to change this from lintel 2 to lintel 3. I think, yes, that is correct. So I'm just going to draw a wall here, draw it to this point. Then I'm going to change this to 2254. Then I'm just going to draw this to form a comprehensive box. So this one in particular here, this wall here, I can change it to 450 instead of 600, so it's not going to be clashing with the overhead walls there. So even this one too, I can change this one here to 450 here. So you are going to see the reason why. So if you go to 3D now, you are going to see how this is forming here, but we are not yet done yet. So let's go back to this first floor, go to this dwarf wall here, and just join this here to form a comprehensive element. So we are going to be doing the same thing for this wing here. We are going to click on this window here. I think if you go to 3D view, what we can just do, okay, is to just shift these windows off these walls here, because okay, this one can stay, but this one will have to move. So I'm going to click on both of them, these two windows here. I'm going to go to first floor, and I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move them by this 375. I'm going to drag it off this wall here, so it's not going to. So if I go back to 3D view now, I think we have moved both of them. So let's go back to first floor and draft this wall here. So I'm going to go to wall. I'm going to click on this 2254, of course lintel 2 to 600. Then I'm just going to click on this, changes from wall center line to finish face exterior. Then I'm going to draw a wall here and a wall here. Then I'm now going to change this to 450 here. Then I'm going to draw another wall from this point here. Then I'm going to change this to 150 wall. Then I'm going to draw it from this point here to this point here. Okay, it's showing can't keep elements unjoined. I'm just going to click on unjoin elements, click on wall, and draw this wall here. So what I'm just going to do is I may click on this wall, unjoin this here, then click on this wall here and stop this at this point first, then click on this and just join this here. Then I'm just going to fuse this here. So I think this has formed perfectly. So on the flip side, I just noticed this will be covered, so I'm going to just delete this curtain wall. So since this is a dispensary storage, I think it can manage with these two high level windows. So you see the sacrifices we are making for facade design. Then I'm going to create a dwarf wall. So this is going to be like a green balcony where maybe potted flower plants are going to be on. So I'm still going to look for a potted flower component that is not too heavy. Let me just rename this as waiting area. Just a quick correction. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm going to change this to 2254. Then I'm going to be changing this base offset to -450. Then to this lintel, I'm going to click on -2100 millimeter. Then I'm just going to just draw this from this point here. And draw this from this point here. Okay, so if you look at this now, another thing I wanted to do is I wanted to like lock up this place. I don't know if you get. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on this draft wall and drag it to this point. Then I'm going to go to annotate, click on detail line. Then I'm just going to draw another line up to this point here and join it to this point. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to change this constraint to second floor. Then I'm going to change this offset to 0 or change it to 300 and click enter. Then I'm just going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on mirror, click on this point and mirror this to by 45 degrees. Then drag this here. So I'm also going to do the same, click on mirror, mirror this here by 45 degrees, that is 135. Then make sure this top offset now is now -150. Then I'm just going to drag this to this point here. So I'm going to drag this dwarf wall here. So let's see what this element have created on the 3D view. So if you look at this, you can see what it has created. So I'm just going to select this wall here, select hold control, select this wall, and I'm going to, even this one too, I'm going to change this base offset to -450. Okay, so after doing this now, we have like, okay, see the mistake we made. I'm just going to hold control, select all these walls here. Then I'm going to change this top constraint to second floor level. Okay, so you can see the progress we are making here. I think instead of 600, I'm going to hold control, change this to 300 offsets. Click on this too. Then I'm going to change this to -150. So now this is done. I'm just going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, select second floor, and paste this here. Okay, so we have a balcony in this front here. Okay, so this is looking nice. We're now going to create another overhead beam, kind of holding this whole entrance here. So I'm just going to rotate this here. This time I'm now going to go to lintel 3 level. So in this lintel 3 level, we're now going to go click on detail line, and we're going to just draw some overhead beams here. So I'm going to draw this up to, let's see, I'm going to draw this up to this point here. I'm going to the beam over here will just come out by 900 millimeter. Then I'm going to draw it up to this point where it aligns with this wall. Then I'm going to draw another drop down of 1.2. Then I'm just going to draw this wall here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on architecture, click on walls. Then I'm going to set a wall from this lintel 3 to ceiling level. Then I'm going to put this top offset to -600. So -600 is not enough because the unconnected height is 900. So we want a height that will be 600. So our target is 600. So to get that, we are going to put -900. So after we put -900, that is from lintel 3 to ceiling level, and put a top offset of -900, we are going to get 600 millimeter here. Then I'm going to just click on this edge here. Okay, change this to finish face interior. Pick here as well, pick here as well. Go to wall again, pick here, and stop this here. So if you go to 3D view now, you are now going to see this element I was looking to create here. Okay, so now after doing this, we are now going to put a slab that is going to, a roof deck that is going to deck this protrusion here. Okay, so I can click on this wall now and change it from lintel 3 to from ceiling level to lintel 3. So it's just going to block off this place here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to rotate this to this top view. Then I'm just going to go to floors. I'm going to set it at roof deck. Then I'm going to set the level at lintel 3 level. Then I'm going to make sure it's 600 millimeter above the lintel 3. Then I'm just going to click on pick line 2. I'm going to pick here too, pick here, pick here, pick here. Then I'm just going to pick here too, and I'm going to trim all of them together. Click on this trim to trim this line here, trim this line here. Then I'm just going to trim this line here, and I'm going to click finish, don't attach. So now we have decked this. We are now going to make provisions for these floors here. So we are going to go to first floor, and we're just going to put a different kind of flooring for this balcony, because this balcony is basically going to contain green area. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on floor. Then I'm going to put this roof deck, but I'm going to make sure it's 300 millimeter above the first floor level. So it's going to flush with the soffit of this balcony, because it's not for people to flex on top. It's just to keep, let's say, plants, potted plants. So I'm going to pick this here, pick this line here, pick here as well. Pick here and pick here. Then I'm just going to trim this together. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish. So I'm going to click on this 3D view here. I'm going to rotate this to this view, so you can see the slab on this on this balcony here. So I'm going to click on it, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected level, second floor, and I'm going to click OK. So I'm now going to click on edit profile, and I'm just going to go to this second floor where we have all these spaces here. Then I'm just going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to pick here, and I'm just going to trim this. Then I can click on this and delete these lines here. Then click finish. Don't attach. So now we have done this. This is looking nice. If you look at our facade already, it's already coming out well. So now we have this hood. We now have the freedom to create the curtain wall panel in this central place here, in this central part where the hospital logo is going to be. Okay, so I'm just going to go to first floor. Then I'm now going to click on annotate. I'm going to draw some detail line from this point here to this point. Then I'm going to draw some from this point here to this point. Then I'm now going to draw my panel, my glazing panel. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to roof. I'm going to go to walls. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to be selecting this curtain wall. This curtain wall CW main. Then I'm going to set the constraints, right? So I'm going to set it up to lintel 3, from first floor to lintel 3. Then I'm going to click on this offset and place it at 0. So I'm now going to draw a wall from this point here up to this point. So I'm just going to click on 3D here. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on edit type, and I'm just going to change this to fixed distance first. Click apply. So it's going to create gauge. Okay. Click on cancel. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. So what he did was he affected this one. So I can click on this curtain wall. I can change it from curtain wall main to curtain wall windows now. Then I'm now going to click on this curtain wall main here, and I'm now going to edit it. Then I'm just going to make sure I check this fixed distance. Click apply and click OK. So you see, it didn't affect this one. So it's just like a smart trick I used here. So I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to cutting grids, and I'm going to place some horizontal segments, one here at this floor here and one at this lintel level. So after doing this, now what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on tab. These munions here, I'm going to click on them, and I'm just going to unpin it and delete it. So I'm going to do the same here. Unpin it, delete it. I'm also going to do the same here. Unpin it and delete it. So I'm still going to do it for this point here. Unpin it. You're going to see the purpose why. Delete it. So this munion, this cutting grids here, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on add or remove segment. Then I'm just going to click on this segment here to remove it. Click on escape, so you can see there's no more segment here. I'm going to click on this, click on add or remove, click on this segment here, click on escape. You are not going to see it again. Click on this one, click on add segment, click on it. You are not going to see it again. Then this one too, click on add or remove segment, click on this, so you're not going to see it. So now we are going to be trying to place some green panels like the way we did here. So I'm just going to select this, click on tab, select this panel here. Also go here, click on tab, select this panel here above it, click on tab here, hold Ctrl, select this panel here, and just be doing it like that. Hold Ctrl, select this as well. Hold Ctrl, select this. Then click on tab, hold Ctrl, select this here. So I'm just going to try and alternate it a bit since we have some. Okay, I'm going to select this panel here. I'm just going to click on tab to hold Ctrl, select this one. Click on tab, hold Ctrl, select this. Click on tab, hold Ctrl, select this here. Then I'm just going to click on unpin. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down and change this to green panels. So we have our green panels here. So now we are now going to create a signage for this hospital. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on tab, select this panel, this long panel here, unpin it, then I'm going to change it to these brown panels we have. So if you have transferred the template, you are going to see these brown panels. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to components, click on this model in place, then click on casework and click OK. Okay, so this model in place is like an interface in Revit where if you don't want to model things the custom way, like using roof tools, wall tools, you can use it to create different kind of shapes you want to do or custom shapes to your desire. So we have 5 tools in the model in place interface. We have the extrusion, we have blend, revolve, sweep, blend. So I've done a full video covering every of these tools, but for now let's just start by using this extrusion. So as we work practically in this project, you are going to be seeing some of these tools and how they are used. So I'm going to click on extrusion. So extrusion is very straightforward. It simply means to extrude a shape from a surface. So the first thing to do is extrusion is automatically when you click on extrusion, the level in which it's set at is currently, let's say, usually the natural ground level. So if you want to draw any shape and click on it, you are going to draw it at this natural ground level. But the shape we want to draw is on this face here. How are we going to change it? Very simple. We are going to go over to this icon, click on set work plane, then click on pick plane. Once we click on pick plane, I'm just going to click on tab to select the surface of this panel here. Just go to this edge and select this surface. Once we click on it, we can now sketch on top of it. Then we can rotate this to the front of the building, then zoom in. So after doing this now, we're now going to click on this rectangle tool and we're going to draw a shape from this point. Click on this point and click on this point. Then after doing this now, in extrusion, you have the ability to give the depth of the extrusion. So we have the extrusion start and the extrusion end. So our extrusion start is 0, means it starts from 0 millimeter above this surface we clicked on, we set it at. Then the extrusion end, I can change it to 75 millimeter. Then we can also now set the material of the extrusion. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm just going to right click, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 signage panel 1. Then I'm just going to click on this, go to appearance, go to metallic, then assign maybe this material to it. Then I'm just going to click apply and I'm going to click OK. So I'm just going to click finish. So now we have created the panel. If you rotate this to 3D, you can see how it's looking. So this is not still enough. I still want to create kind of a small unique design here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to rotate this to this front here. So I'm now going to go to create. I'm going to go to extrusion again, but this time I'm going to click on set work plane and pick a work plane. So instead of selecting this same work plane, I'm going to select on top of this extrusion we've created. So I'm going to click on set, pick work plane and set on top of this extrusion. So after setting this, I'm going to rotate this back to the front. Then I'm now going to draw a shape from here to this point here. I'm going to draw this line down up to 300 millimeter. I'm going to draw here, draw another line to here up to another 300 millimeter. After doing so, I'm now going to draw a line straight here. And I'm going to draw a line from here, 135. This 135 is 45 degrees. I just hope you know that. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to trim this. So the thing I'm now going to do is I'm now going to change this. Instead of 75, I'm going to change it to 25 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm just going to right click, duplicate and call this signage panel 2. Then I'm just going to click on this material, this icon here to access the material library. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to metal. Then I'm just going to select a lighter colored metal. So I'm just going to select this aluminum cast. Click on graphics. Make sure I check this render appearance. Click on apply. Click on OK. Then click on finish. So okay, see what we have. So if I select these two model in place, I can click on this material. Okay. I will select this one here, click on this material again. Then I'm just going to click on this foreground pattern, click on none, click on OK, click on apply. Then I'm also going to click on this one, click on this foreground pattern, click on none, click on OK, click on apply and click on this. So now we have done this, I can now click on finish. So we have created this signage panel. And click save. So we'll need to put a name on this hospital. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm now going to go to model text. But before we click on this model text, we are just going to go over to set, this icon here, set and pick a plane. Then I'm just going to hover around here, click on tab till I select this plane here and pick this plane. That is this extrusion we modeled. Then I'm now going to click on model text and it's going to make us write this text. I'm going to click on hospital. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So you can see automatically it has placed here because we set the plane first. So after clicking on this hospital, I'm not going to click on this. I'm not going to edit the parameters of this text, model text. I'm going to change this depth to 25 millimeter. I'm going to assign a material to it. I'm just going to right click on this signage panel tool, right click, duplicate, and call this signage text. Then I'm just going to click on this icon. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to wall paint. Then I'm just going to look for white. Click on this two-way icon here, click on apply and click on OK. Then I'm now going to click on edit this type and I'm going to change the text font. I'm going to change it to, let me use Helvetica. Then I'm just going to use this Helvetica text and you can use whatever text you want. Click on apply and click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on rotate and I'm going to rotate it by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to adjust this to position here. So I can even choose to increase the size of this text. I can click on edit type. I can change this size to 900. Click on apply. I think 900 may be too big, but I think it's fine. Then I'm just going to drag this to position here. Okay, so you can see this text is a bit too big. So I'm going to click on it, click on edit type and change it to 750. Then I'm just going to click on apply and I'm going to click on OK. So I'm just going to adjust this here. I'm going to adjust this here. So we have our signage. It's looking very good now. So the next thing we're now going to be creating is we're now going to be working with this facade. Okay, so let's go back to creating curtain walls for this emergency stairways. So it's just pretty straightforward. We're going to be using this curtain wall panel. We don't need to do too much on it. So I'm just going to go to DPC now. I'm going to go over here where we have then I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall. Then I'm going to select this curtain wall panel. I'm just going to even click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this curtain wall main CW main 2 and click OK. Then I'm just going to add this horizontal grid. I'm going to add fixed distance and I'm going to change it to 2.1. Then after doing this, it's just streamline for us. I'm just going to select this from this point here up to 1.8 and it will create a curtain wall panel. Then I'm just going to click on this, click on edit, change this from fixed distance 1.5 to 900 millimeter. So it's just going to create a 2-panel system. So after doing this now, we can click on this, change this base offset to 300, change this top constraint to lintel 3. And I think we are good to go. So I'm now going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here and copy this to this point. Then after doing this, I'm going to select this one here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy from this point here up to this point. Then I'm going to copy this out to somewhere here. Then I'm going to click on this, rotate it by 90 degrees. Click on move and move it to this point here. Then I can now adjust this from this point and move it by, let's say, 300. Okay, so I think this is fine and good. We're now going to go back to this NGL here and we're going to create a column here. Okay, so this column is just to, because if you look at this, if we go to 3D here, we can't just have this slab spanning all the way here. It needs a support on this side. So I was thinking of creating a round column that will make sense. So I'm just going to go to this NGL. But before that, let me just go to DPC and do some line work with these already reference lines here. So I'm going to annotate detail line and I'm going to draw a line from here up to 1.8. draw another one up to this 1.2, draw another one here. Then I'm going to around this and this. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to draw a circular line here from this point. Okay, I'm going to go to annotate again, go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line crossing this point here. I'm now going to draw a circular line from this point to this point. Then I'm going to click on detail line and draw this to 900. Click on this, draw this to 900. Then draw another arc line and just click on this fillet arc tool. Radius tool. Click on this and just draw an arc here. So I'm going to delete this. In essence, the shape I want to form is just a simple shape here. I was just using these reference lines as guides. I'm just going to click on detail line. I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split this here. Then click on trim. Trim this here. Trim this here. So this is the shape of the column. I think it's going to make sense. I can delete this line. It doesn't matter. So now I'm not going to go to architecture. I'm going to select this line here. Click on copy to clipboard. Paste. Align to selected views. Paste it on this NGL. So I'm going to go back to this NGL. I'm now going to go to component, model in place. So instead of selecting this casework, we're going to select this column parameter, and Revit is going to see this as a column. So I'm going to click on OK. I'm now going to click on extrusion. I'm going to change this extrusion depth to 4.2 or 4.5. Then I'm going to click on this and change this to wall paint. Okay. Or rather, instead of making it white, I'm going to close this. I'm now going to make it a dark paint. So I'm just going to click on this pine, duplicate. Then I'm going to call this 00 dark wall paint. Then after giving it this name, I'm going to click on this, go to appearance library, go to wall paint, then just select a gray paint. So I think this gray will just work. Click on this, click on graphics, make sure I check this render appearance, click on apply, click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on pick line tool, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and click finish. Then if you go to 3D view now, if you rotate this to this front here, you're going to see how this lapses here. So I think this is nice. I think this is looking good. So I'm just going to click on finish. So we have a column here. Okay, so now this is done now. I'm just going to create a different kind of wall because I want some walls to have a different effect on this building. For instance, I want a dark painted wall. So let's rotate this back to this back where we have this balcony for this emergency theater. So for this surgical unit. So I'm just going to select these walls here, one of these wall. I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 1225 wall dark. Then it's just going to retain the property of this 225 wall. The only thing is that the material is going to change to this 00 dark wall paint. Let me just say DARK, dark wall. So I can select this my dark wall paint or any wall. Okay, see it's 00 dark wall paint. Then I'm going to click OK, click OK, click apply, click OK. So now we have this dark wall paint. So I'm going to select this wall here, select this wall here, hold Control, select this wall here, hold Control, select this one, and select this wall. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change it to dark wall paint. So we even have this cutting walls in our emergency staircase, which is fine. So I'm just going to go or rotate this to this side here. Then I'm just going to see how I can tweak the design here, but I think it's fine. So I'm going to click on escape. So and now I'm not going to go to first floor. So in this first floor, I just forgot to create a balcony, a railing here. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on railing. I'm going to select in this normal 900mm pipe. I'm going to draw this from this point up to this point here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now we even forgot to copy this cutting wall to this ramp system here. So I can click on this, click on copy, copy this to this point here. Then click on this, rotate this by, let's say 90 degrees. Change this, click on this zigzag to change this here. Click on move. Click on this point here. Move this here. Click on move again. Click on this point. Move it by 600. Click on mirror. then select the center of this railing and mirror it to this wing. So after doing this, now we can now select these two curtain walls. Can click on copy this from this point here to this point here. So after doing so, we are now going to click on this and we're going to move this by 600 millimeter. Then we're going to move this, click on this curtain wall. We're going to click on move and we're going to adjust this to this point here. Okay, then I can just simply click on this, delete this, click on this curtain wall system, click on this, click on copy this by let's say 3.6. So after doing this, I think this is fine. If we go to 3D view, we can see what we've done on these sides and we can see what we've done on this side here, which even on this staircase, which I think, so I can click on this wall and I can change this top constraint to roof level instead of this parapet level. So in the end, I was originally thinking of creating a contemporary design for this hospital, but in the end, we have to be honest. I think just using normal heat proof is the best option here, because heat proof basically solves all the problem, and I think this hotel, it won't make this hospital less beautiful. So what we're now going to do is we're going to rotate this. We're going to click on this slab and adjust it, and I'm going to click on edit boundary. Then I'm just going to drag this here. So I'm going to click on finish. Don't attach. Okay, so now let's start working with the roof. So to create roof in Revit is very simple. You can create roof from plan views. You can even create roof while you are still in this 3D. So I believe that in design wise, that heat roofs pose kind of brings the simplest option and the most cost effective and solution solving option. The reason why is that typically from this shape we have, if we do heat proof, we will not be worrying about gutters and connecting pipe to drain. Like this slab we created in front, we'll need to drain it. This slab here, we also need to drain it. So if you reduce the amount of slabs you have in a building, it will solve more problem cost wise in that building. So I'm just going to rotate this to this top view, because I like drawing staircase from roof from 3D. So now we can see the perimeter walls of this project even without going to a plan view. If you still want to go to a plan view, you can do it. So we're just going to click on architecture. We're going to click on roof. So it's going to ask us this plane cannot be used for this operation. So what we're going to do, we're going to click on set work plane. We're going to click on this set work plane here. Instead of this case work 3 or case work 4, we're just going to scroll up and we're going to just click on this. And firstly, we're going to click on pick a plane. Then I'm just going to pick a horizontal plane. Let's say we pick one of these slabs here. Let me just click on tab, pick let's say this slab. Then I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on set work plane. Then click on this and change this work plane to let's say roof level. And I'm going to click OK. So after doing this now, I can now click on architecture. I can click on roof now, and it's going to be showing is the roof plane. Then after we have clicked on roof, we are going to see this base level is going to show the roof level is selected at the roof level, which is good. So I'm going to click on this roofing sheet and I'm going to change it. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to now click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 00 main roofing sheet. In this template file, we have a corrugated roofing sheet, but I'm thinking if I use it for this size of this building, is going to cause hanging issues. So I'm just going to be creating a normal roofing sheet. So I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to change this material. I'm going to right click duplicate, and I'm going to name this roofing sheet. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. Okay, we already have roofing sheet, so I'm just going to search for roofing sheet. Then I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to make sure I click on this use render appearance. I'm going to click apply. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to change this thickness. The thickness of the roofing sheet should be 10 millimeters. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm now going to click on this pick line tool, and I'm just going to pick this edge here, this edge where I want the roof to be. Or I can even hit Ctrl Z. Instead of picking on, I will now start trimming later on. I can just click on line tool and just draw it from this point here to this point here, all the way to this point here. to this point here. Here as well. Here as well. To this point here. Here too. Here too. I'm going to pick here. Pick here too. Go all the way here. Pick this point. So we're going to draw up to this point here. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I made a mistake. Now I'm going to click on this point up to here. Then I'm going to click on. So for this roof deck, what I can do is I can slab this side and I can create a shaft here. So I'm just going to draw this to this point here. Then I'm going to go here and click on this, or instead let me just draw the roof over it and see what will happen. Then I'm going to draw from this point here to this point, up to this point, up to this point here, here as well, here too. Okay, so instead of, I'm not going to roof this place, I'm going to roof this place to be slabbed, because this is a kind of emergency stairway. It's not part of the main massing, so I can leave it at that. So I'm going to continue this line from here. Click on escape, pick this point here, pick here too, pick this point here, and join this here finally. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this to this point. Then I'm just going to click on offset. So this offset, I'm going to be offsetting, roof have to have roof eaves. So all this profile, I'm now going to be offsetting it. So let me just trim this one here, so it's not going to have an issue when I offset. So I'm just going to click on the standard size for roof eaves is usually 600 millimeter, but for this one we can make it 750. So it will just be a bit wider. So I'm going to uncheck this copy. Once I hover around one line for the offset, I'm going to click on tab and I'm going to offset everything. Then I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to change this slope angle to 30 degrees. Then after changing this, I'm now going to click on finish. Then I'm just going to say, it's going to say I'm going to save this project. So we can see the roof system it has created. So if I rotate this to the approach here, this isn't looking too bad. It's just looking decent. I think I could manage it, but let's see how we can adjust this roof. So another thing to do is we forgot that we are going to need to create like an opening here. Okay, so instead of doing this now, we are going to try and redesign this roof a bit. So I'm going to click on this and rotate this to this view here. So I'm just going to try some things. For instance, so I'm going to click on this edit footprint. I'm just going to delete this footprint going here, these two lines here, then trim this here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on a profile and draw a profile from this point here to this point. Okay, so I'm just going to draw another profile from this point here. Then I'm just going to highlight all of these lines here and I'm going to uncheck these slopes here. So I'm going to click on finish. We still have issues with this. I don't like this. Even if I change this angle to 15, I don't think it changes anything. So I'm just going to change this back to 30 degrees. So we're going to look for a way to try and resolve this roof issue without altering too much of this design. Alright, so the first thing we're now going to do is we're going to click on this roof and we're going to delete it. So we're going to start drawing a parapet system that is going to suit this, and in such a way that we are going to be able to roof this this elevator and main staircase area without also making provisions for us to also create a service space for it, at the same time not create some peculiar roof issues. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go to roof level. So in this roof level now, we're just going to click on this underlay. We're going to go under underlay here. Once we go under underlay, I'm going to click on this range and change the range to ceiling level. So we're just going to be seeing the elements from the ceiling level. Then we're now going to draft some parapet walls. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm going to be selecting this 225 wall main. Then I'm going to just set it from roof level to parapet level. Then I'm going to draw a wall from this point here up to this joint here where this expansion joint is. Draw it to this point here. Then draw it from this center of this point to this point here. Then draw it here. So after doing this now, we're also going to draw a small parapet wall for this area. So we're going to go to wall here. And we're just going to draw a small, we are going to click on set it from roof level to parapet. Then we're going to now put minus 1.5 meter, that is 1500. Then we're just going to draw this here. Okay, in short, I think what is best for this is we need to create a provision. So I'm just going to select these 3 walls here. Then I'm just going to change this, and I'm going to just change this offset to 0 first for now. So after doing this now, what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to create the roof for this other region. So I'm also going to go over to this point here where we have this corridor linking to this emergency stairway. Then I'm just going to click on wall here. Then I'm just going to set this at roof level to parapet level and leave this at minus 1.5. Then I'm just going to draw some parapet walls here. So after drawing some parapet walls here, I'm now going to attempt to roof this area separately, then deck here, and I'm also going to deck here. But now I'm going to go to 3D view. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to zoom, go to this center region. I'm going to rotate this to top view. Then I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to roof. Then I'm going to set the level at parapet level. Then I'm just going to click on this box rectangle tool. I'm going to select this point here and just select this point. Then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be unchecking this copy. Then once I hover around one of these boundary line, I'm going to click on tab and just click on it to offset. Then I'm going to select these 2 lines here. I'm just going to uncheck these define slopes. Then I'm going to go over to this slope dimension and change this to, let me just use 10 degrees. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, I can now click on this point, click on edit profile, then just click on this box and draw a box from this point here up to this point, as well as another one from this point here as well up to this point. So after drawing these boxes, I'm just going to left click hold, select all of them. Then I'm just going to click on this define slope and uncheck it. Then I'm also going to click on offset. I'm going to be offsetting them 2 to 5 millimeter first. Okay, just offset, click, hover around one, click on tab, then just offset the remaining. Hover around one, click on tab, offset it. Then I'm going to click finish. So you are going to see we have created what we are looking for, that this roof is just overlapping very well with this place. At the same time, we are now going to, so what I think is best to do now is we are going to go to this north elevation or any elevation of your choice. Then we can just click on this level here, and I think we should increase this level distance from this other level to, let's make it 2.4. Okay, so after making this 2.4 now, if we go to 3D view, we're now going to look at how it's looking on this view. Okay, so I think this is still fine. The only thing is we'll just need to do some nice form work on this roof, which I'll still come into. So now I'm not going to rotate this here since we have sorted this roof part. So now the next part I'm going to be trying to sort this slab deck. So I want to slab this in a way that even if I run roof here, it's not going to be having an issue here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to, let's see. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to attempt to do is to click on this roof here. I'm going to rotate this to top. Then I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to click on this, select this edge here, select this edge, this select line tool, also select this edge here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm just going to highlight all these lines here. Okay, then I'm just going to click away for now. Then I'm just going to click on offset. I'm going to set this as 750 again. Then I'm just going to offset here, and offset here. Then I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split this point here. Then I'm going to trim this boundary line here, trim this boundary line. Then I'm going to select all of these lines I've drawn, and I'm going to change them to 10 degrees. So I'm now going to click on finish, and I'm going to see how this worked. So I think this worked very well. So I think we have solved this roof issue, especially pertaining to this roof here. So now we are now going to be trying to figure out a way to solve the fact that this roof is clashing with this place. I may need to actually create a roofing system that is not going to cause too much issue on this wing at the same time, because we may have a roof issue at this point here if we do the normal roofing system. So that out of the way, what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on this and click edit type. Then I'm just going to delete these lines here. So after deleting these lines, I'm just going to trim this. So I'm basically reverting what we did. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on this and delete this, click on this, delete this, click on this, delete this. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to rotate this to this top view. I'm going to click on this roof here. I can just click on copy and just copy it randomly out of here. Then I'm going to click on this, click on edit profile, delete all these lines here. Then I'm just going to start drawing a profile. I can use this pick line too. I can pick here, pick this line here, pick this external line as well. Anyway, it doesn't need to go all the way to this edge. Pick this one here. Also pick this one here. Then I'm just going to trim all of this well. So what I'm basically trying to do is just to make this side and this side a comprehensive roof. Then I'm going to click on this box here, that is graphics display option, and change it to wireframe. Then with this wireframe, I can see through it in like an X-ray vision. Then I'm just going to draw it from this point here. Then I can click on this and change it back to shaded. Then I'm just going to click on trim. I'm going to trim here, trim here to here, trim here to this point here, trim here to this point, and make sure everything is trimmed. Then I'm going to click on offset 750 as usual. I'm just going to offset. I'm not going to offset this line since there is a wall here. I'm going to offset here, offset here, offset here, offset here, and offset here. Then I'm going to click on this line, boundary line here. I'm going to uncheck these slopes. Then I'm just going to go here and change this to 15 degrees. Then I'm just going to click on finish and see what it forms. So if I rotate this here, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to make sure I change this base level from parapet to roof level. Then let's see how it goes. So if I rotate this to this view, you can see the thing plays very well. I think this is actually very nice. I can even increase the angle to 20 degrees, seeing how it will come out. Okay, let me just change it to 15 back. Then I can unify all the angles of the roof, change this to 15 as well. So I think this is nice. So I think this, with this, we have solved this issue. Although the only issue we may be having is just to find a service for this elevator, which if I go back to this first floor, I can even adjust this in a way that I will make provisions for that, even though it might mean extending this staircase up to this point. At the same time, so I think we can do that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on move. Then I'm just going to move this by, let me just move it by 900. So after moving it, I'm just going to select these stairs. I'm going to click on move, and I'm also going to move it by 900 too. So I'm just going to impute 900. So after moving this staircase above, I'm going to click on move it by 900 as well, so it will align. So I can click on this floor. I can now click on modify. Okay, I can click on this floor here, click on edit profile, then drag this profile just to meet up with this one, then click finish. So after doing this, I'm going to click on don't attach. The reason I'm just doing this, I want to create a shaft where they can, a service small shaft for this elevator. So I'm just going to click on copy this by 900 millimeter, click on this, extend it to this point here, click on this too, extend it to this point here. I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z, click on this, drag this and extend this to this point. So after doing this, now I'm going to click on annotate. I'm going to click on detail line. I'm going to now draw a line indicating this is a service duct. So I'm just going to select this line here, click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels. I'm going to select DPC and second floor and click OK. Then I can just click one of these grill panels here. I think this one, I can just click on copy, click on this point here, this middle point, copy it to this point here. Then click on this and drag this to this point. Then I'll now change this level from ceiling level from lintel 2 to ceiling level. So it's going to go from ground all the way up, which I think is fine. So this, I can even click on it and mirror it to this other wing. So this is basically like the kind of the duct to service the shaft. So I'm going to change this back to 2.7 meter because I think this is enough. I'm also going to extend this here a bit. So we're going to have good serviceable distance for these elevators. So now we have shift adjusted this. We can click on this grid, click on move, click on it and just move it to the center of this wall. So after doing this now, I think we're now going to need to go back to 3D view. So we're now going to go to this roof. We're now going to click on edit footprint. Then I'm just going to rotate this to this top. Then I'm just going to click on offset and offset this by 900. Yeah, so it's going to match. So I'm going to click on finish. So now after we have created roof for this part, we are now going to roof this part. So it seems that creating a roof and slabbing here will just be problematic. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to kill the idea of slabbing this this emergency stair. I'm just going to roof it. I'm going to click on tab, select this parapet. Okay, what I just did is to click on escape. I hovered around one of these parapet walls. Since they are chained together, I'm just going to click on tab, select the 5 of them, then delete. So after doing this now, we can now start copying this roof and just roofing the other part. So I'm just going to rotate this to this top here. I'm going to click on this roof. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this from this point to this point. Then I'm going to click on this, click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to delete all these lines. So now I'm just going to click on this pick line too. I'm going to pick here. I'm also going to go over here and okay, this is a bit interesting. I'm just thinking of how I'm going to resolve this issue at the back here, because apparently if I rotate this here, we still have a balcony here. So apparently we may just need to slab this place and lower the height of this balcony covering here so we can roof it. So that said and done, I'm just going to rotate this back to this top view. Then I'm just going to also pick here. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here too, pick here, pick here, pick. Okay, click on Ctrl Z. I'm just going to pick here as well, pick here too, pick this part here, pick here and pick here. So after doing this now, we are going to do some splitting and trimming. So I'm just going to click on split here. Then I'm going to click on trim this line to this line, trim here to here, trim here to here, trim this to this, trim this to this, this to here, here to here, and here to here. So after doing this, I'm now going to trim here to here, trim here to here. Then I'm just going to change this view to wireframe. Then I'm just going to click on line and I'm going to draw a line from here to this point. Then I'm going to click on this again. I'm going to click on, okay, I think the other roof is stopped here. So I think I'm going to just go over here, pick a line from here up to this point and stop here. Then I'm going to change this back to shaded. So after doing this now, we're just going to click on trim. We're going to be trimming here as well. Okay, so after doing this, I'm just going to drag this to this point here. Drag this to this point as well. Click on trim and trim these lines together. Then I'm just going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 750 millimeter. I'm going to offset from this point here as well. Here, here, here. So after doing this now, we're just going to select this line, hold Control, select the second line, and we're going to uncheck these slopes. Then I'm going to click out. Then I'm going to change this angle to 15 degrees to match the other roofs. Then I'm going to click on finish. So you can see that as simple and direct as that, we have created roofing for this side of this building, which is nice and good. So now we're now going to work on this overhead here. So I'm just going to click on it. I'm going to make it in such a way that it's going to be identical to this deck we did here. So if you click on one of these walls, we're just going to check the constraint from lintel 3 to ceiling level, but minus 900 millimeter offset. So we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to select this, hold Control, select the other one, rotate this to the back here, hold Control, select this. Then we're going to change this from ceiling level to lintel 3, change this top constraint to ceiling level, clip this offset of minus 900. Then it's going to drop down. Then we're now going to go here, click on this slab here, click on edit pro boundary. Then we're just going to go to this side, click on this pick tool. We're going to pick this wall here, pick this edge here, Ctrl Z, pick this ledge here, zoom, pick this edge here. Then I'm now going to go to first floor. Then once I go to first floor, I'm now going to pick this line here. Then I'm just going to start trimming. I'm going to trim here, trim this point to this point, click on this, trim this to this point here. Then I'm just going to change this from lintel. Okay, this is lintel 3600, so I think it's correct. I'm going to click finish. I'm now going to click don't attach. So if I go to 3D view, you are going to see how this place is settled. So now I'm just going to rotate this back to the top, and I'm going to start drawing roof for this wing. So this wing is very easy and straightforward. I don't think it requires too much stuff. So I'm just going to click on this roof, click on copy this roof here. Then click on it, click on edit profile, delete all these lines here. Then just pick, let's just pick our lines here. Then we can even go to first floor, because we can go to any view while we're sketching this. Then we can just click on line and just draw our walls from here. Then we can just click on trim this even while on the first floor. After trimming this, I'm going to click on escape, click on offset 750 millimeter from this side and this side. Then I'm going to trim this. So after doing this, now I can click on this line here and I can uncheck this define slopes. Then I'm just going to change this angle to 15 degrees. Then if I go back to 3D view and I click on finish, we're going to see this third roof part. So now we're going to create the roof over this ramp region, which is important because it needs a roof. Then I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to rotate this to this top view. I'm going to click on copy this to this point here. Then click on escape, click on this roof, edit footprint, delete these boundary lines here, click on this pick line tool, pick this edge here, pick here as well. Then I'm going to go to first floor level. Then I'm just going to go to modify. I'm going to pick this line, use this line to draw from this point to this point. So I'm just going to click on trim and make sure I trim this whole box very well. So after trimming this whole box, I'm just going to click on offset this 750. Make sure I uncheck this copy. Offset this 750 here and here. Click on this line here touching the wall. Uncheck these slopes. Click out. Go to these slopes and change it to 15 degrees and click finish. So if you go to 3D view, this one is set. So I'm going to click on this, click on copy this one to here. Then what I can just do now is to click on this, click on edit boundary. Then I'm going to go to first floor. So while in first floor, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to select these 4 lines. I'm going to click on move. I'm going to move this to this edge here. Then click on move and move it by 750. Since when I was massing them and designing the massing, they were basically the same distance, each of the wing, the same width. So I'm going to select it again, click on move it to this point, click on move again, move it back by 750 to ensure accuracy. So after moving it back, I'm just going to click on this wall and drag this to this edge here to just balance it out, and I'm going to click finish. So now if you click on 3D view, we are done with most of the roof, at least 90%. So the next part now is okay, let me rotate this to the front. The next part of this roof now is to create this skylight here. Okay, so this skylights they will be very important because it's what is going to be throwing light into this will I call this courtyard from here, but let me just call it atrium. So we're now going to create skylight. So to create skylight is easy. You don't need to start using some complex model in place tools. What you're going to do is you're going to go to architecture, and you're going to go to roof. You're going to click roof by footprints, normal stuff. Then you're just going to go over this, click on this main roofing, scroll down, and now click on this slope glazing. So in this slope glazing, just like cutting wall, you're going to edit it. We're going to click on edit type. We're going to be setting this as cutting panel instead of none. We're going to be changing it to glaze panels. So after changing it to glaze panels, the joint condition non-defined. The layout, we can set the layout as fixed distance, grid 1 1.5. We can also set the second layout fixed distance, grid 2 2.1. Then after doing this, we're now going to put the mullion. So I'm just going to put, instead of this main mullion, I'm just going to be putting this mullion main, this second mullion. I think I created it some time ago. Mullion main. So if you have transferred the template, I think you should see it. So after doing this, I'm going to click apply, click on OK. I'm going to set the levels appropriately to parapet level since it's here I want to create it. Then I'm just going to draw the profile line here. So after drawing the profile line here, I'm now going to, so we have a tricky thing. You know that this courtyard isn't really centralized. So for instance, if we draw this box here, we will select these two lines, uncheck this slope, and we click on finish. You are going to see this center line is not accurately placed here. You can see it's out of place. So what we are going to do is we are going to do something a bit interesting. So I'm going to click on this cutting wall glazing, click on edit, rotate it to this point here. Then I'm just going to drag this line here up to this point. So I'm just going to click on line. I'm going to select this point and draw a line from here. Then I'm just going to select this line, use this line I drew as a reference and jam it here. Then I'm going to click on this and click delete. Then I'm now going to click on this line, change, go to this define slope and uncheck it. Then I'm just going to go over, click out, then change this slope to 15 degrees to match this one. Then I'm just going to click on finish. I'm going to click on delete elements, delete instances. So you can see now this is created now. You can see how it's looking here. So what we're now going to do, we're just going to click on this and we're going to click on, we're going to adjust it. So I'm going to rotate this to the front. Then we can still see the cutting wall. Then I'm just going to click on move. I'm going to move it from this point here up to this point here. So after moving it here, you can see how it's aligning here. We can select it again, rotate it here, then click on mirror, then just mirror it from this point here to this other wing. Then what we are now going to do is to click on edit profile and drag this up to this point and click finish. Then if you rotate this again, we can now select this too, rotate this to the front, click on TL so we'll see all the lines clearly. Then select it again. Okay, let me rotate it, click on escape, select the curtain wall roof or the glazed roof, rotate this to the front, click on move, click on this point here and move it to this point. So after doing this, I think they are relatively the same. So I think this is fine. So I'm just going to select this, try and select the curtain wall itself. So I'm just going to highlight. Once I see the whole, the edges are highlighted blue, I'm going to click on it. The same thing for this one too. Once the edges are highlighted blue, I'm going to hold Control and click. Then I'm going to rotate this to this top view. Then I'm just going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this edge exactly, click on it, then just copy both of them to this point here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I think we have done a wonderful work here. So I'm going to rotate this now. So another thing we should notice, if you notice, if I let me just click on this slope glazing and click on HH, that is temporary hide. Click on this one, click on HH. I'm going to show you how to unhide all of them. Click on it, HH. click on it, HH. You are going to notice that there is one inconsistency. You can see that these walls are not joining with this roof. Nothing is carrying this roof, even this wall here. How to resolve that is to click on this wall here, click on attach to top base, then select the roof. Then it's just going to blend it. So you can even select multiple at the same time. For instance, we have these 4 beam walls here. I can hit Control, select this while holding Control. Rotate this too, hold Control, select this, click on this, rotate this, hold Control, select this, rotate this again to this point, hold Control, select this. Then I'm just going to click on filter. Then I'm just going to make sure I uncheck this cutting wall grids. Click OK. Then I'm going to, once I filter and it's only this normal walls remaining, I'm just going to click on attach to top base, then select this, and you're going to see all of them, they are going to attach. So I'm good. Let's just quickly do the same for this. Click, hold Control, click, rotate, hold Control, click, rotate, hold Control, click, rotate, hold Control, click. Then I'm just going to click on attach to top base, and I'm going to attach this here. So I'm going to click on escape. So now I've done all this now, where if you notice now, we have done a good work so far, which is good and all. But the thing that is there is that if you notice that this our roof is just looking weird, you just see roofing sheet. And in real life, roofing sheets cannot just hang like this. It's not making sense. So what we are going to do is this now carries us into the next aspect of this video, which is the roof fascia. So I'm going to show you, normally in roof fascia, a lot of people use model in place interface, but I'm going to show you how to create profiles for your roof fascia, and it's going to be easy for you to apply it in Revit simply and easily. So now we are just going to go to architecture. We are going to go to family. Under this file here, we are now going to click on, instead of architecture, we are going to go to file. Under this file, we are going to click on new. We are now going to click on family. Then instead of English Imperial, I work with the metric system. So I'm going to click on this to go back, then click on this English metric here. Then what I'm now going to be selecting is metric profile. So I'm just going to click on this metric profile here, and I'm just going to click on OK. So after selecting this metric profile, I'm now going to click on this profile usage, click on this drop down and change it to fascia. After changing it to fascia, I'm now going to be drawing from this edge. So we are going to imagine this point as the edge of the roof. Like if you go back to this 3D view, this edge of the roof is this point now, this edge here. We are going to imagine it as this point here. So we are now going to be drawing the kind of profile we want. So I'm going to click on line. I'm going to draw this down from this to 50 millimeter. I'm going to draw this. So we're basically going to design our roof fascia. Draw this by 25. I'm going to go down by 150. Then I'm going to draw this all the way till 600. Then I'm going to go back by 75 again. Then I'm now going to draw this by 125. So I'm going to now draw this to this point and just close this loop here. So now I'm just going to hit Ctrl Save, and I'm going to just save this where I kept my other file pertaining to this project. Then I'm just going to save this roof fascia. So after doing this, I'm going to click on save. Then I'm just going to load it into the project. So after loading it into the project now, I'm going to go to 3D view. So in this 3D view now, I'm just going to now click on architecture. I'm going to click on this drop down in roof, and I'm now going to click on roof fascia. Then it's asking us to save the project, which I'm going to save. So once the project is saved, I'm now going to go to this roof fascia. I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this roof fascia, or 00 my roof fascia, 00 roof fascia. Let's just attach that 0 value to it. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on OK. I'm now going to click on this profile here, and I'm going to see that roof fascia profile we created. Then I'm going to add a material, and I'm going to be adding the material I call white plaster. I used to put it in my template, so I think it should be in this file. Then I'm going to click on my white plaster, and I'm going to click OK and click OK. So after doing this, I'm just going to go over to this lower edge here and just pick it, and you're going to see the roof fascia will create. I'm also going to pick this edge here. I'm going to rotate this, and I'm going to go here and pick this edge. So you can see me picking the 3 edges automatically. It has just joined. If I rotate this to underneath, you're going to see how beautiful and clean this is looking, which is very nice. So we're just going to rotate this again. We're going to go to this side here, and we're going to continue picking. Zoom in, pick this edge. Zoom in, pick this edge too. Rotate this again. Zoom in here, pick this edge. Pick this edge too. Pick this edge. If you want to be seeing things clear, you can click on this and change this to, instead of shaded, to consistent colors. Then we can see the colors consistently. Pick this here. Pick this here. Pick. You can rotate this a bit if you want to get other sharper, deep angles. Pick here too. Pick here. Zoom out. Pick here. Zoom out too. Pick here. Rotate this to this wing here. Okay, we can even rotate this to this top view, so. And pick here as well. Pick here too. Alright, so I think we are having a bit of issue with this, so I'm just going to delete this and just restart it again. So I'm just going to go to roof again, architecture, click on this roof, click on roof fascia. Then I'm just going to pick this edge here. I'm also going to pick this one too. I'm also going to go here, pick this one as well. I'm going to rotate this to this point here. Then I'm just going to pick this edge here. I'm going to rotate this to the back. Then I'm going to pick here too. Zoom in, pick here as well. Then pick here. So after placing all of this, which I think is wonderful, I'm now going to click on escape first. Then I'm going to modify this because I don't like the way these two join together. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this, click on modify segment, make sure I select this horizontal here. So it's going to, as you can see, it's going to flatten this edge. So I'm just going to pick this here, pick this face here, and just make it horizontal. So I'm just going to also rotate this to this point here. Also, after rotating it here, rotate it well. I'm just going to see this face, click on it and change it to horizontal. So it's just going to flatten at this point. So I'm going to rotate this and go to the rear side. I'm just going to pick this face too. I'm going to rotate this to this side as well. Then I'm just going to pick this face. So after doing this, now I'm going to click on escape. This rear side, I can click on this, click on attach to top base, then select this roof too. Then I'm just going to click on HR to unhide all those temporary hidden cutting systems we use on the roof. So you can see this is looking beautiful. So now I think after doing this, we're now going to start modeling the ceiling. But before doing that, I've always been procrastinating this thing. So remember I said I'm going to create screen walls here. Okay, here and this side as well too. Okay, maybe only this side here. So to create screen walls is simple. What we're going to do first is just to give it character first, is select this wall here, hold Control, select this wall, click on this and change it to this 225 dark wall. Rotate this. So remember that these walls they are double walls on this. These are an expansion joint, so they are double walls. So we're just going to do something tricky. I'm going to select this wall here, click on escape, select this wall here, click on edit profile, click on offset. This 750 is okay. Make sure I check this copy on. Hover around one, click on tab, offset this, click finish. So I'm going to also select this one here. Click on edit profile, the same thing. Click on offset, click on tab, select this here, finish. Rotate this to this other wing here. Okay, click on this wall here. Click on edit. Rotate this here. Click on this offset, click on tab, select everything here, click on finish. So after everything here, okay, just on the contrary, I just noticed some things. This roof fascia, we need to add some parts here. So I'm just going to click on this, click on add, select this edge here, select this edge. For some reason, I think I deleted some of them. So we're now going to go back to our screen walls. So just to give this a bit of uniqueness to this design, I'm just going to click on these walls here surrounding these ramps, and I'm just going to change these walls to dark paint walls. Hold Ctrl, select this, rotate this again, rotate this here, hold Ctrl, select this. Then I'm just going to click on this and change it to dark wall paint. So which I think is giving this more character. So now I'm not going to select this wall inside here. So I'm just going to click on this. For now, click on HH. Then select this wall here. Then I can now click on HR to unhide this. Okay, let me click on this. Click on HH. Click on this wall, click on edit profile, then click on HR for the other wall to unhide. So now this is like this. I'm not going to rotate this here. So we are going to start doing the editing for the profile for the screen walls. So I'm going to select one line here, and I'm going to draw a box that is 300mm by 150mm. After drawing this box here, I'm just going to select it. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy it by 450. Okay, so after copying this by 450 now, I'm now going to click on escape, select this tool now, click on copy, copy this by 900. Then I'm going to select this 3. Instead of putting a value, I'm just going and doing mathematics. I'm just going to select this 3, select this point here, and copy it to this point. Select everything again, the same thing, click on this point here, copy it to this point, copy it to this point again. Then these ones that are bulging out, we can just hold Ctrl, select all of this and delete. Then I'm just going to select all these boxes here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy it by, let's use 225. After copying this by 225, I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move this by 175. Or let me move this again, click on Ctrl Z, select all these second ones here. Then I'm just going to try and click on this and move this by, let's say, 225. So after doing this now, we are now going to select both of these. We are going to click on copy, and if I copy from this point to this point is 375, then I think we need to copy 450. Then I think we're just going to select these 3 layers after this one on top, this lowest one. Click on copy, pick this point and copy this here. Click on escape. Then we're just going to select all this like this. Click on copy and just continue copying this. So the thing about this kind of thing is that the more you copy, the heavier this thing is going to be, because there's a lot of profile lines. So we're just going to copy it all the way till this highest floor. So if you don't have a big system, I doubt if you'll be up to this stage in this kind of massive project, but still, I just pray you are able to copy it and follow it. So after we have done this up to this, I'm just going to hold Ctrl, select all these lines here. Then I'm going to delete all these ones, jamming this place. So after selecting all of this, I'm just going to click on this, select all these profile lines here. Hold scroll, still holding on left clicking. I'm still holding the left click button, but I'm just using my second hands to use the scroll button to zoom in and zoom out. So after I've selected this, I'm just going to click copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on finish. So obviously this took about 30 minutes to load, so this is not sustainable at all. So we're just going to save this project. So I'm going to think of an alternative means to do it, but I not advise this kind of thing for a system. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to use the model in place interface now. So I'm just going to click on this wall, click on HH, click on this wall inside, click on edit profile, click on H arrow to unhide that wall we hid. Then we're just going to pick this opening here as well. So we're going to click finish. So after doing this now, we're now going to click on this and click on HH again. Then I'm going to go to component, model in place. I'm going to scroll down, select walls, click on enter, click OK, click extrusion, click on set, pick work plane. Then we're going to pick this wall here. So I'm now going to rotate this to this side here again. Then I'm going to zoom in. After doing this, I'm just going to hit paste, align to selected views. Okay, I'm just going to say paste from clipboard and just paste those profiles we copied. I'm just going to paste it somewhere here. So now I'm just going to click on escape. I'm going to select most of them here and I'm just going to delete this up to this last one here. Then click on delete. Then I'm going to select this one, click on move. Then I'm just going to click on move and move it to this edge first. So after moving this to this edge, I'm now going to set this parameter. I'm going to set the extrusion start at 0 and the extrusion end at -225. Then I'm just going to change the material from dark wall paint. Click on this and just select normal wall paint. I'm just going to click on wall, search. I'm just going to select this white wall paint and I'm going to click finish. So after creating this one, I'm just going to do something similar. Click on copy this to this next point here. Click on move and move this by 225. Then after doing this, I'm just going to select both of these. Click on copy from this point to this point. Click on escape, select the 4 of this. Click on copy from this point to this point. Click on escape, select the 8 of this. Click on copy from this point to this point here. Click on escape, select the 16 of this or be 12, whatever. Click on this, copy here. So just basically replicate this thing here. So I think this one is much more sustainable than that one. Then after we've reached this point, I'm just going to select these ones that are too high and delete this. Select this one, delete this too. So I think this is fine. So now I think this is much better than this one. Then I'm just going to click on finish. And I don't think it's going to take as much time as this one. So we can click on this wall here and we can simply click reset profile. Then click on edit profile. Just simply follow this void here. So after doing this, I'm going to click finish. Then select this one here. Click on copy. Pick this point here. And copy this to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on H arrow to unhide that dark wall we have here. So I think this is wonderful. So I'm just going to go over here. Click on HH on this wall here. Select this wall here. Click on edit profile. Click on rotate. Once I've rotated it, I'm just going to click on H arrow. Then I'm just going to click on pick line. Hover around this, click on tab. After I've hovered around, I'll just pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. Then click finish. Then I can now go back to DPC. I can just select this wall here, this model in place, click on copy, click on this point here, and just copy it to this point here. Then I think that has sorted out our issue. So we have screen walls here and screen walls on both sides.
Alright, so now we are going to create the ceilings. So the way to create ceiling in Revit, there is a tool for creating ceiling which you are going to see under this architecture tab, ceilings here. So to create this ceiling is when we are going to be using this reflected ceiling plans. So just to make things a bit more comprehensive, I'm going to go to views. Under views, I'm going to click on this plan view and I'm going to select this reflected ceiling plan. Then I'm just going to hold shift and select all of them together. Then I'm just going to click OK. So all the views will come out in this project browser. So reflected reflected ceiling plan is basically if you're on ground floor, you are going to be seeing what is on the ceiling of that ground floor. So if I click on this DPC in architectural reflected ceiling plan, we are going to see something like this. So what we are now going to do is I'm going to go to architecture. I'm now going to go to ceiling. So we have our ceiling. Just like floors, we can edit the ceiling. So we can set it at automatic ceiling. We can do it as sketch ceiling. So I'm just going to click on edit ceiling type. I'm going to click on edit. So I'm just going to change this acoustic ceiling. I think this one is good. Finished. So we have two layers in this ceiling. We have the structure that is default 15 inches and this acoustic ceiling. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change this. Click on this one here. Then I'm going to click on delete. Then I'm just going to change this, leave this at 15, click on this default. Then I'm just going to apply a ceiling material I have in this template. So I'm just going to click on ceiling. Once I click on ceiling, I'm just going to select this default ceiling material, click OK here. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on OK. So we have two ways of creating ceilings in Revit. We have the automatic ceiling, which is going to recognize the space. For example, now you know that our DPC is 3.9. I spaced the slabs levels 3.9 meters against away from each other. So I'm just going to put on this height from DPC, and I'm going to put this at let me just use 3.9 minus 450, 3,450. Then I'm just going to click on this automatic ceiling. So you can see it only works for these spaces that are enclosed with walls. So I can pick this, pick this, pick this, pick this, pick this, pick this. So if I click on escape, I'm now going to go to 3D view. Then I'm just going to hover around this and click on this section box. So what this section box does is that it creates a box where you can now use to see the section from a 3D view. So if you click on this section box, rotate this to an approach view. I'm just going to drag this, so it's going to cut this bottom side. So remember that we did the ceilings here. So if you rotate this under, you are going to see these ceilings we created here. You can see that it's 3,450 millimeter above this normal DPC level. So we can go back to this DPC. We can go to architecture. We can go to ceiling again. Then we can now click on sketch ceiling. Then let's say we want to sketch our ceiling. We are in this entrance. So I'm just going to sketch from this point here to this point, up to this point here, to this point, to this point here, to this point, then click on finish. So if I go back to 3D view now, I'm just going to see. So another thing we can do now is, for example, this ceiling here, we need to just adjust it a bit. So if we look at this, our calculations, we didn't do it accurately. So there's like 150 millimeter gap. So I'm going to change this height offset to 3,600. Then it's just going to lap in perfectly. Okay. So I think well, this is good to go. So what you can now do now is you can click on this. Okay, so it didn't lap well, it's actually lapped in. So I can click on this and add 15 millimeters to this 3,600. So it's going to just lap on top of, okay, or add, sorry, minus 15 millimeters. So it's going to be 3,585. Then I'm just going to click. So remember that most of our beams on this floor are uniformed. Okay, like all these beams are minus 150. All these suspended or cantilevers are minus 450 from the first floor. So what I can do, I can click on this ceiling, click on edit boundary, go back to this DPC reflected ceiling plan. Then I can just start sketching from here. I can click on this box too, sketch up to this point. I can click on this one here, sketch from this point here. By the way, we need to put columns for these drop-offs here. Sketch around these columns here. So after reaching this point, we can still go inside this building, go here up to this staircase, stop here, then just cut it across this point here. So we are just basically going to draw section in all the place, ceiling in all the place that needs the ceiling. This might take some time, so just follow me and watch my mouse movement.
So I'm going to join this here. Okay, so after doing this, I'm also going to click on this box tool, and I'm going to just make these perforations here for this for the part where this courtyard is. Then I'm also going to do this here. Click on box here, since there's a cantilever here. Pick this point here up to this point. Then I'm just going to click on this line here and join this here. Then I'm just going to trim. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So of course it's showing lines intersection, so there is an error here. I'm going to click on show. Then I'm just going to click on continue, then trim this. So at least it's only one error, so I'm going to click on finish. So if you go to 3D view, you are going to see this ceiling. It went all the way here. So what I can do is to click on this, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected levels, then just select this first floor. So once I've copied it to first floor, you are going to see it's going to just copy to this next floor. So we're just going to adjust some things. I'm just going to click on edit boundary for this 3D. Since on the first floor, this drop-off deck is not there, I can click on, hover around this line here, click on tab, select these lines, delete this, hover around here. Then I'm just going to adjust this. I'm going to drag this back into this wall here. I'm just going to go to this first floor reflected ceiling plan. Then I'm just going to work from here. So I can just click on pick line tool, pick here. Then I'm just going to trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm going to click on escape and drag this line back to this point. Then delete this line here. So after doing so now, I'm just going to go to some other parts like this drop off here. I'm just going to select this here, delete this. Click on this, drag this back to this point here, and basically drag this back here to this point. Drag this back here to this point, delete element. Then I'm just going to trim, click on trim, and trim this point to this point here. So I'm just going to delete this here. And I'm just going to select all these lines here up to this point here and delete this. Since this one doesn't really have the is enclosed, I can drag this back here and drag this forward here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim from here to this point. Then delete this line here. Then I'm going to go over to this view. I think for this side is still okay. This side here is okay. Apart from this side, I'm just going to click on trim and I'm going to trim here to here, then trim here to here. Then I can delete this, left click, delete these three lines. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So of course there are some errors here. We're going to resolve it. I'm going to click on continue. I'm going to delete this line here. I'm going to click on finish. Click on show. So it's going to show us where the error is. So there is an error here. This particular extension here. So I'm going to click escape, delete this line here, go to this side. If there's any error, I'm just going to drag this back here and click on finish. So if I go to 3D view now, we are going to see this ceiling here, and I think we've done a remarkable job. So now we are now going to click on this one here. We are now going to click on copy to clipboard. We are going to paste this instead of at DPC. We are going to paste the aligned selected levels and paste this at cancel. We are going to select this ceiling on the first floor. Then we are going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, second floor. So this one for this second floor is also going to be different from the one for the first floor. So in this second floor now, we are still going to cover some spaces like this. Like for example, this ramp space where you need to put ceiling inside this rampway here. So I'm just going to click on this. And this one is going to be a bit higher than the other ones. So we're going to need two different type of ceiling types. One for this place here that is going to fill up here, and also one for this main ceiling. So I'm going to click on edit type, then click on edit boundary. Okay, let me just click on finish first, edit type. Then I'm going to increase this height to 3.9 meter. So I think at this height now the thing laps very well. So I think this is good. For this one here, I'm now going to click on this and make this, instead of 3.9, 885. So it's just going to balance the way this one balance. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to select this profile here, delete this. I'm also going to highlight one of this line, click on tab, delete this profile here since we don't need it. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm still going to click on edit type. I'm going to go to second floor reflected ceiling plan. Then I'm now going to go to spaces like this one and drag this line here to this point here. So it's going to seal in this ramp very well. So I think aside from that, we are good. So I'm going to click on finish. So after this now, I'm now going to go to 3D view now. I'm just going to select this ceiling here at this second floor. Then I'm just going to copy it randomly. After copying it randomly, I'm going to click on this edit boundary. Then I'm just going to select everything and delete it. Then I'm going to go back to second floor reflected ceiling plan. Okay. If I'm not seeing those beams here, I'm going to go to this lintel 3 reflected ceiling plan. Okay. So let me go to, so what I can do now is I'm going to go to 3D view. Then I'm going to rotate this to the bottom. So by doing this now, I'm now going to go to this side here. I'm going to click on pick line 2. I'm going to pick this pick line 2. I'm going to pick here. Then I'm going to rotate this here and I'm going to pick here. So I can go to a plan view. Let me just go to second floor plan and I'm just going to pick here as well. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this. Then trim this here. Then trim this. So I'm going to click on this two here and I'm going to draw from this point here to this point. Then I'm going to go back to 3D view. So now I've done this now, I'm going to click on finish. But you see that this ceiling is still higher than this. So I'm going to change this from 3,800 to 2,400 since that is the lintel level. So I'm going to reduce it to 2,385 for that extra provision. So I think we have done a remarkable job here. So now after we have created this ceiling here, I'm going to go here and I'm going to turn off this section box. So we are going to start working on the facade. Okay. So for this front facade is where we are going to be mainly working because this is what everybody is seeing if they come to the hospital. So we are going to first work on this duct element and we're going to be using it as a base to create a bracket design element. So I'm just going to go to components, click on model in place, click on walls. Then I'm going to click on OK. Click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on extrusion. I'm going to click on set and I'm going to pick work plane and I'm just going to set this wall here, any of this wall in the front. So after setting this now, I'm now going to put the extrusion end as 75 millimeters. Then I'm just going to select, instead of this white wall panel, I'm just going to be selecting dark. So let me just select something like this. So I'm just going to use this dark paint. Then I'm going to right click duplicate and I'm just going to call this let me just use 01 alternate color. I'm going to give it a different name because I'm not yet sure of the color I want to give it, but so let me just give it a different name and material first. So I'm going to create it alternate color. I didn't spell the alternate well, but it's fine. So I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here down to this point, up to this point, up to here, up to this wall here, this curtain wall. Then draw this here up to this window line here. Then draw this to this point and draw this here. So after doing this, I'm just going to go to this next duct here, draw it from here, to this point, to this point here, to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on line here. I'm going to draw this line from this point here. So I can click on escape and drag this wall back to this line here, so it's not going to obstruct this window. So after doing this now, I can click on this. This is I'm just going to drag this temporal dimension to here. This is 450 here. I'm going to click on this and make this 452. So after doing this, I can now select this, click on copy, pick this point here, copy this here, copy this here. We are still going to adjust it, but copy this here. So now let's just adjust this thing quickly. So I'm just going to select this, highlight these two lines here, click on move, and I'm just going to move them up to this edge here. Okay, so after doing this now, we have a little bit of problem here, but we are going to adjust these windows. It's still fine. It's a small issue. So I'm just going to select these O lines here, and I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move it from this point to this point. So after moving this, I'm going to left click from this point, select these two lines here. I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to drag them downwards to this point. So it's going to stop here. So now for this, I'm now going to also select this one here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to pick this point here and copy this to this point. Then I'm just going to select this here, click on move, and I'm going to move this here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on offset here. I'm going to be offsetting 450 from one of these lines on top. Then I'm just going to click on trim this to this point here, trim this here, then trim this here, and trim this here. Then I'm going to delete this line here. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm just going to select this profile here. I'm going to click on copy to this point here, and copy this here. Then I'm going to copy this here as well. I'm going to also do the same here. So for this one, we have a bit of dilemma here. We can reduce this width here. It doesn't mean, so we'll not touch too many windows. It's inconsistent, but we can still manage with that. So now we have done this. Now we're also going to go for these smaller ones, just like this. Select this here, click on copy, pick this point here, copy this to this point. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish. So you can now see this element we have created. So this is like the first stage of our facade design. So now I'm going to click on finish, and I'm going to save this project. Alright, so now what I'm now going to do is the next stage of this facade design. So if I rotate this to this, I don't think we'll need to replicate this here, since this is like, but it's fine. It's just this font to focus on. So now I'm not going to go to architecture again. I'm going to go to components. I'm going to click on model in place. So now I'm going to be creating window hoods for some of these windows. So I'm going to click on casework, click enter, click OK. I'm now going to click on extrusion. Then I'm going to click on set work plane, pick work plane, and I'm going to set this front work plane here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on this box tool. I'm going to pick here. Then I'm just going to pick this point here. Then I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 100 millimeter round. Then I'm going to click on tab to just offset, hover around one line, click on tab. Okay, since it can't do work, I'm just going to offset it manually. So after doing this now, we have this here. So what we're now going to do is we're going to select this profile here, click on copy,
copy this one here. After copying this one here, since it's entering this place, I think it's fine. It doesn't really mean, but let's just do things properly. So I'm just going to click on this, trim this line to this point here, trim this here, then trim this line here, and just click on this and drag it back here. So okay, this is fine and good. Then we're just going to select this and we're just going to copy it, since it's like replicas. Copy this to this point, and we can also copy this to this point here. I'm going to copy this to this point here. So after doing this, now we're just going to select these lines and we're going to move it to this point here. We're also going to do the same, select these two lines and just drag this to this point. Then we're going to do the same up here, select this, click on copy, copy this here, paste here, paste here, click on escape, select these lines, click on move and move this here. The same here, select these lines, click on move this here. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to select these lines here, click on copy, then pick this point here, just copy it to this point here, select these two lines here and drag it back. Then select this, click on copy, pick this point here, pick this point here, select these two lines, move it, drag it and move it to this point. Select these lines here, click on copy, copy this point here, select this line here, click on move and move this here. Select these lines here, copy, so on reaching this point now, we're just going to try and do something. So I'm just going to delete this line here, delete this line here, then I'm just going to click on trim and trim these two lines here. Then I'm going to drag this back here. So after doing this, I'm just going to select this line, click on copy, pick this point here and copy this to this point. Then I can select these three lines, click on mirror, mirror it to this other side, click on this line, small line here, delete this, then just trim everything away. So now for these final ones here, I think it's pretty straightforward. We are just going to select these lines here, we are going to click on mirror and we're just going to mirror it from, basically use our visual prowess and mirror it. So I'm just going to hold Control, select this and select this, then I'm going to drag both of them to this point here till this line meets this edge. Then I'm going to do the same thing for these edges here, left click, from that point select. Okay, so I think for this other side we have done a good job. So now I'm now going to click on this single windows here. I'm just going to click on this box tool here and I'm going to draw a box here. Then I'm just going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting it at 100mm round. Then I'm just going to draw another line here for these ones here and here. Then I'm going to click on offset, offset this, Ctrl Z, offset this other way by 100mm. The same for this. Then I'm just going to select this line here and copy this here. So after doing this, now I'm going to click on escape. I'm now going to select this single window here, click on copy. Then I'm just going to copy it from this point here to this point, to this point, to this point too, to this point here, this point, this point. Okay, so after doing this now, since this extrusion I'm planning for it to be 100mm, and I'm going to change this material to plaster.
white plaster, and I'm going to click finish. So we're also going to try and just copy what we have on this side, at least something similar to this other side. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to select one of these brackets here, click on copy, pick this point here, and go to these places where we have these windows here. Then since these are spaced apart, I don't think I'm just going to select this and drag this. I'm not going to group them together. Left click, select and drag this here. I'm going to select all this line, click on copy, pick this point, copy this to this, copy this to this, copy this here. So I'm just going to select these two lines and drag this to this point here. Then I'm just going to basically copy, select this one here and copy this to this side. Also here, then I'm just going to select this and click on move and drag this to this point here. Select this, move this, drag this to this point here. Then as for this one, select these two lines, move it. So since this place is already bracketed in an element, I don't see any need to create window hoods for these windows here, or even this side too, because it's currently shaded by this cantilever. But I mean, it's still fine. I'm just going to leave it plain like this. So what I can do now is just to delete this profile here, and I think like this is good to go. Then I'm just going to click on finish, and we're going to see what it has yielded. So after creating this, in between these spaces, we're going to just create a small extrusion that is going to unify these two elements. So this is going to be like a different material, so I can use this alternate material here in all these spaces here, as well as spaces like let's say this whole space here. So for this, I'm going to click on create extrusion. Then instead of selecting, I'm going to change this extrusion to 10 millimeters since it's like a tile. Then I'm now going to change it to stone wall, and I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to pick this box here and pick this box too. Draw a box from this point to this point, from this point to this point as well, this point to this point. Alright, so I'm just going to click on this box too again. I'm going to be drawing a box here. I'm also going to be doing the same thing. So what I'm just going to do to make things quicker, I'm just going to also draw here. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm just going to select this tray here. Then I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here and just copy them to this point since it's the same thing on each floor. Then I'm going to go over here. Then I'm just going to start drafting. So I'm going to draw this, use this line tool. I'm just going to be following this open parts here. So I'm just going to go like this. So this might take some time due to the complexities, but after all, this video is over 13 hours, so I mean time is not more a factor at this point. Then I'm just going to click on this box too and draw it to this point here. Then I'm going to draw another line from here up to here and up to here, up to this point here and this point here. So now I'm just going to be doing the same thing. So for this space now, since this one I think is almost the same thing, I can select all these lines here, click on copy, pick this point here, copy it to this point. Okay, my system is hanging. Let me just make sure it's charging. Okay, it's charging. So I'm just going to select this again, this one, and do the same thing. Click on copy here, copy this to this point here,
copy this to this point here. Then I'm also going to select this box here, select copy, pick this point here, and just copy it to these places where they are. So finally, we are now going to touch this last part. I think this part is the most complex, so I'm just going to draw 3 lines here encompassing this window here. I'm going to click on escape, select these 3 lines, click on copy, pick this point here, pick this point, then I'm just going to click line, pick here, pick here, pick here, reach here, pick here up to this point, then join this here, click on this, join this here, click on this point, join this line here, click on this, join this here, click on this, reach this point here, so after doing this, now we're just going to click on this box too, and we're just going to draw a box from this point here up to this point. So now I think we have put this material all the places we need to put it. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So now we are going to see that it's going to kind of just make this element stand out. Then I'm going to click on finish to finish the casework. Then I'm going to save this project. So now we have done this. I think we have done a wonderful work. So I think the final step in our elevation design now is we are now going to use cladding panels throughout most of this project. But before we do that, let's just quickly create columns for this drop-offs here. So I'm just going to click on this extrusion here, click on edit in place, click on this, click on edit extrusion, go to NGL. Then we're just going to be drawing some circular columns. So I can even click on first floor. So I'm going to be seeing where the parapet walls are exactly. Then I'm just going to click on circle. I'm just going to select the center of this point and pick the circle up to 225 millimeter in radius. That means the diameter is 450. Then I'm just going to select this, click on this, move this by 1 meter. Click on this, move this by 600 or 900 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, select the center of this and mirror this profile here. I'm going to do something similar on this side too. I'm just going to select this here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm just going to pick this point here and copy this to this point here. Then of course I'm going to click on move and I'm going to move this by 1 meter. So after moving this by 1 meter, I'm going to click on move again and move this by 900. So it's going to form the same thing. Then I'm going to click on finish extrusion. So if I go back to 3D view, we are going to see the columns here. So I think this serves very well. We're also going to go here, see the columns here. So this is wonderful. So now I'm going to be using cutting walls to create cladding panels, and I'm also going to create cutting grills. Okay, like I'm going to create a sun shading device that you can easily create without doing a lot of model in place to shade this balcony or this flower balcony. So to do this, I think it's pretty simple. So we're just going to go to a plan view first. Maybe let's go to NGL. Then I'm just going to click on file. Not file, sorry. I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and select maybe this generic regular cutting. I'm going to reset the constraint. Then I'm just going to click on this and make sure I start with this regular cutting wall. Then I'm just going to click edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm now going to call this 01 hospital cladding panels. Then I'm just going to click OK. So now I'm going to make sure this is set at exterior, automatic embedded, cutting panel glazed, joint condition undefined.
So I'm now going to also go to this vertical layout, click on fixed distance, set the vertical layout at the spacing in between it at, let me use 1.2 meter as the width. Then go to this horizontal fixed distance. I can now use, let's say, let me use 1.8. Okay, so I think 1.8 by 1.2 meters. So I'm just going to click on this and change this to 900, then change the second one to 1.5. So I think this is a good size. Then I'm just going to click on this munion and I'm just going to just select this main munion for now. So after doing this, I'm just going to click apply and I'm going to click OK. So this thing is not yet ready yet, but we need to draw it first. So I'm just going to set the constraints to NGL to first floor. Then I'm just going to draw the curtain wall here. Then I'm going to click escape. So I'm now going to go to 3D view. So this looks like just a regular curtain wall. So let's start working on this. Firstly, I'm just going to select one of these munions. So once the munion is highlighted, I'm just going to click on it. Then I'm just going to unpin it. So I'm going to click on edit type and I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm now going to call this Ctrl A, call this 00 space invisible munion, invisible munion, sorry, invisible munion. So after calling it this name, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to change this thickness to 25 millimeter. I'm going to change this width on each side to 10 millimeter. Then I'm now going to click on this material. I'm going to change it from dark aluminum and I'm going to look for air. So this air is like an invisible material. So let's just look for this air and we're going to click OK. Then I'm going to click on apply and click OK. So after setting this panel now, we're now going to click on tab to select one of these curtain glazed panels here. Then I'm going to unpin it. I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm going to call this 000 main hospital panels. Hospital cladding panels. So after creating this, I'm just going to click on OK. So I'm just going to change this offset to 10 millimeter. I'm going to change this material, click on this, right click, duplicate, and now call this 00 cladding panels cyan. Okay, not super cyan, no, just cyan color. So I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to metal. Then I'm just going to look for a light blue cladding panel, a light blue metallic color. So I think I can even go to, if colors won't do it, I can go to maybe paint. Okay, so I'm going to be using this zinc here. I think this zinc is close to what I'm looking for. It's not too close. I'm going to make sure I check this render appearance. So I'm just going to use this zinc, or I can use this stainless steel here. Go to graphics. Okay, I think this can serve. Then I'm just going to click on apply. I'm going to click on OK. Apply. OK. So we are going to see these panels here. So now I'm not going to click on this curtain wall as a whole here. I'm going to click on edit type. Then I'm just going to go over and change some things. So I'm going to go to this curtain panel first. Click on this drop down. Scroll down and look for this hospital cladding panels you created. Then I'm now going to go to this munion and I'm now going to click on this border type and change it to none. Click on this border type, change it to none. Click on this interior type, now change it to the invisible munion. Do the same thing for this invisible munion at this interior type. Change this border to none. Change this border to none. Then I'm just going to click on apply. I'm going to click on delete munions. Then I'm just going to click OK. So now you can see our cladding panel system here and we have done this very well. So now I'm just going to select this here. I'm going to delete this. Then I'm going to go to NGL now. I'm now going to click on wall. Then I'm now going to set the constraint at I'm going to be setting it at parapet, okay, roof level. Then I'm just going to pick this edge here and I'm going to draw the curtain panel up to this point here. So after drawing this now, I'm just going to click on this cutting panel. I'm going to look for this zigzag icon here, and I'm just going to click on it. So it's going to switch positions and the panel is going to come out on the surface. So now it's like this. If we go to 3D view, we're going to see it's obstructing most of our elements. So it's now our job to just modify the element as it is. So I'm going to rotate this to the front. I'm just going to select this panel here. I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to start cutting in this profile. So now we can already see that we already have some defining lines here already. So we can just use them on as a guide while cutting this profile. So I'm just going to start from this point here. So what I can do now is, firstly, I can click on this bottom line and delete it first. Then I'm just going to click on this pick line tool, click on tab once I highlight a line, then select this here. Then I'm just going to pick this point here. Once I hover around an edge like this, I can click on tab to select everything. So the places that are going to be giving us difficulty is places like this where we have this line here. So I'm just going to pick here. I'm going to pick here too. And pick here. Alright, so at this point, I think we have sketched this part well. So I'm just going to click on finish and we're going to see how it came out. Okay, so now you can see how this is looking. So these are the cladding panels. So we're going to be repeating the same thing maybe for somewhere like this point here. So we're just going to sketch this. So we can even click on this, click on edit profile. Then we're just going to click on this pick line, pick here, pick this point as well, pick, okay, Ctrl Z, pick here too, pick here too, pick this point, and maybe pick this point here. So what we can do, I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z. So basically we're just going to replicate this thing we just did here for all these remaining parts of this project. Okay, so for that aspect, we are just going to follow me along as we do it. So I can just click on this line and delete this here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. Then it's going to cover here up. Okay, so sometimes it will show things like munions have lost reference and lost grain, so you can click on delete whatever it needs to delete. But you can see so far it's looking very nice and it's just on point. So instead of using extrusions to suffer yourself, so we can also click on this, click on edit profile, because they are supposed to be a cutting wall here. So we can just click pick line tool, just pick the edge of the cutting wall. Once we have picked the edge, we can draw a line horizontally to just join this bottom here and do the same thing for this region here. So after doing this, we can now even trim here, then click on finish. So basically we have just completed the front, this side. So I'm just going to save this project and I'm going to replicate this thing for the other parts of the project. So we're just going to be taking it gradually one after the other. So I'm just going to go back to NGL, then I'm going to go from this point now and draw another cutting wall panel. So I'm going to go to walls and I'm now going to pick from this point here and just draw to up to this point. So once I've drawn this here, it's going to take time to create the panels. Then after doing this, I'm going to click on escape. I'm just going to select the cutting wall as a whole, look for this zigzag icon here, this two-way icon, and just click on it for the panels to come to the surface. Then I'm just going to do what I basically did on the other side. So if I go to 3D view now, I'm just going to select this now. I'm going to select this panel here and I'm going to click edit profile. And I'm going to start editing. So basically for this side here, I'm just going to click on this box here and I'm going to draw a box from this point here all the way to this point here. So after doing this, we're just going to basically be cutting through the spaces, and you know what we're going to do, so just follow along the video. So if you notice, I was picking some lines that you are imagining how I was picking them. So if you look in between these panels, you are going to see like this duct here. So you are going to see some elements behind it. So this can help serve as a help when we are picking this. So we can just pick this here. We can also pick this. Once we select this, you are going to see the cutting wall edges is going to highlight, just like this one here. Okay, so you can see these two are clashing, so I can delete this one here and know that I'm just going to draw a horizontal line from here and draw another horizontal line joining here. Then I'm just going to click on escape. I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split this line here, and then I'm just going to click on trim this line to this point here, trim here to this. Okay, click on cancel. So I'm just going to click on cancel first. So after clicking on cancel, I'm now going to click on split element and I'm just going to split this line here. Then I'm just going to click on trim these two lines together. Click on trim these two. Click this trim here. Click this trim here. So after doing so now, I'm just going to zoom into this place. I'm still going to see that there are some cutting wall panels here. So I'm just going to click on pick line tool. Once I highlight around it, the edge is going to highlight. I'm also going to highlight here. You can see I'm just picking the edges by just hovering around it. I can click on tab to get the exact edge, like this one here. So after getting this one, I can just select this here, click on copy, and maybe pick this point here, this edge here, where I can see it. Paste this here. Go here, click on pick here, click on tab, click here, and click on split. Click on tab, click on split here, then trim. Click on pick, click on tab, pick the top, pick here. So instead of wasting my time doing all of this again and again, I can just delete this. I can select this one I've done here. Since I know that this kind of windows are repeated in each of this segment, click on copy, pick this point and just be copying it. After doing this, I'm going to click escape. I'm going to click on split here, split here too. Then I'm just going to trim this. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on finish, and we're going to see how it's going to look. So you can see how this is looking. I think it's looking good. We still have some cut windows to add to this, which I can click, edit profile. Then I'm just going to that same method, just going to pick on these edges here. Then I can just trim this. Then click on split here, split line, split here where, then just trim this basically. Then delete this line here. So the thing about this thing is that it actually takes quite some time, or rather some people might even say a lot of time. I can click on this and just drag this edge to this point, use time and just take your time to do this thing. And so we're just basically I'm going to basically do this thing for the remaining parts of this project. Then I'm going to be right back. But the main stuff is you get the whole idea of how to create it, place them, and start editing them as you are placing them on each surface. So I'm just going to quickly speed run the other parts. Then we're now going to go into the next phase of this video. Alright, so now we have created all the cladding panels, and I think we have done a wonderful job. So we're just going to look through the building. So if you follow this, you should do something like this. You can see I created the cladding panel in most of these parts. I left some openings here. So we're now going to go into the next stage of this facade design. I think that is the final thing we're going to do. We're going to create some shading devices for this area here, for this flower balcony. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to first floor where the balcony is. Then I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall. Then I'm just going to select this normal curtain wall. Then I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to duplicate and I'm going to call this 00 sun shading device. Then after doing this, I'm now going to click on OK. I'm just going to leave everything set. The only thing is I'm going to set this vertical layout to fixed distance. I'm not going to set any horizontal layout, and I'm going to set the fixed distance at, let's use 150 millimeter or 75, or let me just use 100 millimeter. Then I'm just going to click OK. So I'm going to click on edit type again before I click finish. I'm going to change these vertical mullions, this border mullion type. I'm going to change it to, let me use this main mullion first. Then change this to main mullion. This border 2, border 1. Then I'm now going to change this, go to these vertical mullions, change this to this interior type to main mullion. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm just going to draw a simple curtain wall here. So now I've done this, I'm just going to go to 3D to start working on this. So now I'm just going to click on tab. I'm going to select one of these mullions here, this mullion at this edge. Then I'm going to unpin it. I'm now going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm going to call this sun shading 00 sun shading border.
So this border is like the wooden panel that is going to go around holding the sun shading device. So I'm going to click OK. So this thickness, I'm going to leave it at 75. The width on one side, I'm going to change it to 5 mm. Width on the other side, 5 mm. I'm now going to apply a wooden material. So I'm going to right click duplicate, and I'm going to name this wooden grills. Then I'm just going to click on this to assign a new material. Click on appearance, go under wood. Then I'm just going to select maybe this one here, this and the rubber. I'm going to click on apply and going to click OK. So after doing this, now I'm going to click apply and click OK. We have changed this material to a wooden material. Then I'm a wooden munion. Then I'm going to click on tab, select this now. Then I'm just going to click on pin. I'm now going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 shading panels. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So I'm just going to change this thickness. This thickness, I'm going to change it to 25. This material, I'm going to change it to that 00 wooden panels. Let me just use this wooden panels. Then I'm going to change this width. Click on OK. I'm going to change this width on one side to 37.5, and this one to 37.5. Then I'm going to click on apply. I'm going to click on OK. So after doing this, now you can see how the panel has changed. Then after changing this panel, now I'm now going to click on tab here, select this one here. Then I'm now going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this invisible glaze. 00 invisible panel. So after calling this invisible panel, I'm going to click on OK. I'm just going to change this offset to 10 mm. I'm going to click on this tinted glass, change it, and I'm going to look for our air material. Then after looking for our air material, I'm just going to select it. I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click on OK now. So now what I'm now going to do, I'm going to select this whole cutting wall system. I'm going to click on edit type. Then I'm just going to change this, go to this cutting panel, set it at invisible panel. Then I'm just going to scroll down. I'm going to click on this interior type, and I'm going to set it at shading device. Then I'm just going to change this border one type as sun shading border. The same thing for this sun shading border. Then I'm going to do the same thing, sun shading border. Click on this sun shading border. Click on apply and watch it transform, and click OK. Okay, so now as you can see how good it's looking. You can see all the panels, the way they arrange themselves. So this is already a sun shading device system we have created. So I can click on this here and delete this. Then let's go back to first floor again. So now I'm not going to be drafting from this first floor. I'm going to go to wall. I'm going to set this at click on this, set this as second floor. The only thing is I'm just going to put in the factor of the beam offset. So I'm going to put -450, and I'm going to put a 300 mm offset because of this dual floor here. Then I'm going to draw the thing from here and stop here. Okay, let me click on wall again. Okay, so they said maximum allowed is 200 in a given direction. So I'm going to click on, so I'm going to click on wall again. I'm just going to draw it into sections. So I'm going to draw it at, let's say, draw it to this grid here. I'm now going to continue it and see if I can draw it to 3 grids here. It's not going to allow, so I'm going to click on a wall again, and I'm going to try to draw it from this point here to this grid here. Then I'm going to draw this again to this grid here. Then I'm going to draw this again to this grid here. Then I'm going to draw this here. Then I'm going to draw this from this point here to this point. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to go to 3D view. So you can see it has basically covered this whole place, but we are going to work on it. So I'm just going to click on this. On the matter of fact, I'm going to click on edit type, and I'm going to change this fixed distance to 150 millimeter because I think this 100 millimeter is too close. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So it's going to be more spaced off. So after doing this now, I can now select this. I can increase this base offset to, let me use 2.1 instead of 300. So now it's 2.1 now. If I rotate this to this approach side now, I'm just going to click on this here, or let me make it even 2.4. So I can rotate this here, click on this, make this 2.4, this offset. So it will be the height of the lintel. So now I can select this cutting wall here. I can rotate this to this front, click on rotate, select this one here, also select this one here, hold Control, select this third one, hold Control, select this fourth one, and we're going to change this offset to 2.4 meter. So now as for this one, in order to create a unique design element, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm still going to rotate this to this front. So I'm going to scroll in here. I'm going to continue it from this 2.4 meter here. That is where this one stopped. Then I'm going to draw a line here up to, let's say, up to this point here, or rather the middle of this grid here. Then I'm going to draw a diagonal line at 45 degrees. After doing this now, I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this to this point here and trim this to this point. So I'm just going to click on finish. Okay, so now this is just the simple element I wanted to create. So this is a shading device here. So now we are done with this elevation aspect. We are now going to go into the site planning. So for this, I'm just going to go to this NGL site plan first. So in this site plan, we have, you can see that our crop region, we need to adjust it. So I'm just going to drag this crop region. We are currently seeing the roof of this building, but in the ideal thing in site plan is we will need to see the walls and the floors. Okay, so we can still duplicate this view if we later, if you want to do a roof view. So I'm just going to drag this and increase this size. So this project is already very, very heavy. So which is expected because of all the things we have done and the scale of this project. So now I'm going to go back to this NGL where we made all these our sketches, and I'm going to just select all these sketching lines here. Hold Control, just select all the lines. After selecting all these lines here, and even this brief too, I'm just going to go to copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views, and I'm going to paste it, go under this floor plan site, and I'm going to paste it there. So if you go to our site plan, we're just going to see everything here. So I can still extend this and extend this. So in order to make this view lighter, the first thing we're going to do, and to make it proper for a site plan, is we're going to go under this view range here and click on edit. Then we're going to change this offset from 60,000 to 1.2. Then I'm going to click on apply, and I'm just going to click OK. So it's going to cut 1.2 from the site plan. So now we are going to be continuing our drafting, and we're going to refine this draft we did. So originally we already stated that, okay, we are going to make here the emergency access and this the main access. Then this will be a drop off. So on the flip side, I was thinking that this our site plan is a bit tight here, so we will need to move this by a bit of distance. So I'm just going to select these whole lines here, select everything here. Select this line too, because we are going to have some facilities at the back. Select this too, select this too, hold Control, select all these lines here. Then we're just going to move this by 3 meters and give this rear view a bigger depth of 3 meters. So I think 3 meters should do a lot. So by giving this 3 meter now, let me even give them 1.5 meter more. So I think this to this size is 30 meter. Okay, I think this 3 meter is enough. So I'm going to click on escape. So now let's just set up this view. I'm going to click on this scope box, right click, hide in view by category. Select this point elevation, right click, hide in view by category. Okay, so let's continue drafting now.
So I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from here. So I'm going to form a green area around this entrance here to this point here. Then I'm just going to extend it up to here, 3 meters, and up to this point. So at this point now, I'm going to click on this escape. I'm going to click on this and form a 3 meter a bend here. Then I'm going to delete this. So this is going to be a green area. So I'm also going to go to this point here. I'm going to go to annotate, detail line. Then I'm going to just use this arc, this center arc line tool, and I'm just going to click on this. Sorry, not this center arc, this start end arc line tool. So I'm going to pick this and just pick a curve line here. So I'll delete this here. And so another thing to note, in site planning, there shouldn't be any sharp edges. So you should try and avoid sharp edges as possible because cars will be using it. Then I'm going to go to annotate detail line, and I'm going to draw a distance of 8 meters from here. So it's going to create a good passage for vehicles. So now you know we have 8 meters here, and we can have a good drop off here. So this is going to be our parking up to a certain point. So now there's a very important facility we didn't add to this main design, and the reason I didn't add it to this main design is because that facility can house a hospital on its own. So that is the maternity department. So what we are going to do, you are going to draw a line 3 meters from here up to, let's use up to 36 meters. Let me hit Ctrl Z, not 35. 3 meters from here to this point, up to 36 meters here. And the building can be, let's say, 15 or 16 meters. Let me just use 15 meters deep. Then I'm going to draw another line up to 30 meters here. So let's say we're now going to draw a walkway offset around it to this point here. Another 3 meters here to this point. So let's say this is our maternity building. So this maternity building is supposed to house its own OPD, its own neonatal, everything, even its theaters here. So we're just going to create a footprint for it. So once we create that here, we're still going to create a buffer zone, then the parking here. So I'm just going to go to annotate detail line. And now I'm going to be giving the offset I usually give from parking. So I'm going to create the first row of parking. So I'm going to show you how I design parking lot. So the first row, the standard depth of parking is usually 5 meters. I'm going to offset that 5 meters from here. So after the first 5 meters, we'll need a place where cars will pass. So that will be 6 meters. I'm going to offset it from here as well. Then we're also going to need another 5 meters for parking. So I'm just going to offset that 5 meters. Then we're going to need 1.5 meter green buffer. I'm going to click on offset. Then another 5 meters of parking again. So now we have some space here, so we're going to see what we can do. So I'm going to click on 6 meters for another movement way. Then after this movement way again, another 5 meter parking. And another 5 meter parking from here. So you are going to see that we have a lot of these lines here. So we are going to see how we're going to resolve it. So we're just first going to click on this trim and extend. Then once I click on trim and extend, I'm just going to select this line here and just trim it, select this line and select this line. So it's not going to be confusing us from this maternity building here. So after doing this now, we are now going to know that, okay, we have these lines here. So I'm not going to offset from this side. So from this side, I'm only going to need a few offset. So I'm going to click on offset here. I'm going to change this to 3 meters. So I'm going to be offsetting 3 meters to serve as the buffer zone between the parking and this road here. I'm also going to do the same, a 3 meter green area to buffer the parking zone between this maternity ward. So there will be a 6 meter clearance from the parking and the maternity. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to go over to this point here. We're going to go to annotate, we're going to go to detail line. So we're just going to draw a 6 meter, let's say draw from this point here, an 8 meter entrance from here. Let me just use 6. Let me just use 8. Then I'm going to draw it to this point here. So after drawing this, I can delete this. So I'm now going to extend this line here. So I'm going to select this line here. I'm going to click on this line here and drag it here. Then I'm going to click on this line. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy it to this second band of parking. And I'm going to copy it to this third band of parking here.
Okay, so this third band of parking, we don't actually need it here because we will have parking all the way on this row, so we can delete this now. So now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to drag this down here. Then I'm going to click on this trim and extend tool again, and I'm going to click on this, trim it here, trim it here, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here. Okay, so this is looking good. So the thing now is we are going to need to offset some distance here because we also need parking on this line here. So I'm just going to click on offset and I'm going to offset 5 meters from here. So I'm just going to put the 5 here. Uncheck this, copy, offset this 5 meter, offset this 5 meter. Then I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw up to 8 meter again. Let me just put it 8,000. After reaching 8,000, I'm going to click on this point and I'm going to draw another 5 meter to this point here. I'm also going to do the same to this point here. So I'm just going to draft out where people will park here and movement way around this and movement way. So now we're also going to do the same from here. So after this green buffer, I'm just going to click on this trim and extend, and I'm going to trim this to this point. So after this green buffer, I'm going to click on 5 meter offset. Make sure I check copy. Then I'm also going to click on an offset of 8 meters for movement and circulation. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go here now and I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to select this, trim this here, trim this here as well, trim this here, 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 here. So if you trim this here too, so you are going to see that this is the movement pathway, this is the movement pathway. So these are the parking here, we have parking here, we have parking here. So now what we're now going to do is we're now going to do the same thing we did here. So I can just select this here and I can just click on mirror and mirror this from this center point to this side. So after doing this now, I can now click on split and I can split this line here, split this line here. Then I can start trimming, normal trimming here, and trim this here, trim this here as well, trim this here, trim this here. Click on split, split here, then trim this here, trim this here, trim this to this green here, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here. So of course this maternity will need its own entrance. So I'm just going to annotate detail line and I'm going to draw a line from here. Click on offset. And maybe I can offset this way and put a walkway to join this here. Then I'm just going to click on split, split here, split here. I'm going to delete this here. Then I'm going to trim this. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on split here and I'm going to split here again. And I think I can delete this line here. Then I can just start trimming again, trim to this point, unjoin this element, trim here, trim here, trim here, trim here, trim here. So after doing this now, we can already see how our parking lot will be. I think the idea is clear now. So I'm just going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 3 meters from each of these sides here. So the reason why I'm offsetting this 3 meters is so there will be a good turning radius here. Okay, so after doing this, I'm now going to click on split, split here, split here, split here as well, split here. Then I'm going to start trimming. Unjoin the element. Okay, I'm also going to click on split, split in between them here, split here too, split here, split here. Then let's start trimming and see how it goes. So I'm going to trim this here, click on this, trim this, trim this, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, trim here, trim here too, here, here as well, here, and here. So now you can see that this parking is getting more defined. So now we have done this, we're now going to extend this line here. We're going to go back to this side and we're just going to drive this line to this point here. Then I'm going to click on annotate detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here and join this here. So I'm just going to click on this and trim this together. So after clicking on this, I can delete this line here, extending from here. I think
we're now going to make our markings for some of these facilities. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line, and I'm going to be drawing the waste management facility, as well as I'm going to draw in another offset from here, I think up to 6 meters, and I'm going to draw create a space for a morgue, so where they can keep deceased patients. So I'm just going to put it 25 meters from here, and I'm going to place this here. Okay, so we have these two facilities here, and I think there's enough space for car vehicular movement in between these spaces here. So this is 6 meters from this point, so I think this is nice. So now we are now going to go back to this parking lot here, and I'm going to try and see a way from to separate this emergency from this point here, and I will need to create a walkway, and this walkway will lead directly to this ramp here. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to select all this line from here, and I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to be moving it by 3 meters. I'm also going to select this here and move it by 3 meters as well. So the reason why I'm moving it by 3 meters is because I want to create a walkway entrance from here. So it's just going to be a walkway. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to offset 3 meters from here. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this point to this point here, and trim this point here to this point. So I can continue this line here. So what I can now do now is I can now go over here, go to annotate, click on detail line. I can draw from this point here and join this here. So I can just click on trim this line to this point here. Then click on this, delete this line here. So now this is this. I'm now going to go to annotate detail line. I'm going to zoom in here. I'm going to draw a line from this ramp here, and I'm going to join this. So this is going to basically be our walkway. So I can now use fillet arc tools to create a bend here, which is not, there's no problem with that. Then I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line too, and I'm going to draw another walkway from here. Okay, and we can stop this here. So I think vehicular movement can be here. So now we're also going to now draft some greeneries here. So we're going to just mark out this area for some green areas. The only thing is we can also just create a walkway here. So I can just draw a line from this point here up to this point here, and know that this place will be a green area. So what I can do, these grids are confusing me. I can click on this grid, right click, hide in view by category to hide all of them in view, so it's not going to obstruct. So we know this is going to be a green area. I can go to annotate detail line too. This whole place can be a green area. This place now, so we can just let's see. So I think we can even draft a green area from here up to this point. We can draft it from this point here up to here, then draft this up to, let's say, 7.5 meters up to this point. So we can just select these lines here, then click on mirror. Then we can just mirror this to this other point. So these are just walkways here. So these are green areas all through this place. So we can also go to annotate detail line. Then we can create more of a small green buffer here, about let's use 3 meters here up to this point here. Okay, so now we have outlined these lines with sharp lines. We are going to start blending all of them. So I'm going to start from this parking here. I'm going to go to detail line, because in a parking lot like this, the turning radius of a car is 3 meters. So you need to have a 3 meter bend, or at least 1.5 meter. So I'm going to go to this normal arc tool, and I'm going to pick here, and create a perfect arc. After creating this perfect arc, I'm going to click on this, click on copy, select this top crest, copy it here, delete this line, delete this too. So it's going to be here. Then I'm going to select this here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this to this point. So after doing this, I'm going to select this, both of this, click on mirror, and mirror it to this side.
So the same thing, I'm going to select this here. I'm going to click on copy, pick this point as a reference point, copy this here, click on escape, click on select, hold control, select the second one, click on copy, pick this point here and copy this to this. Then I'm going to click on delete to delete these lines on top of this crest. So after doing this now, I'm just going to go to modify. I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this here. Trim this here. Trim here. Trim here. Trim here too. Trim here too. Trim here. I'm now going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm now going to use this fillet arc tool, fillet arc. Then I'm going to pick this line and pick this line. Then just place an arc here. Then I can click on this arc and change this length to 3 meters. Then I can also click on this and extend this to 6 meters. So not 600, 6,000. So it's going to also extend to this other area here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to annotate again, detail line. Okay, it's asking us to save project, which I'm going to save. So I'm going to use this fillet arc tool again. Then I'm going to pick here and make this 3 meters too. Pick here, make this 3 meters. After doing this, I'm going to go here, pick here, put an arc here. So I don't even need to be putting this dimension yet. Let me just place all of them first. I'm going to go here as well. Go here too. Go here. So after doing this now, I can click on this. I don't need this roundabout here. I'm just going to click on detail line again, and I'm just going to use this normal arc tool here, and I'm going to delete this. Okay, so now what we're now going to do now is we're now going to go over to this point here. We're going to select this distance, hit Ctrl C to copy, click on this one, Ctrl V, paste it, delete this element because it deleted that last line separating here. So it's okay if it's like this. Or if you want to make it more pronounced, you can delete this, click on this arc line and just create a single arc line here. Click on this, Ctrl V, go here, impute this value here, click on this, paste this here as well. So what we are going to do now is we are going to select these two lines here and we are going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this by this here. I'm going to click on this and hit Ctrl V. So I'm going to click on delete element. So I think this is 6 meters here. So after this now, we're now going to go over here. We're going to change this to 6 meters. Going to go here, hit Ctrl V, paste this 3 meter turning radius here. Go here, the same thing. Go here, the same thing. Click on this. Let me just make this 9 meters. Then I can click on this, Ctrl V, delete that last element at that edge. So I think we have done a nice work here. So let's just see. So now we have good courtyards. So we have the road network, we have the parking lot. So the next phase, we are now going to connect this access road to this parking lot. So I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line here, draw another line here, draw another line here, draw another line to this point here.
Then I'm just going to click on split to perfect it. Then I'm just going to click on trim this too, trim this here. Then I'm going to go to annotate, go to detail line. I'm going to click on this fillet arc tool and I'm going to arc here. So I'm going to go to modify. I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. So I can delete this line here. Then I'm going to hit this Ctrl V, paste this 3 meter distance, turning radius distance here in all these arcs. Okay, so after doing this, I'm going to go to annotate detail line. I'm going to draw this security point here. Then I'm also going to draw another small security cubicle here. Then I'm just going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to use this normal arc tool and pick from this point to this point and draw this here. So I'm going to click on this, copy this to this crest here, delete these 2 lines. Then I'm going to click on modify and I'm just going to trim this here. Okay, so now we have done this. I think we have reached the stage of modeling. So another thing we can do is just to make this realistic. We can go to detail line and we can open this road here. Open this road. So both people from both lanes can come, turn and enter here. So I'm going to click on split here. And I'm just going to split here too. So I can delete this line here. I can go to annotate, go to detail line, click on this arc line tool, and just draw an arc here and an arc here. Then I can delete this line here, delete this line. Then I can click on this, move this back by 3 meters, or move this back here, click on this, move this back here too. So now we have drafted all of this. We are now going to start the main modeling. So I'm just going to click on this massing and site and I'm going to start by modeling parking component. Okay, that was some NEPA stuff. So I'm now going to click on this parking component here and I'm going to edit this parking. So I'm going to click on edit type and I'm going to change this parking length to 5 meter and change the parking width to 2.5 meter. So it's standard. So I'm going to click on OK. And I'm just going to click on space here, and you are going to see that the level of the parking length is going to show a natural ground level. So I think it's okay. So once I've placed this, I'm going to click on this. I'm just going to click on this array. Then once I click on this array, I'm just going to make sure this is at linear, and I'm going to say move to second. So this move to second means if I copy this and I copy this to this second point here, then I'm now going to impute the number of copies I want it to have. So I'm just going to put 15 first. Since 15 it will enter, I'm going to put 20 now. Then I'm going to reduce this to 19. So after doing this now, I can select this arrayed parking. I can click on mirror and I can just mirror it to this other side. Then hold Ctrl, select all of them again, then click on copy, pick this point here and just copy this here. So automatically you will see with this array we can just use it to track how many parking we have. So I'm going to select all of this. Since this parking lot is a bit different from this one, I'm just going to adjust those deficiency by clicking on move and moving this to this point. So we have about, let's say, 40 parking or so. So I'm just going to select all of this. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this to this point here. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm now going to click on array again. Pick this point. Click on this second point that is 2.5. And array like 10 more. So I think 10 more entered. So after this, I'm just going to select some of this parking here. I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to select the center point of this arc and mirror it by 45 degrees to perpendicularly mirror it. Then I'm just going to select some of this and delete this. So we have parking here. So it's now remaining the parking here. So I'm just going to do the same thing. Select about like this. Click on mirror it perpendicularly. Then select these first 2 ones we don't need and delete this. So the fact that there's parking and there is no green area, it doesn't really mean it's still fine. So we have about, if I click on this and right click and say select all instances in entire project, everything is going to select. If we click on filter, we're going to see the number. We have about 126 parking spaces, which I think is enough. So another thing we're going to be creating is maybe some staff parking. So I'm going to go to this rear side I'm just going to select some parking, about 10 of them, then click on copy, pick the point here and copy this to this point here. So we have a few parking spaces here. I think this can serve. Then we can also even design a small, let's say call this emergency parking space. So after this emergency drop off, I can click on this arc tool and delete this, go to annotate, go to detail line, draw a line from here. Then also I'm going to, since the emergency drop off is here, I think this distance is 3.7. I think this is small, so I'm going to click on edit type and I'm just going to move this by 600 or 900 back, so it's going to match with that one. Okay, then I'm just going to go to annotate, detail line. So I think I made a mistake, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. Then I'm going to click on this, click on edit sketch, then select this, click on move this back by 900. Also go to this, select this, click on move and move this back by 900. Then click finish. So after this, we know we have we are supposed to have a parking way here. Then I'm just going to go to annotate, detail line. Then I'm just going to draw this line straight here. So I'm just going to select one of these parking spaces. I'm going to go to annotate, detail line. So I'm going to drag from here up to here. So this will now be the driveway for this point. Then I'm just going to stop this here. Then I can click on split, modify, split here. Then I can just trim this here. So I'm just going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to click on this fillet tag tool, pick here, fillet here, pick here and pick here. So I'm just going to click on this and hit Ctrl V to put this 3 meter value. So we're also going to select about 5 of this parking here and click on copy and just copy this to this point. So we can call this we can now click on this parking lot here, can click on ungroup, select about 3 of them, click on delete, click on this one, ungroup it, then edit type, duplicate. So we're just going to increase the size of this, make this 3 meters since it's the emergency van. So make this 6 meters in length. Click on apply and click on OK. Then I can click on this, click on move this here. Then click on copy and just copy about 4 of them also. So we have our emergency parking space for the emergency vehicles. Okay, so after that is done now, I think so far we have done a nice job. So we're now going to start modeling the green areas. So for these green areas, okay, we mistakenly deleted something, so I'm just going to go over to annotate, detail line, and I'm now going to draw a arc tool here. So we're going to start modeling the green areas. So the green areas are like this part of this project that defines it. So some people usually use massing and sites, topo solids to model, but I usually prefer modeling floors, modeling site elements with floor slabs in Revit. So we're just going to edit the floor slabs and I think it works well. Alright, so we're just going to go to architecture. We're going to go to floors. Under these floors, we're going to click on this drop down and select the slabs we need. So we're going to start from green area and we're going to put this height offset as 150 millimeters because I want it to be 150 above the ground. Then we're just going to use this pick line tool since we have used lines to define it. So we're just going to pick this boundary first. Then I'm just going to pick here. Ctrl Z. I can now pick this edge here, pick here, pick here, pick here too. Click on tab if I'm clashing with this parking lot. Pick here too. Pick here as well. Pick here. Pick this part here. Click on tab. Tab again to select this. Click on tab 2 times. Select this. Pick here. Pick here as well. Then I'm also going to pick this green area, separating this emergency from this. So we're going to do some trimming before we continue. Let's split first. So I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split here. And I'm going to still click on pick line too. I'm going to pick here. pick here, pick here, pick here. So I'm going to now click on trim. Okay, let me click on split again. I'm going to split here. So I'm now going to click on trim. I'm going to trim this to this, trim this to this, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here as well, trim this here as well. I'm going to trim this here too. Then after trimming this, I'm now going to click on pick line tool again. I'm going to click on tab, select this. Once I hover around one of these lines I created, I'm going to click on tab, select everything. Do the same thing here. Pick here too as well. Click on tab if you want. If you can't get this line, just click on tab multiple times, you will get it. So I'm just going to trim and trim this here. Then I'm going to also pick this green area. Okay, this is not a green area, this is a walkway, so we need to be careful. We're now going to go to this courtyard and click pick. So I'm just going to be picking the green areas we designated for this. So we need to be wary of these cladding panels here, because pick here. So I'm going to use maybe a manual line tool here to just join this up with here. Then I'm just going to click on trim, trim here too. Then I can trim here. So after doing this now, we're just going to click on this fillet tack. I'm going to pick these two lines here, and I'm going to arc this by 3 meters. Even though a car is not entering here, but just for everything to be consistent, I'm going to click on this box tool, and I'm going to pick this point here and go over and select this other point here. So this is now going to be a full green area in this closed courtyard. I'm going to do the same here. Pick this point here, pick this point here as well. Then I can now use pick line tools and can now pick these lines here. Then I can just click on trim and trim whatever is left. Then I'm just going to trim this here. So I'm going to go to this green buffer zone here, this green band here. And I'm also going to try and make sure I select this wall here. So I'm just going to trim this here, trim this. So okay, I think we have created the main green area. So we're also going to create this one separating these two access roads. Then I'm just going to join this here. Okay, I can just extend this here, pick this here. Okay, so I think we have done a nice work here. So I'm just going to click on finish. So you can see we are going to click on continue. There is an error here, we forgot to trim this, so I'm just going to trim this. Click on finish. So now we see the green area now. So we have created this green area and I think it's looking good. So the next floor we are going to be creating is the walkway. So we are going to create it for this side, this walkway here too. This walkway is within this courtyard. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on floor again. I'm going to click on this drop down. So in this template, I don't even have a paved area, so we're going to create one. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit type, duplicate, and call this 00 paved area. So after giving it this name, I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this material. I'm going to right click, duplicate, and I'm now going to call this 00 paved area. After calling this, I'm going to click on this icon. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to click on site work. Then I'm just going to look for cobblestone. I'm going to go to graphics. I'm going to click on this pattern, go to model, and look for some nice paved area pattern. Then I'm just going to change this color from this to brown, and I'm going to darken it. Click OK. So I'm going to click on this pattern of dense sand, and I'm going to click on none and click OK. Then I'm going to click on apply, click OK, click OK, apply, OK. Then I'm just going to pick our paved areas here from here. So after picking this, I'm just going to click on trim and trim this here. I'm also going to trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm going to make sure I set the height offset of this paved area to be just 10 millimeters. Then I'm going to also pick this here. So I'm just going to trim this, pick this line here, trim it here, trim this here, and trim this here. Then here too. So it's showing highlighted lines overlap, so I'm just going to pick here. Then I'm just going to trim this line off here, so it's not going to overlap with that one here. Then I'm going to go to this courtyard walkways. Then I'm going to start so I'm going to also trim this here, so it's going to form a comprehensive element. Then I'm going to click on pick line too. I'm going to go here, pick this wall, this line here, pick here too, pick here, and just pick here. So after this, I'm going to trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm going to zoom out to this point here, click on pick, pick here, then I can use this drafting tool, and I'm just going to draft this up to this point here, to this point, join this here, do the same here, or rather just select these two lines here, click on mirror it from this point here to this side. So I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this here. Then I'm just going to pick a straight line from this point here to this other point. So we have our paved areas, so I'm going to click on finish. So after we are done doing these paved areas now, I'm now going to create the asphalt road. So this asphalt road will come in from this external road here, and it will come into this site to fill up these places. Then I'm just going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to floors, then I'm going to click on edit type to this paved area. I'm going to click on duplicate and call this 00 asphalt road. Then I'm just going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this material. I'm going to right click duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 asphalt. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to site work. I'm just going to put this light gray asphalt here. I'm going to go to graphics. I'm going to change this pattern to solid fill. Click on drafting, click on solid fill, then click on this color, pick black, then lighten it up to gray and click OK. Then I'm just going to click appearance, apply, and click OK, and click OK, click OK. Then I'm going to change this height offset to 0. Then I'm just going to start picking these roads to create our road networks. So this may be the longest, since roads basically goes around the site. So once I'm done picking some of these lines, I'm just going to pick this one. So like some of this, what I'm going to do, instead of clicking everything then trimming later, I'm just going to trim the ones I can trim, the noticeable issues. So once I've trimmed those ones, I'll know I'm done with that one. So I can just click on this and close this loop here. click on this line, close this loop, click on this line, close this loop. So I'm going to continue. Click on tab, select this edge, go here, click this, click this here, then I can click on trim and trim this together. So after this, I'm just going to click on pick line 2. I'm going to hover around this edge, click on tab, select this, the same thing for this. So that one is done. We also forgot to place green area here. We're still going to do that. So I'm just going to trim this here. Then I'm going to click on pick line 2 and pick here as well. I'm going to pick here too, Ctrl Z. I'm going to pick here, I'm going to pick here too, and here. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm just going to pick here, then pick here as well, pick here, click on tab, pick here, pick here, then I'm going to pick here. So I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this here, trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm going to trim this here. I'm going to trim this to this. I'm going to draw a line from here and join this here. Then I'm just going to trim this here. So I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split this element here. Then just trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here. So now I'm going to go back to some of this part here. I'm going to click on this line again and just trim this. Okay, there is no line here, so I can click on this and join, create a line here. The same thing for this. So I'm just going to trim this here. Then I'm going to, okay, Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on this line, trim this here. I'm going to click on this, trim this here. Okay, so actually I think we may almost be complete with this asphalt, so I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on save project. So now I'm going to rectify some issues I spotted along the way. For example, this green area now, I'm just going to click on this line and delete it. Click so I can freely click on this green area. Click on edit type. Then I'm just going to add this green area at this entrance here. Then let me just trim this here. So after that is said and done, I'm going to go here, click on these lines here. I'm just going to click on escape. So I'm just going to select everything in this project here. I'm going to go to left click, hold select. Then I'm going to click on filter, check none. Then I'm just going to check these 10 lines here, click OK, then delete all these 10 lines. I don't need them again. So now I'm going to click on this walkway, click on edit type. Then I'm just going to extend it to this point by picking this curved line here, deleting this one, then clicking on trim and trimming this here. So I'm going to click on finish. So now we have done this, I'm going to create a last type of floor, and this floor is like a white concrete slab to just fill up this place that I propose. There are going to be service buildings attaching to this, that even though that these service buildings we're not going to model them or design them detailed, we're just going to make provisions for them. Then I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm going to call this 00 concrete. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this material. Alright, click duplicate. Change this to 00 concrete. Let me just say conc. Then click on this. Go to appearance. Go to concrete. And select this concrete white board appearance. or let me just look for a lighter color concrete like this one or this one. Then I'm going to go to graphics, make sure I use render appearance, click on this color and make it almost white. Click OK. Click on apply, click OK. Okay. Then we're just going to use this box tool here and just do the needful. So these concrete slabs, I'm going to make them 25 millimeter above this. So I'm going to click on finish. So now we have all this. We are going to create some few more things. So I'm going to create a background green area for this site. This green area is not really like this one. It's going to be a different and lighter color just to create a base for this. Okay, so even if we are rendering it, we are going to have a base. All right, so I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floor again. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select this green area again. Then I'm going to change this height offset to 0. So I'm just going to click on this edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 background green. So after giving it this name, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm now going to select this greenery here. I'm going to right click, duplicate. Then I'm just going to change the material, go to appearance, site work. Then I'm just going to select this green light rye, go to graphics, click on this solid fill, click OK, click on this, then make this lighter and drag this color spectrum towards yellowish green. Click OK. Then I'm going to click on this sand dense and I'm going to change this to none. Click OK, click on apply, click on OK, click on OK, click on OK. So I'm just going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to pick this exterior here. I'm going to unlock this again. Click on this. So after selecting this peripheral line part, I'm just going to draw a box encompassing this. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So you can see how this is looking. This is looking nice. So we're going to add a bit of extra touch. So this extra touch is just what I like doing just for the side plan to look more appealing. So we're just going to go to components. We're going to go to model in place. We're going to select floors. Then I'm just going to click on OK and click on this. So I'm just going to click on extrusion, and this extrusion, we are going to set it to be at NGL. So I'm going to click on set work plane, make sure this is at level 1 NGL, click OK. Then I'm going to make this extrusion end 5 millimeter. Then I'm going to change the material to any white material. So I'm just going to type white, pure white. So I can call this white milk. I think this is fine, and click OK. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on pick line. So while I click on this pick line, I'm going to put an offset of 600 millimeter. Then I'm just going to be picking these edges where the road goes through. Here as well, here as well. So after I think we are done picking. Okay, I can pick here too. So I'm just going to trim this here. I think the trimming is not going to be much because most of them are almost joined well. So I'm just going to go to all these places that are disjointed, trim this here, trim this, trim this, trim this, trim this, trim this here, trim this here. So after this is done, I'm just going to click on finish. So this is showing an issue. So I'm just going to click on continue and I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this here. Then I'm going to click finish. I'm going to click on show, continue. Just going to close this loop here. Click on finish again and see whether it works. So you can see the thing worked and it's looking nice and good. So I'm just going to click on finish. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl S to save this project. We are going to be creating our sheet. So Revit comes with some of these sheets here, but unfortunately we don't need all these sheets. So I'm just going to click on one, go to the last one, hold shift, click on it, then click on delete to delete everything. Then I can click on this crop region here and crop this to this point. Go here, crop this to this point. Then I'm just going to click on this hide crop region. Then I can delete this text here because we don't need it. We don't need all this briefing text. Then I'm just going to hit Ctrl S once more. We are going to go back to this DPC. Then we're just going to click on view and I'm going to click on section. So I'm just going to pick from this point here. So this is good that if you are picking a section, let it cut across some important elements. So I'm just going to click on this view to cut across this staircase. So in this kind of massive project, there will be many sections, but I'm just going to create one. So once you've created a section, if you go under this section, you are going to see the section view here. So we already created a section before in the video. So I can click on this one we created before and just delete it. Then if you click on this section too, you are going to see all the elements in this view. So you can see all the elements we've modeled. So now we are just going to work on this section a bit. So this section, you just need some graphics touch up because it's already based on what you have already created before. So for example, we can go to architecture, we can click on tag rooms and we can just tag these existing rooms here. So we don't have any room encompassing these spaces. Okay, so what we can now do is to go back to this DPC and go to these spaces and just put in some room tags here. So I'm just going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to rooms and I'm just going to try and see why these spaces cannot be enclosed. So we are just going to define these spaces. Alright, before we even start doing much, I think it's better we create the sheet first because we don't even know whether this scale can enter a sheet. So we're going to go to file. Under this file, we're going to click on new. Under new, we're going to click on family. Then we're just going to go to this English metric. That is, we are going to go back here. See what we did? We just click on this icon, click on English metric. Then we're just going to go to title blocks. Then we're going to select A3 metric. Then we're going to click on open view. So now we're just going to basically do some little stuff on this sheet before we load it in. So I'm going to click on line works. I'm going to change this from title block line to wide lines. Then I'm going to pick this offset as 10 millimeters. Then I'm just going to pick from here. Okay, let me change this to minus 10 millimeters instead of 10. Then I'm just going to pick here, pick this point, pick this point, pick this point, pick this point. So after I do this, I think this 10 millimeter border is too big. So I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to offset this by 5 millimeter. I'm going to offset this here, offset this here, offset this here, offset this here. Then I'm going to click on create. I'm going to go to field, not max region, sorry. I'm going to go to create. I'm going to go to field region. Then I'm just going to click on edit type, duplicate, and just call this 00. Then click OK. Then I'm going to change this from cross hatch to solid fill. I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to change this color to, let me use the color of the hospital. Let me use green. Then click OK. Click on this background. Select this green color as well. Click OK. Then I'm just going to, let me just try and just mimic this one here. And click on add. Then I'm just going to click OK here. Then click on this one and click on this color here. Click OK. So it's going to be the same color. So I'm going to click on OK now. I'm going to change this from title block line to invisible line. Then I'm going to click on this box here and I'm going to draft out something like let's say like this. So now I'm just going to click on finish. So this is the box we created. So I'm going to click on TL so we can see the tick line. So you can see these tick lines here. Then I'm going to go to create. I'm going to click on label. So I'm just going to place this label text anywhere here. Then I'm going to scroll down and look for a parameter I'm going to set. I'm now going to click on sheet name. I'm going to click on this green icon to add it, not sheet number, sorry. I'm still going to add, let me just click on this. I'm going to add sheet name, sorry. Click on this and click OK. Then after I've placed this here, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit type. Then I'm just going to change this text font first to Beber's Newer. I'm going to change the size to 4 or 5. Let me just use 4. I'm going to change this background from opaque to transparent, and I'm going to change this color from black to almost white, but not white though, just somewhere almost white. Then I'm going to click OK. Click OK. So now you can see how this is looking here. I'm just going to centralize it here. Then I'm going to click on edit size and I'm going to edit the size to 6. Then I'm just going to adjust this. So we have the sheet name. I can now drag this to this point. So even if the sheet name is long, it can extend to here. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl S to save this sheet. And I'm just going to save it where I kept the other files. So I'm just going to save it as hospital sheet. Then I'm going to click on save. Another thing I can add to this sheet is I can add the sheet number. Okay, so I can just click on this. I can just extend this to like 150. Or let me leave this here first. Then I'm going to go to annotate, create. I'm going to go to line. I'm now going to click on these wide lines and I'm just going to draw a line from here up to 5 here like this. Then I can just go to create. I can go to field region. I can click on edit type, duplicate. And I'm just going to change this to black. Change this to black. Then I'm just going to click on this box tool and just demarcate it here. Drag this to this point and click finish. So now this is black. I can now go here, click on this, click on copy. Copy this point to this point. Okay. Click on copy. Click on this and copy this here. Then click on this. Click on this edit label. Click on this parameter here and just click on this red icon. Then scroll down, click on sheet number, click on this green parameter to add it, then click OK. So I'm going to click on this text, edit type, duplicate this text. Then I'm going to change this color from white. Sorry, I'm going to click on this color here and change it back to black and click OK, apply. Okay, so you're going to see it's going to change. So this is our sheet. I'm going to hit Ctrl S to save the sheet. Then I'm going to click on load into project and close. So when I've loaded it into this project, I'm now going to go under, I'm going to close this. It's going to say sheets cannot be shown in this view, which is fine. I'm just going to click on this sheet icon here under this project browser. I'm going to right click and click on new sheet. So we're going to see this hospital sheet and I'm going to create it. So now I'm now going to rename this. Click on rename and I'm going to just change this number to A001. So it's going to follow this nomenclature. Then I can start by naming this first sheet the site plan. click OK. Then I'm just going to right click on new sheet now, hospital sheet. Then I'm going to right click on rename, and I'm just going to rename this one ground floor 01 ground floor plan. There's no need for that 01, so I can just select it and delete. Going to click on sheet, click on new sheet. Then I'm just going to click on hospital sheet. Then I'm going to right click on rename, and call this first floor plan. Then I'm going to click on sheet, click on new sheet, click on OK. Then I'm just going to right click and rename this as second floor plan. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to right click, rename this sheet, click on new sheet, create a new sheet. Then I'm going to right click on rename, and I can call this maybe section. Then I can right click, create on new sheet, click on new sheet, click on OK. Then I can right click, rename, and call this 3D view 1. Click OK. Then the same thing, right click, new sheet. Then I'm now going to right click, rename this one as 3D view 2. So after giving this all these names, we are now going to be placing the views in these sheets before we now start working on them. So we are going to click on this side plan sheet, and I'm just going to drag this side sheet from here up to here. So you can see this scale is far bigger than this sheet now. So what we are going to do, we are going to click on this. We are going to go to this properties panel, click on this drop down, and change this to scale 1:500. And see whether scale 1:500 will enter the sheet. So scale 1:500 barely enters, so I think it can still work. So I think we can manage it like this. Then what we can now do is to double click to, so if you are in sheet, if I double click again outside sheet, so currently we have placed this in sheet. If we want to be able to edit this view now, we're just going to double click here. Then I'm just going to click on this show crop region. Then I'm just going to crop this into the sheet. I'm going to do the same for this side too. I'm going to do the same for this side too. I'm going to do the same for this side as well. Then I'm just going to go here and turn off this show crop region. Then I'm now going to start working on this graphical. So what I want to do now is I'm going to first run some room separator lines, because if you notice, we have room separator lines here, and we're actually going to need this room separator. Okay, it's not on this view, we're going to work on it, but we're going to still create some room separator lines later on when we're working on the ground floor. So for now, we can click on this room separator lines, right click, hide in view by category. Then what I can now do now is to click on this TL to turn on these 10 lines, because we want to create this building footprint. Okay, so now we are going to go to annotate. We are going to go to region. We are going to go to field region. Then we are just going to select this, look for, if I think we should have it in this template. Let me just click on footprint. So we don't have it. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to select this diagonal down, click on edit type, duplicate, and call this 00 building footprint. So after calling this building footprint, I'm going to click on OK. So I'm going to change this from the, this diagonal down. I'm going to click on this diagonal down small and click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So now I'm going to click on these 10 lines. Instead of using these 10 lines, I'm going to use these 0.8 lines that is thick. Then I'm just going to click on this normal line too, and I'm just going to try and draft the boundary. So the boundary of this building is going to include the walls, the floors, the ramps, and all those stuff. Okay, not necessarily the ramps, but the walls and the floors. So I'm just going to draft this up to this point here. Continue this to this point here. Go up to this point here. Okay, there's a line here, so we can just join this from this point here. Then I can click on trim and trim this here. So if you click on TL, you can see our lines clearly. We're also going to, since there's a drop off here, I'm going to click on this line, extend it to like, I think it goes up to 5 meters here to this point here, and just join this here. Then I can click on trim. So after we have stressed ourselves and we have drawn this footprint, we're going to click on this box tool to just easily draw out these ones here. This gate, this powerhouse here. So I think we are just going to click on finish here. So now we have done this, I think this is looking good. We can select this ramp here. Okay, we can select this and okay, I don't think there's need for that. So now we forgot something crucial on this side. We forgot to create curbs. So I'm just going to click on this 3D view and we're going to try and quickly create curbs for all this green area. So curbs are very simple to create when you use floor to model. We're just going to go to architecture. We're going to click on floor, click on this drop down and click on this floor slab edge. Then I'm going to click on this edit type. I'm just going to, if you have transferred template from the template file, you should have a curb profile. So I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to look for whether there is any curb profile here. So if there is no curb profile, it's still fine. I'm going to click on escape. I'm just going to go to file. I'm just going to go to new family. Okay, sorry. I'm going to click on file, click on new. So once the new drops down, I'm just going to click on family. I'm going to click on the back to go to English template. Then I'm going to click on this metric profile. So this is it, metric profile. Then I'm going to click on OK. So in this metric profile now, I'm not going to click on line. Then I'm just going to pick this point here, this line here. I'm going to go up to, let's say 225. I'm going to click on this, draw a line up to 125. I'm going to draw another line here up to 50. Then I'm going to diagonal this line out, extend this line at 45 degrees till it aligns here. Then join this here. Then I'm going to change this profile usage to slab edge. Then I'm just going to hit Ctrl S and save it as curbs profile. So after saving it as curb profile, I'm going to click on save. Then I'm going to click on load into project and I'm going to close it. Then if I go back to this 3D view, I'm just going to go under floor again. I'm going to go to floor slab edge. Then I'm going to go to edit type. I'm just going to click on duplicate and I'm going to call this 00 curbs. Then I'm just going to, let me spell it well, E. Then I'm going to put a dash here. Click on OK. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to look for this curbs profile. Then I'm going to assign a new material. And if I look for curbs, I think I should have a curbs material. If I don't have C1 here, I'm just going to click OK. Click OK. Then after I do this, I'm going to click on -225. Because remember that when we were drawing the profile, we drew it on top of the that profile line. So we're just going to put this -225. So it's going to suffice, like it's going to align to the top of this green area. So once I hover around one edge of this green area, you're going to see it's going to highlight a bit. Then I'm going to click on tab so the other part will select. I'm just going to click on it and our curves will create. I'm going to repeat the same process here. Hover around this, click on tab. The same thing here. So note that the longer you do this or the more you do this, the heavier these curves become, and in some cases it will start hanging. So I'm going to go to this side too. Here as well. Here too. Here too. I'm going to rotate this project here. Go over here. Rotate this to this side. Go over here. Go here too. Okay, so far I think we have done a nice work. So I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to hit Ctrl save to save this progress we have gone so far. Okay, though we are going to go back to the site plan. Yeah, so I'm just going to click on this site, or I can go back to this sheet and just be working on the site plan from there. So I'm just going to click on this site plan. We can see this this name here. We don't need it since we have already put the name here. We can just click on this drop down and change it to no title. Then I'm just going to double click here, and I'm now going to start adding text to this. So now we forgot something in this building foot. I'm going to click on edit type and click on edit boundary. So we forgot to click on this and create provisions for the courtyard. So I'm just going to pick this up to this point here. If you can't easily see it, you can just click on wireframe and click on finish. Then we can see, since we made a mistake here, we can click on this, click on TL, thin lines, click on this, click on edit boundary, then adjust this to this point, adjust this to this point here, just to be sure. Then click finish. So I'm going to click on TL again. So now we have done this, we're now going to start annotating this hospital. So I'm going to click on annotate. I'm going to click on text. I'm just going to click on this, and I'm just going to name this brief text major. So now I'm not going to click on edit type to edit this brief text. I think this 6 is good. So I'm going to click on this. Then I'm going to name this main build. So after naming this, giving this the main building here, I'm just going to go here and call this public parking. I'm now going to call this maternity. Maternity department. Then after this, I'm now going to call this I'm now going to change this from brief text major to brief text minor. I'm just going to name this one as morgue. I think this is the spelling. I'm going to call this waste management. I'm going to go here. I'm going to call this staff parking. I'm going to go here, ambulance parking. Enter park. I can now adjust this down. I'm going to go here, emergency, because this one is key. Emergency bay. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to call this main access. I'm going to call this and call this emergency site access. And here I'm going to call this public site access. I'm going to click on escape, click on this, adjust this here, click on this, adjust this position. Then after naming some of these notable spaces now, I can just select this text here, right click, hide in view by category. So I'm going to hide all these ramps here. Then I can click on this floor, click on extend and just extend it to this point. Click on this, extend it here, drag this and just extend it here, click finish. So after doing this now, we're now going to still do some graphic stuff. So we're going to be putting some arrows. So these arrows are going to indicate like entrance movement and all. So I'm just going to go to region, field region, or since this is already black, I'm just going to go to region, max region. I'm going to change this 0.8 line to invisible line, and I'm just going to draw a triangle here, a half triangle from this point here. Then I'm going to select this, click on mirror, mirror this to this other side, delete this center line here, then click finish. So we have this arrow here. You can click on copy, copy this here, then click on this and rotate it by 180. I can click on this, click on copy here, copy this here. I can click on this, copy this, click on this point, click on here, rotate this by 90 degrees, adjust this here, then click on copy, pick this point here and copy this here. Okay, so this is looking all nice and good. I think we've done a nice work here. So we're also going to click on this and just copy this from this point here to somewhere here. Then so this is just to show this is the emergency bay. Then we're now going to do some graphics display options. So we're just going to hit GD on our keyboard. So this is where you're now going to touch the shadows, how the thing is going to look fancy. So the first thing I'm going to do is to turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. I'm going to go to shadows, click on cast shadows, click on show ambient shadows. Then I'm going to go to lighting, click on insertion lighting, click on sunlight from top to left or top to right, sorry. Increase this sun amount, change this ambient light to 40, change these shadows to 5. Click on apply and you're just going to see how good it's going to be looking. So this is our site plan now. So now we'll need to add a north arrow. So to add a north arrow is very simple. We are just going to double click out of this view. Like you know, currently we're editing this. So to exit the editable interface on this sheet, we're just going to double click outside the sheet. So to get a good north arrow, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to click on file and we're going to just open our template file. So in this our template file, we're just going to the sheets of our template file. Let's go specifically the site plan sheet. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to edit this family here. I'm going to click on load into project and I'm going to load it into this our hospital project. I'm going to click on no, I don't want to save this. So after I load it into here, I'm going to go to site plan sheet. Then I'm now going to go to annotate. After this annotate, I'm going to click on symbols. Then I'm going to see this north arrow main. Then I'm just going to place this our north arrow here. So indicating this is the north. So now we have done this. I think this looks good. So we're now going to go to the next sheet, which is the ground floor plan. So in the ground floor plan, we're going to click on this DPC and we're going to drag it into this place here and see how the thing fits in terms of size. So now we have placed this. We can see this gigantic, sorry. Then I'm going to click on this and we're going to change the scale. So I'm going to click on this drop down and try and set this scale as scale 1:200 to see whether the ground floor itself will fit in. So I'm going to drag this. So scale 1:200 is not even close. So I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to scale 1:2. Click on this drop down, change this to custom and change this to scale 1:250. Let me see whether 250 might enter. So 250 might not enter and 250 is not even an architectural scale. So I'm going to click on this and change this to scale 1:300. Drag this 300 and see whether it will enter. So apparently 300 is even tight. So I'm just going to change this to scale 1:400. So this is not an architectural scale, but I think we might just use it like that. Okay, I think scale 1:400 enters. So now what we're now going to do, we're now going to start working on this DPC. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on this drop down and remove the title. I'm now going to double click on this ground floor. Then I'm just going to select everything from this point here. Then I'm going to right click, hide in view by elements first. So it's going to hide all these site properties. I'm now going to go here, select this elevation point, right click, hide in view by category. So after doing this now, I'm now going to double click outside this and I'm just going to try and centralize this on this sheet. So now we're going to double click on this again. So we have this our grid here, and honestly I think these grids are too big for this view, although already this scale is already very small, so we'll need to consider that. So the next thing I'm going to do now is, remember I said I'm going to use room separator lines in a lot of places. So I'm just going to click on this review hidden elements here to see the hidden elements, so we can see some room separator lines here. Then I'm going to be adding some room separator lines. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on room separator, pick this point here, join this point here, go here too, pick this point here, create a room separator here, go here, create a room separator here. I think here we don't need here. Okay, we need here. I'm going to create a room separator here. Click on this point, another room separator here. Click on this point too, another room separator here. So sometimes if room separator overlaps with walls, it will give you that notification, but it's fine. Click on this, create a room separator here. So after we have done this, I think we have secured here. I'm also going to click on this, create another room separator here. So I think that is that. So I'm going to click on this close reveal hidden elements now. Then I'm now going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on rooms. Then you're going to see this concourse is going to be able to create. Then I'm going to set the constraint at first floor, change this limit offset to 0. Then I'm just going to create this concourse first. So another thing, I need to use some room separator here because of this receptionist. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this reveal hidden elements here. I'm now going to click on room separator again. Then I'm going to pick this point here up to this point. Then pick this point here up to this point here. So after doing such now, I'm just going to click on this and click on this turn on reveal hidden element. Then I'm just going to go to rooms and I'm just going to place some rooms here. Place this here. This will now be the concourse. Place this here. Place this here. Place a room here. Okay, so click on escape. So now I'm just going to now call this concourse. So after calling this concourse now, so what I'm going to do, you can see that these text here are looking too convoluted because of the sheer scale, because of how big this building is and the small scale we're using. So I'm just going to select one of these. So I'm reconsidering the scale. So I want to change it back to 1:350 and see how it was fitting. So I think if I double click outside and just adjust this, I think 1:350 fits in better. So I might even change it, increase it to 1:300 and see what happens. So I think the best scale from this project might actually be 1:300. Okay, it's too small. So let me just reduce it back to 1:350. It's too big. Okay, then I'm going to drag this here. And I think this is centralized. So I'm just going to double click into this view. I'm going to click on this grid. I'm going to drag them by this point here. I'm also going to click on this grid here. And I'm going to drag this here. I'm going to click on this grid here. And I'm going to drag this here to align with these ones. Then I'm just going to click on these grid lines. I'm going to right click, override graphics in view by category. Then I'm just going to change this to halftone and I'm going to click on OK. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on these grid lines here. Click on this zigzag icon to displace the grids. Click on this one, displace it too. Click on this, displace it by this. So we're going to have, it's not going to be too convoluted. The same thing here. So after doing this now, I think so far we're doing a nice stuff. I'm just going to click on this room tags here. Select all instances in visible view. Then I'm just going to delete all of these room tags. So the reason why I deleted all of these room tags is because this view is too small. It's actually too small to be putting text. So we're going to rely on what we call color schemes. Okay, so I'm just going to select this dimension, select all instances in visible view. Then I'm going to click on delete. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to click on escape. I'm going to go to this properties panel. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to click on this color scheme and I'm going to click on this spaces drop down and change it to rooms. Click on name. Double click on this by value. I'm going to click on OK. So we are going to see different colors for each of these departments. So the only places we're now going to add this room tag is in like major spaces like here. I'm just going to click on tag room. I'm going to tag this here. I'm going to tag here. I'm going to tag here too. I'm going to tag here. So I'm going to just be separating this as per department. So let's say I click on this review hidden element. I'm now going to delete this room separator line here. So this is going to form one space. I'm going to go to room separator. I'm going to also demarcate here too. Click on escape. Let me just leave it. Click on escape now. I'm now going to go here. I'm going to demarcate these two wings from this point here to this point here. Then I'm just going to turn off this grid. So now I'm just going to drag this corridor here, and I'm just going to call this. So I'm going to call this space outpatient department. Out. So I'm just going to be naming the major department outpatient department. So after naming this, I'm going to go here, drag this concourse tag, drag it here, uncheck this leader, drag this here too, uncheck this leader here. So I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to rooms again, and I'm going to place another room here. I'm going to go here, place another room here. Then I'm now going to call this service area, service zone, services zone. I'm going to go to this wing. I'm going to call this emergency department. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to call this administration. I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to rooms here. I'm going to place another room here, and I'm going to call this ramp. Then I'm going to go here, and I'm going to call this diagnosis department. So after this now, I'm still going to click on review hidden, click on this review hidden element here. Click on room separator. I'm going to separate this. This is the stairway, it's not part of the concourse. Click on escape here, draw another one here. So after I click on escape, I'm now going to click on this show review element. So now we have this department here. So what we're now going to do to show all these remaining spaces now is we're now going to go here. Okay, we are supposed to create a space called entrance. So I'm going to click on this review hidden element here. Then I'm going to click on room separator, and I'm just going to draft out this entrance here from here to this point here. Click on this to off this, then click on architecture, then click on room and place this here. So I can call this entrance. So now this is done. I'm now going to, so you can see all the major spaces are named. We have our ramp here. So I'm now going to double click outside this box here, or still click, double click to access this. Then I'm going to go to annotate. I'm now going to go to color fill legend. Then I'm going to place this color fill legend here. So now you can see it's too big and it's interfering with, you can see a lot of these spaces here. So it's with this our drawings. So I can click on this. I can click on edit type. I can change the font of these two text to Bebas Neue. Change this size to 3. Or change it to 2. Click on this, change it to Bebas Neue. Change this size to 3. Change this swatch height to, let's say, 3. Click on apply. Click on OK. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to try and compress this to this here. Compress this even more here to this point here. Then after doing this, I'm going to drag this line here. Click on this, drag this 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 here. Still, I can still even extend this more. Click on this, drag this here. Click on this, drag this here. Drag this here. Okay, so after doing this, I can just click on this and move this plan down a bit. Then double click on this and adjust it upwards. So now you can now see all these spaces here. Even though some of these colors will be repeating itself, what you can now do is just to tag a few spaces. So if someone is looking at this, we have this administration here. So if someone is looking at all this conference and consultant room, we can now see it according to this. Okay, we can now use this room legends to actually denote which space is which space. So we can still go further, double click here, then we can go further to just tag some of these spaces more. Go to architecture, then we're going to go to tag rooms, and we can maybe tag like this. Can tag this here, tag this. Just basically tag the spaces we can tag. Can tag this. So now I think this is good. So I'm going to click on escape. So now another thing we're now going to do is we're now going to click on GD, that is graphics display. Turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. Go to shadow, cast shadow, show ambient shadow. Go to lighting, increase this to 100, change this to 40, change this to 5. Then go to in lighting session, change this from top to right, click on apply and click on OK. So now we're just going to click on these columns here. Let me just delete this line. Click on this column itself. Click on edit type. Click on OK. Click on this extrusion. Then click on this material here. Then we're now going to right click, duplicate and call this column. Then we're now going to go to this cut pattern, change it to solid fill. Click on OK. Change this color to red. Click on OK. Click on apply. Click on OK. Click on finish. So it's going to appear as red. So now we are just going to delete this line here. Delete this line in the middle here. Delete this line. Then I'm going to select this line here. Hold Control. Select all these lines here. Then I'm now going to click on this and change it to overhead line. So I think this one is already done here. So I think I should do the same for this. So I'm just going to go and click on this underlay and change this to first floor. Then after I change this underlay to first floor, I can go to annotate. I can go to detail line. Click on this drop down, change this to overhead. Then I'm now going to click on pick line tool and I'm going to pick here, 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 here as well, and here, and click on escape. So now I'm just going to click on this underlay back and change it to none. Alright, so now we have the floor plan here. So we're now going to go under this view template view. We're going to click on view template. We're going to click on create view template and I'm going to call this 000 plan. And I'm just going to click OK. So I'm going to save this template and I'm going to click OK. So now we're now going to go to this first floor here. We're just going to click on this first floor and drag it to this sheet here. So after dragging this to this sheet now, we're now going to click on this, double click inside, click on this view, click on view template. Instead of wasting our time and doing all this thing again, click on apply, then just select this 000 plan that we're using. So both the scale and everything is going to select. So I'm just going to double click outside this and I'm going to drag this inside here. So after doing this, I'm now going to double click here. I'm going to select these scope boxes, right click, hide in view by category. So after I've updated this template now and I've also hidden those view templates, I can now click on view template, click on create and call this 000 plan. Then I'm just going to click on OK. It's going to show this view template name plan already exists. Do you want to replace it? I'm going to click here, so I want to replace it. So I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to double click outside the sheet. So I'm going to click on this and adjust this. So now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on this drop down and click on no title to remove this title. So now we are going to be doing something similar to what we did on the ground floor. So I'm going to double click here. I'm just going to displace some of these grids first, so it will not be looking too convoluted. I'm going to go to this side here. Okay, I think this side is fine. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to name some of this space, like this one here. I'm going to name this emergency stairway. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on this reveal hidden element here, and I'm going to be running some room separator lines here and there. So I'm just going to click on architecture, room separator, and I'm going to draft one from this point here. Going to draft another one here. Going to draft one here. Going to draft one here. I'm going here, going to draft one separating this department here. Going to go here, separate this here. So after separating this, I think we have separated most of them. Then we're now going to turn off this. So I'm now going to go to annotate, click on detail line, and I'm going to change this from overhead to thin lines. So now I'm just going to be drawing a cross line here to indicate this is a void. I can select hold control, select both of them, click on copy, pick this point here, and pick this point here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go here and I'm going to just, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to select, click on this, right click, select all instances in visible view. Then I'm going to delete all these room tags. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm now going to create new rooms. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on rooms. I'm going to create a room here. Going to create another room here. So this thing is not enclosed for some reason. So I'm going to look for exactly why it's not enclosed. So it's probably because of these screen walls here. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this reveal hidden element here. So why it's not enclosed, I'm not too sure, but I'm just going to click on room separator and I'm going to draft another room separator from here up to here. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on another room separator here. So after clicking this, I'm now going to try and create a room now. It's still not enclosed. I'm still trying to figure out why. Okay, so what I'm going to just do now is I'm just going to go to room separator and I'm going to do something drastic. I'm going to click on this box too and I'm going to draw another room separator on top of these lines here to secure this space. Then after doing this now, I'm going to click on room separator again. I'm going to draw another room separator from here, from this edge here, to just demarcate this space. Then I'm going to turn off this room separator line. So let's see what will happen. So I'm going to click on room and you see by force, by fire, by force it created. So I'm going to change this top offset to second floor, change this to 0, then place this room here, place another room here, place another one here, place another one here. So I'm just going to now rename some of these spaces. I'm now going to call this pediatric ward. I'm going to go here, click on architecture, click on tag room. I'm going to tag here. I'm going to call this pediatric OPD. I'm going to call this concourse. I'm going to call this clean lobby. I'm going to call this dirty lobby. So after doing this now, I'm now going to, so thinking of it, this dirty lobby, I was just having some thoughts in my mind. Whether I can even put this prep room. Anyway, no need. So I'm just going to go here and just call this recovery wards. Then I'm just going to click on, okay, it's asking us to save the project, which I'm going to do. So I'm going to click on tag room, and I'm going to tag here. So this is the ophthalmology unit. Some more prominent spaces before we add the room color scheme tag. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to try and displace this grid here, so it won't be looking too convoluted. I'm going to go up, click on this one, displace this, click on this, displace this here. So I'm just going to click on tag room, and I'm going to tag some of these major spaces here. So after doing this now, I can click on rooms now, and I can place another room here. So this is going to now be the ramp. Okay, so now we have done this. I'm going to double click outside this view now. I'm going to click on this and just move it downwards here. So after doing this, I'm going to double click on this, go to annotate, go to fill, color fill legend, and just place this here. Then I'm going to click on this color fill legend and just compress it. Then after compressing it, I can just move this somewhere here. So I think this is good, and I'm going to double click. Then I'm going to go to the next sheet, that is second floor, and I'm just going to drag this second floor here. So after we have just brought this, you can see it's just ginormous. So I'm just going to click on view. I'm going to double click on it, click on view, click on view templates, click on apply, and just apply this plan view. So after doing this, I'm just going to double click outside, drag this to this here, around here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and change it to no title. So I'm just basically going to try and just replicate what I did on the other floor. So I'm just going to go double click inside, select click on this room tag, select all instances, invisible view. So I'm just going to click on delete and delete all of them. I'm now going to click on this reveal hidden element here. Then I'm just going to click on room separator, architecture, room separator, and just separate each of these departments here. So after separating this, I'm going to click on escape, and I'm going to turn on this reveal hidden element. So after Revit crashed, I actually just worked on my own to this point. So I'm basically just going to continue from here. So I'm just going to click on rooms now. Since I've clicked on the rooms, I've created room separator, separate all this. After clicking on rooms, I'm just going to set this constraint well to ceiling level, change this offset to 0. So after doing this now, I'm just going to place this here. I pray it doesn't crash again. Place this here. Place this here as well. Place this here as well. Place this here as well. So after doing this now, I'm going to also place this here as well. So let's see. I need to separate these two walls. So I'm going to click on escape. Click on this reveal hidden element here, then go to architecture room separator. I'm just going to separate this space here and separate this space here. So after this, I'm going to turn on this reveal hidden elements. Then I'm just going to click on room, and I'm going to place another room here. So now what we are going to do, firstly, we are just going to select one of these room tags, select all instances in visible view, then delete. Then I'm just going to click on tag room, and I'm going to be tagging these major spaces here. So after doing this now, I'm now going to call this mail word. Since I know these are where the mail words are, I'm going to, okay, I can go to architecture, tag again, tag room, and I can just tag these major words here. So after naming these major spaces now, I'm just going to call this mail words. Click Ctrl A, Ctrl C, copy this text, go here, call this mail words again, go here, call this Ctrl V mail words, but add FE, so it will now be female words. Double click Ctrl C, go here, double click here, Ctrl V, female words. We're going to double click here, call this ramp. Then we're just going to double click here and Ctrl V and call this female words. So we have the female words, we have the male words here. So after doing this, I'm just going to double click. I'm now going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to I'm going to double click here. I'm going to go to annotate, go to color fill legend, place this here, click on this, then just drag this to this point here. So after doing this, I think we're done with the plans. So I'm just going to double click off. So now we're now going to go to this section. So this section, we're not going to do too much here. We're just going to go here. Then we're just going to edit some things. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on tag rooms. So I'm going to be tagging these concourse spaces here. So I think so far so good. This is where the stairway is, so we can see the staircase, we can see the elevator shaft. So basically, I don't think there's much to do here. Then I'm going to click on this, change this to scale 1:200. Go over here, click on this and click on this height crop region. Select this, hold Control, select these grids as well, right click, override graphics in view by category. Then I'm going to halftone both of them. So after doing this now, I'm just simply going to go to these floors here, select all the floors. Okay, select all these site components here up to this point here. I'm just hold Control, select this. Then I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to now click on check none. I'm now going to select this floor and slab edges here. Then I'm just going to right click, hide in view by element. So after doing this, I might not go and mimic some foundation footing. So I'm now going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to region. I'm going to go to click on this drop down, and I'm just going to be selecting let's use walls, or click on this and just select solid black. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and change this to wide lines. Then I'm just going to pick from this point here up to 1.2. Click on this up to 1.2. Go from here, change this line thickness to 10 lines. Then just draw this zigzag line here, indicating this discontinuation. Select this, click on mirror it randomly. So this line indicates that the depth of this is not to be dictated, it's just dependent on the designer or the engineer. So I'm going to click on finish. So I'm going to click on this reveal crop region, click on this and drag this down, then hide this crop region. Then I'm going to select this, click on edit boundary. Then I'm now going to also change this line to wide lines. Then also do the foundation footing 225 here, 150 down, 675. Then I'm just going to place this here. Then I'm going to delete this line in between, click on delete, then click finish. So I can now click on copy this here, copy this here, copy this here, here, and here. So now what we're now going to do next now is we're going to click on VV, that's graphics display option. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to click on this wall pattern. I'm going to change this this wall cut pattern under this cut column here. See where I went under this cut column. I'm going to click on patterns. I'm going to click on this, change this to solid fill. Click on this, change it to solid fill. Click on the color black, pure black insert. Going to click on OK. Click on OK. Then I'm going to go to floors. So I'm going to it's arranged alphabetically. So I'm going to go to where F is. After going to floors, I'm just going to click on this pattern, the same thing. Solid black. Click on this, change this to black. Click on OK. Click on OK here. Click on apply. Click on OK. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on finish. So now I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floor again. Not floor. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to region. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm going to select this hardcore here. So if you transfer this template, you're meant to see this. So I'm going to click on this box here and just draw a hardcore box up to this point. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to change this to 300. Then I'm going to click on this and extend this. Ctrl Z. Click on this, drag and extend this up to this point here. Then I'm going to click finish. So after clicking this is not how hardcore is supposed to be. Hardcore is supposed to be behind. These walls are meant to come in front here. So I'm going to click on this and click on this and send to the back. So once I send it to the back, it's going to appear like this. Then I'm now going to put the laterite. So I'm just going to go to region. I'm going to click on this and I'm going to select laterite. Then I'm just going to pick wide from here to here to here to here and just continue to here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, select invisible lines and just going to continue this here. So now after doing this, I'm just going to click on finish. Then I'm just going to click on send to the back. So it's going to be behind all of this. So if you look at this, I think this is looking nice. This is the hardcore. So we can now go to this, try and select this room separator lines here. Highlight everything here, click on filter. Click on check none, just only select room separation. Click OK. Select right click, select all instances or hide in view by category. So now after doing this now, we're just going to click on GD, that is graphics display option. We're going to just apply some settings, go to lighting, go to shadows, turn on these two shadows, increase this light, ambient light, change this to 5. Go to this inline section from top to left or top to right, anyone, click OK. So this is too dark, so I'm going to go to GD. I'm going to go to lighting. I'm going to go to shadows and I'm going to turn on this ambient shadows and click on apply and I'm going to click OK. So this is how our section is. So we can just go to this section view sheet here and just drag this section too. So since it can enter, we can increase the scale back to scale 1:100 and just place this here. So this is just basically how to work on a section I briefly just showed you. So I'm going to click on this drop down and change it back to custom. Click on this and change it to no title. So now this, we are going to click on save. This thing crash again. So I'm going to go to NGL now and I'm going to pick a 3D shot, a 3D camera shot. So for this kind of view, I'm going to try and pick a perspective from here. So I'm going to click on view, I'm going to click on 3D view, I'm going to click on camera. Then I'm going to make this offset from NGL about 600 millimeter. Then I'm going to come from here and I'm just going to go far from here, even from this point here. And I'm just going to pick from this view and pick here. So after picking from this, our 3D view is going to open. So you are going to see how this hospital is looking. So what we are now going to do is we're just going to, you can see that the lines here came out in such a way that it's kind of too thick. Okay, so we're going to work on that. So the first thing to do, we're going to hide things we don't want to see in this 3D view. So I'm just going to select this scope section box or be scope box, whatever, hide in view by category. So after doing this, I'm also going to select this here, right click, hide in view too by category. Select just basically left click, hold, and select almost everything in this view. Then we're just going to go to filter, and we're going to unhide the things we want to hide. Then I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to click on check none. I'm now going to go to plumbing fixtures. I'm going to go to furniture. Okay, I'm not seeing any furniture here. I'm going to click on room separator too. Then I'm going to click on OK. So after selecting all of this, I'm just going to go close to it, right click, hide in view by category. So after hiding all these things, I think this our view is much better. Then I'm going to click on this crop region, and I'm going to crop it to a reasonable extent here. I'm going to try and balance it though. So after setting this here, I'm now going to click double click outside. Then I'm going to go to this 3D view one, and I'm going to drag in that 3D view. So I'm just going to go under 3D views, click on this plus icon, and I'm going to see the view. So I'm just going to drag it here and place this. So you can see why those elements are looking so big, because of this, the thing is very small. So we're going to click on this, click on size crop, click on scale and locked proportions. Then I'm just going to change this to, let me use 375 and click on OK. So I've rescaled it. I'm still going to click on crop size. I'm going to click on scale. Then I'm going to change this to 400. So it's going to be as big as it can get. Then I'm going to scroll down and just centralize it. Then I can click on this drop down, change this to no title. So I'm now going to double click on this. So now I'm not going to be graphically editing it and editing the visibility graphic settings. Okay, so we're going to be seeing the colors and everything here. So now I'm now going to go to GD. I'm going to turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. I'm going to click on this and change it to shaded. Then after changing it to shaded, I'm going to uncheck these show edges. I'm going to click on shadows, cast shadows, show ambient shadows. I'm going to go to light. I'm going to click on this insertion lighting, and I'm going to click on still. Then I'm going to go to spring, and I'm going to change it to 9 AM. Click on apply, click on OK. I'm going to increase this sun to 90, increase this ambient light to 20, change these shadows to 10. Then click on this background, and I'm going to click on this and change it to gradient. Then I'm going to change this sky color to very light blue and click OK. Then this ground color, I can leave it around laterite, dark laterite, and click OK. So I'm just going to click on apply, and let's see how this looks. So I'm just going to click on OK. So now we can see this hospital now. I think this is looking good. So you can see all these elements here. So that is it. These are hospital design. So if you zoom in closely now, we're going to just see this cladding panel faintly. But I think so far, this is good now. So after doing this now, we can go here. We can now turn off this hide crop region. So we are not going to be seeing this crop region here. So after doing this, I'm just going to double click inside here. Then I'm going to click on view template. I'm going to click on create, and I'm going to call this 000 3D view. So now we are now going to be clicking on OK. So we are going to be creating our next 3D shot, and this 3D shot is going to be quite unique. So this is going to be an aerial shot. So the way to create aerial shot is somewhat difficult in Revit, but we are still going to do it regardless. So I'm going to go to this parapet level here, and I'm going to zoom out here. So I'm going to click on view. I'm going to click on this drop down, click on camera. I'm going to set this offset about 6 meters from here, 6,000, or let me just set it to 15. So I'm just going to scroll here, zoom out here. Then I'm going to pick the shot straight. So let's see what it's going to create. So after it has created this, our job now is to rotate this here. After rotating it to this point here, we'll just rotate it. Don't click any of this, just rotate it manually by yourself. Then after rotating it like this, we're now going to crop this here, crop this here, crop this here, and crop this here. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to this slash sheet here, and we're going to drag this 3D view to it. Okay, let's go to 3D view 2, sorry. Then I'm just going to click on this 3D view 2 and drag this here. So you can see how this more too. So we're just going to click on this. We're going to click on crop size. We're going to click on scale, and we're going to change this to 400. Click on apply. Click on OK. So we're just going to drag this to somewhere here. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on this drop down here. Then I'm now going to click on this and click on this drop down and change this to no title. Then I'm going to double click here. I'm simply going to go to view templates, click on apply, and I'm going to apply. Let me just save this first before I apply this template, because this time I just hang this system. So I'm going to click on view template. I'm going to click on apply, and I'm just going to set this as 3D view, and I'm going to click OK. So let's wait for it to apply. So now we can still select this grid here, right click, hide in view by category. So another thing I found about this template is too bright, so I'm just going to hit GD again, and I'm going to click on lighting, and I'm going to reduce this ambient light to 10 and this sun to 70. So I'm going to click on apply. Then I can increase this shadow to 15 and click OK. So I think this is good this way. Then I'm going to turn off this crop region here. I'm going to double click off here. So I'm going to go back to this 3D view 1 here. Cancel. I'm going to click on this section, then click on this. Then I'm just going to try and apply the same graphics display GD settings here. I'm going to go to lighting, reduce this to 70, reduce this to 10, increase this to 15. Click on apply and click on OK. So I think this will now be better this way. So I'm going to double click outside this view, and now it's time to print. So I'm going to hit Ctrl S to save this project before printing. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl P. Okay, we are still waiting for it to save. So after hitting Ctrl P, I'm now going to click on properties. Okay, not these properties now. I'm now going to click on make sure I check this combine multiple. Click on select sheets, views and sheets, then go back and click on this combine multiple sheets and view. Then we're going to click on select sheet and view. We're going to click on this multiple. We're going to uncheck this 2D, 3D. Then we're just going to click on this site sheet. We're just going to check all these sheets here. So remember that we unchecked these 2 and 3D and left only the sheets. Then we're going to pick these sheets here. So just for more, we can click on this edit print order, and we can make sure we click on sheet number and click OK. So it's going to follow the sheet number even if we make a mistake while selecting them. So I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on select, click on no. I don't want to save this setting. Then I'm going to click on setup. Then the first thing, I'm going to make sure this is at landscape, since the sheet we created are landscape sheets. If I selected portrait sheet, I'm going to use portrait. Then I'm going to click on this letter and change it to A3. Then I'm going to click on zoom and make sure this is at high colored, zoom 100. Then I'm going to click on OK. And this is going to ask us whether I want to save this setting. So after we have set up all of this, we're going to click on OK, and we're going to locate where we want to save this printout. So I'm just going to save it in the folder of the high rise. So I'm just going to call this hospital tutorial, and I'm going to click on save. Okay, so while this is printing, I hope this video was helpful. Covering this very complex project. I hope it was able to cover all the aspects of Revit that you are going to need as a designer. I think we covered a lot, very much. So I want to congratulate you very well. As usual, I want to remind you that the template file for this project is in the link to get it is in the description below. It's totally free. But this project file, I'm also going to leave it. It's going to cost a token, but it's a way of supporting the channel. So thank you very much. So let's just come back when our printout is ready. Alright, so now this is done. I'm just going to open our file explorer. I'm going to right click to this latest file here. I'm going to click on open folder location. Then I'm just going to double click on this PDF and open it. So we can see our site plan. We can see all the information here. If you scroll down, we are going to see the ground floor plan with all these departments and all these spaces here indicated. Scroll down, the first floor, the second floor, the section looking nice, the 3D view. I like this. Let's go to this one here. I like this too. So this is basically the end of this video. This is the hospital design. You can see the 3 wings. You can see all the work we have done. Particularly, I like these cladding panels. This is good. So don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to this channel for more content like this. Also hit the notification bell to get notified once we release new videos. Thank you very much and have a nice day.